And also a really grateful to all the community members that have been supporting me, such as like Kaifeng BBG of my regions, also Crescent Angels and other Japanese from the Japan region. And also, like Miwi Ito from the EU. And last but not least,
Make him
really
all do.
to inadequacies as well. He has been worked so hard for this community, hosting some weekly practice tournament and regularly for all different region and players to practice shows a quick free format and make more new friends with each other.
Thank you, Yakai. A humble champion as well. Give it up one more time for your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion, Yakai. All right, all right. Well, everyone.
Make him all do. Okay, så tar på.
We actually have a special surprise over here on the desk. We're actually going to be walking over here. I think that we need to, in addition to the title of World Champion, there's also some special items in game that we maybe want to check out on your account here, Yakai. In addition to World title, don't forget the avatar items in game. I think your account is already logged in here, Yakai. Let's take a look and make sure here. Go ahead, take a look here at the tablet. Do you know how to go to the avatar items? All right, let's take a look here. We're gonna go to your style, and it's under the sets, under the items. We can get our look here at the world. I think we scroll down to sets here. Yep. And let's take a look at the World Champion clothing and pose.
Oh, cute.
Let's give it up for Yakai one more time. Now we gotta make sure we get that pose on here as well. Was that under sets as well, perhaps? He's got the outfit, guys. We'll under pose here. You think he may need to scroll down here? Look for that World Champion pose. There it is. Holding up his World Champion trophy. It's Yakai. Alrighty, congratulations. Not only do you have the title, you have the clothing, you have the pose, all fitting for a world champion. We're gonna have a quick recap over at the lounge, but congratulations again to your world champion, Yakai0904.
Congratulations to our 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion, Yakai0904. If you're in the Go Battle League queues and you queue up against that World Champion, you better be ready for a fight. I'm here with my colleagues and co-casters, Caleb Pang, Tuo Butters, Amanda Lundberg, and Softoph, and we're gonna wrap up the show for you. Just talk a little bit about our World's experience. I wanna start over with you, Caleb, because you were on that stage. You were casting the grand finals. What was that like?
Man, at certain points, I was about to pass out with those incredible plays. Yakai played immaculate the entire weekend, especially in those grand finals. A huge team composition disadvantage, but found a way to outsmart Inadequates in those battles. But Inadequates also, like I said, didn't really make any mistakes, but just a little bit outmatched from Yakai, the world champion.
Butters, you were even louder than Caleb. How'd you feel?
Seeing that interview, I feel like Yakai embodies a Pokemon World Champion. His humbleness, his journey from losing to now being the best. And he was on a whole nother level. He was able to 3-1 Inadequates with a team disadvantage. And then also give a shout out to him after the battle. I think he is such a fitting Pokemon World Champion. I'm so happy for him, and his battles were amazing. He is next level.
Amanda, your thoughts on the champion and the runner-up as well?
Absolutely true. I think that, it's really cool that our first champion was from Europe, our second one was from North America. We're just getting it all spread out to all the different regions. APAC now represented as well, and Yakai played absolutely fantastic this whole weekend. Though he maybe wasn't as much of a household name as some of the others that we've seen throughout this season, he is definitely a household name now.
All right, Sophia, final thoughts?
Completely agree. Just immaculate play from Yakai all weekend, and I feel like he's a really versatile player. We saw him using almost all 6 of his Pokemon throughout that series, playing for Switch sometimes, playing for Shield Advantage sometimes, and sometimes playing for Energy Advantage. So I feel like really just is able to use all the tools in his toolkit to take home the title.
The world champion is arguably the most complete trainer in the bracket. Let's take a look back at that winner's side bracket and Yakai's journey through the competition, because he took down some titans along his way to the grand finals. Lurgan Rocket among them. So many talented trainers, but Yakai stands head and shoulders above them all with an impressive grand finals performance. Let's recap our event winners as well. Yakai obviously in first place, but we also have Inadequates in second, followed by Marto Galde in third. What an incredibly stacked roster of trainers. Caleb, any thoughts on these other 2 trainers that stood in second and third place respectively?
Yeah, Inadequates, Marto Galde, household names already. So many people know them. They've done so much for the community in so many different ways. I love that they got the spotlight. They deserved as well. They put in the work for years and years, and it's all culminated to this moment. No shame in that, right? Not being the world champion, that's a tough amount that no one really can match besides Yakai, but getting second and third in the entire world, that is a feat that almost no one else can match as well.
Absolutely. Amanda, I heard Yakai say that he shouted out Inadequates for all the practice tournaments he hosts. We call him the do-it-all Dutchman. Talk to us about what Inadequates has done for the Pokemon Go community.
What hasn't Inadequates done for the Pokemon Go community? Truly, he does. He hosts all these practice tournaments where players around the globe compete in basically weekly to see who's the best in this current meta, try out new Pokemon that they're going to take to the main stage. He's also a caster, someone that we've all had a chance to work with or play against at one point or another. And if you look at that top 3, Marto Galde knocked him down to that loser's bracket earlier on. They had a grudge match to be able to be in that loser's finals. I think it just speaks to his resilience as a player as well.
I actually want to shout out Marto Galde because he's actually the trainer. He wasn't a part of Championship Sunday, but he's the one who challenged those 2 trainers the most, because Yakai had his toughest series all the way going to game number 5. He barely scraped by to defeat Marto Galde. Then also Marto Galde was the one to bring Inadequates to the loser side of the bracket and push Inadequates to game number 5 as well. So even though he got 3rd place, I thought he had an amazing tournament to challenge our 2 finalists.
These trainers have shocked and surprised us. They've made us laugh and made us cry. But the dust is settled here in Hawaii. Let's take a look at our final standings and see where all of our trainers finish. Of course, Yakai,
no one gives a fuck.
Followed by Marto Galde, Beelzeboy, Lurgan Rocket,
Pokemon Go.
PvP David, and Rocha Babyface. I think all of these players have so much to be proud of. But let's take a look at what they won in terms of prizes as well, because that's a huge factor. Softov, $20,000 is a lot of money.
Tens of thousands of dollars on the line at these World Championships, and Yakai takes home the crown there with $20,000 of cash, but $15,000 for second place, not bad at all, and I think a lot of the trainers are going to be very happy with what they've gone home with.
Exactly right. It's been an incredible tournament here in Hawaii, but make sure to follow along for the action, because this was the 2024 Pokemon Go World Championships, but guess what? In September, we start it all over again. Make sure to follow us on socials. Use that hashtag Pokemon Worlds to share your instant reactions to the World Championship, and follow all of our channels. Turn on those notifications so you don't miss a moment of the action. Let's wrap up with some final thoughts. Just summarize everything. Any feelings? What's going on in your mind right now, Soph?
I just want to thank and congratulate all the competitors, not just the world champion and the top finishers, but it's just been such a treat to watch you throughout the season, see you make your journeys to the world championships, and it's really your passion and skill that allows this game to continue to grow.
Amanda.
I think exactly the same as that. And not only that, an encouragement to maybe new players as well. If you're watching this from home saying, my goodness, I wish I could be that good, you have the opportunity to try that. Go to some locals, go check out the trainers around you, play against some people online, check out that Go Battle League as well, and maybe we'll see you next year on the big stage.
This was the best Pokemon Go Worlds yet. I had so much fun. Thank you to all the trainers for
Eu vou dizer exatamente o mesmo para o
gameplay. And as you saw Friday night, there's going to be a lot of changes in the future. You can already start collecting championship points, but I can't wait for the future of Pokemon Go PvP as well. And I saw Yakai's avatar hold that trophy. I can't wait to see the trainer do it himself.
Caleb.
And adding on to everything that my co-coach said, shout out and thank you to everyone that's been a part of this production, to the judges who helped run things smoothly, and to all the competitors, and to you all at home for tuning in. There would not be an esport of Pokemon Go with you all, so big shout out to you.
It's been an incredible season and a storybook finish for our world champion, Yakai. What an incredible journey, and we can't wait to see where these trainers take us next. But for now, we're going back to the stage. Anna, over to you.
Thank you so much, Pokemon fans. Whether you've been competing in locals or regionals, or just watching it all go down online, because together, it feels like we're home. Your support makes all the difference, and it has made the Pokemon World Championship 2024 feel so special. Give yourselves a big round of applause. Now the time has come to crown our finalist and world champion of 2024. Let's hear it for your second place finalist, Inadequate!
Essa minha ele estava bué triste.
And now, a big round of applause to your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion, Yakai!
Eu quero estourar o microfone todo.
Let's hear it for your Pokemon Go finalist and champion!
Tenho de ser no terceiro. Podiam ter chamado o terceiro lugar. Como é que é, Lucas?
Pokemon Go has concluded its third season, and there is even more in store for this title and circuit. So stay tuned to Pokemon.com for updates on the upcoming 2025 season of Pokemon Go. And remember, share your favorite moments of here at Worlds with hashtag Pokemon Worlds. Now, let's check out our world champions. We've crowned Pokemon Unite. We've crowned Pokemon Go, but we are not done yet. Up next is the Pokemon trading card game for all of the divisions.
Ainda veio o trading card game, no fucking way.
We have our caster Chip Ritchie and Pablo Meza ready to kick off the TCG World Finals matches. Take us there.
Eu pensei que tipo, íamos para o VC, o videogame. VC não, VCT é de Valorant.
Winning it in Pokemon Go is just getting started. We have 3 excellent final matches for the trading card game. 3 amazing final matches as well for the video game to close out the show later on. Myself, Chip Ritchie, and Pablo Meza are very excited to be taking you through this very first trading card game final match for the juniors division.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yes, we are excited indeed, Chip. We saw a lot of great games in the Masters division yesterday, but today we get to feature our younger divisions, which are full of talent.
Absolutely. I mean, today's juniors are tomorrow's seniors and tomorrow's masters, right? These players
So many of the players that we see in the Masters division have been playing this game for such a long time. We've seen them see success in these younger divisions, so you know, we're getting to prospect the future talent already super early. It's extremely exciting.
And I mean, despite being so young, they're playing for some very high prizes. Let's take a look at what is at stake in this final match for these players.
Yeah, and these prizes are going to be true across all three
O maluco
of the
recebe
age
tipo
divisions. By getting to
dobro
this point, each of these
do
players
gajo do
has
Pokémon
locked
Go.
up at least a astounding $30,000. But for getting the victory,
Então que é o
you will
do
win
Pokémon Scarlet e Violet recebe 100 mil.
$50,000 and also be immortalized as the world champion.
I mean, can you imagine having that kind of money at 10 years old, Chip?
Nope. Absolutely not, but it will be true for at least one of the juniors that hits the stage today. Yeah, what a high-pressure situation these young players will find themselves in. We'll see how they're going to rise to the occasion.
I mean, clearly they have what it takes, right? They've made it through a field of a lot of talented players from all over the world, and it comes down to these two players. And I mean, there's gonna be some nerves a little bit perhaps for each of them, but they've also made it all the way through, so they gotta feel very confident.
Absolutely, yeah. To get to this point, they've had to go through a massive field of the world's best players, and there are just two still remaining. Speaking of the massive field, let's take a look at what the format for this World Championship is.
The 2024 Pokémon World Championships event will be showcasing the best Pokémon TCG players and matches all weekend. Trainers from around the world are here to compete for the title of World Champion. Over $2 million in prizing and return invitations for next year's Worlds. On Friday, our trainers faced off with Swiss rounds. Trainers who met the required number of match points advanced to Saturday. Trainers who advanced from Friday continued with Swiss rounds, playing until top cut was determined. Trainers then competed in a single elimination bracket until only the final two players remained. Today on Championship Sunday, we crown our champions in each division, and all matches are best of 3. Who will take the title of Pokémon World Champion this weekend? Watch to find out and follow the action at Pokemon.com/play.
Who will become the world champion indeed? The one question remaining through the rest of this event. We get to ask you
Putos lá atrás.
It's extremely exciting. Very much looking forward to the rest of the action through all three of our 8 divisions.
I know, 3 high-stakes matches at the highest level of the game, but before we get started, I do believe we have some cool items for the viewers, right? We have some cool distributions. Let's take a look at what the viewers can get if they're watching the show.
Yeah, you're absolutely going to want to make sure you take advantage of these distributions before they go away. If you've been watching the Pokemon action all throughout the weekends, there's lots of different ways to, you know, claim your piece of the World Championships, whether you are here or watching along at home. Let's take a look at that distribution now. Of course, the opportunity to get yourself one of these beautiful illustration rare Pecharunt EX cards. I mean, this is a card we're going to see in our Masters Division finals later today. A bit of a surprise pick, to be honest, but it's no surprise. Its subjugating chains ability is so strong. Its irritated outburst
Uau.
take tons of pride.
Os servers têm manutenção.
The game. Be sure you download your copy now on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live using that code OutburstWorlds24.
Generally think we could see this card outburst onto the scene today, potentially in that final match. And then we also have something for our VG players.
Yep. If you have been keeping up with the VG action,
Já tenho este.
take this opportunity to claim your special Sylveon
never mind.
that Toma Ogawa used to win the World Championships in
Vai
2023 in Yokohama in the Seniors Division. Use that
Acho que o Sérvio já deve ter metido na net.
Talk Worlds, the O being a 0, of course. Make sure to claim that Sylveon before it goes away.
Not yet.
Very powerful Pokemon in VG, hitting both Pokemon at the same time with that
I mean, eu posso tirar clip.
Yeah, and if you've been enjoying what you've been hearing this weekend, not just our voices, but the excellent music that has been playing in the background, be sure to check out our Spotify playlist. That way you can, you know, keep the sounds of Worlds with you all throughout the rest of this next season.
Yeah, keep that Hawaii vibe going until after the event as well. You can access that at any point.
Well, I think we've got all the, you know, easy stuff out of the way. Let's get into the real meat of the event here. It's time to look at our junior final players. Let's start off by taking a look at the bracket so we can see the journey that our players have gone on to get to this point.
It's mine.
Our finals match will be against Sakuya Ota up against Logan Bailey.
Logan Bailey defeated Kotaru in top 8 and then Kobe in the semifinals. And I do believe juniors had an asymmetrical top cut of 14 players total, so Logan was one of the players. He was second seed, so I do believe he was able to bypass that first top cut round.
Yeah, a huge advantage for sure, not having to play that additional asymmetrical cut round. Was able to capitalize as well by getting that 2-0 victory. Over on the other side of the bracket, Sakuya facing off against Edison Chen from the US with a 2-0 victory. Facing up against Gregory Vexnat with a 2-0 victory, and now finds himself in the finals. Yeah, lots of 2-0s all around for both of these players, both undefeated in top cut up to this point. Will one of them come away undefeated in this finals match as well?
That is the question, Chip, and I mean, gotta feel good when you haven't dropped a single game in the hardest rounds, in the elimination rounds of top cut, 2 games away from becoming the world champion. A lot of pressure as well as a junior, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. It'd be easy to put a lot of pressure on yourself, but at the same time, that's what can separate a world champion, right, from the person who ends up coming in second. Are you able to move away from that pressure and just focus on the fact, hey, it's one more game of Pokemon, and that's really what it comes down to, just one single more game before someone is world champion.
Yeah, it could be a coin flip that determines who ends up winning, could be a card played at the right time or a card missed at that crucial moment. And not to mention that I'm sure both kids are very excited to be on stream.
Yeah, it's definitely a factor, right? We don't get to see too much from the juniors division players, really just these final matches at the internationals and the world championships when it comes to broadcast. But honestly, for some of the kids, it's more exciting than the prize money that they're playing for. They just want to be on camera, so I hope that we get to see our players embracing that. If you've been enjoying all weekend, be sure to interact with us over on social media. Use that hashtag Pokemon Worlds. Let us know what your favorite moments have been, those highlights so far. And as you're following along with our TCG finals matches, we would love to hear from you.
Let us know who you're rooting for, what your favorite moment has been from the weekend, from the stream, from everything that's been going on. Yeah, not just our game, all the games. So much Pokemon action all weekend.
And also make sure you are following our channels on YouTube and on Twitch. This is the World Championships, but we've got a brand new season that's already technically underway. We're going to have regional championships coming up in just about a month, so you're not going to want to miss it. Make sure you're following those channels so you're not going to miss any of our regional event coverage.
Have you been able to acquire any championship points yet, Chip?
I have not attended a championship point event just yet. I do like to try to go to a League Challenge, League Cup every once in a while, but have not quite made it out. I believe you posted on Twitter, you won a League Cup or 2 with Regidrago V-Star, is that right?
I got second place. I definitely played that final very, very badly. One of my worst games played, but I'll take the 40 championship points on my way to qualifying for next season.
Yeah, and speaking of qualifying for next season, that's another factor here, right? These players, by making it to the finals, if in fact by making it to the top 4, they've actually already qualified for the World Championships. They get an invitation back to compete next season. I mean, and that takes a lot of pressure and stress off of the tournaments you want to play in throughout the year.
Yeah, for sure. You don't have to worry about accumulating those championship points. You already have that. You can just completely focus on doing well at the tournament, because there are times where you're like, okay, if I get this placement, this amount of championship points, perhaps that's good enough, right? But for these players, they don't need that, right? And especially over in Japan, right, they have a different qualification system, so perhaps this is going to be a really big prize for us.
Yeah, it's definitely an excellent additional prize. I mean, and speaking of additional prizes, I mean, these players are going to come away with the brand new trophy card, the Pikachu trophy itself. They get whoever becomes champion, I believe, gets some a really cool stamped champion playmat, usually a hat, all kinds of stuff. They really trick you out when you become a world champion.
Yeah, you really come away with so many cool things.
Mają strał widzów.
In the end, what like persist through time is the title.
Yes.
Right? People recognize you as the best player in the world.
Yeah, a title that only a few get to hold. And it's what every Pokemon TCG player dreams of just getting to this point, just having an opportunity to get that title, an opportunity to play and be on this stage in this moment. Which of the two players will rise to the occasion and be the one to hoist the trophy?
Yeah, I mean, this year, 2024, is the 20th anniversary since the World Championship started. We did miss a couple a few years back, so there's less than 20 world champions in every age division. Less than 20 people can call themselves a world champion.
A very exclusive and elite group, without a doubt. Which of these players will add their name to that list, be etched in the history books? Did you actually get a chance to walk? There's a lot of things going on at the World Championships this year. One of the cool things that they did is they actually had a World Championship museum upstairs. Did you get a chance to walk through that and see anything?
Unfortunately, I have not had the chance. I've seen a lot of pictures over on social media about what's being showcased. It really hit hard when I saw those sealed world champion decks that they made, like the 2004, the 2005 especially. Lots of good memories there,
Yeah, it was very cool. Ross and I got a moment to sneak away whenever we had an off round, went upstairs, checked out the Pokemon TCG Pocket display that they had, and we also went and looked at that World Championship History Museum, and it was really unique, really cool. We got to see all the competitor items from over the years, the things that players earned for getting to that point, and then, of course, like you mentioned, those World Championship decks as well. I think that's something that a lot of players, think is very cool. You get to this point, you have an opportunity
Não sabemos. Como é que é outras? Não sabemos.
Put on a product
Ninguém
that's
sabe.
going to be in retail stores across the nation.
And now,
Nobody knows.
Pocket, did you pull anything good? Did you get to open a pack?
Vai ser na cerimónia de encerramento, mas pelos vistos ainda falta. Eu pensava que íamos passar agora tipo para o Scarlet e Violet. Afinal estamos no TCG. God.
Was very, very exciting. Very much looking forward to that game coming out later.
I know. Hopefully we get to
Estes gajos falam, caralho.
Very soon.
Farto ouvir estes
We always
gajos.
talk about playing the game, but I mean deep down, right? Everyone loves cracking.
It just
Estão farto, mas estes gajos não. Puta que espera, mano.
especially when you pull like a chase card,
That
a
was
hit
shut.
card, it's always like that excitement that you had when you were 8 years old opening your first pack. I feel like something still's there, lingering when you open that pack.
Yeah, and another part of this as well is,
Give us ZA.
do well at these events do get awarded trading card game booster packs for their finishes. And Pablo, you as someone who has competed for such a long time at this point, I'm sure you've opened up your fair share of prizing booster packs and booster boxes, especially, back in those old days. Do you have any fond memories of a really exciting card you pulled, maybe a secret rare? You ever pull any gold stars or anything from your prize packs?
Yeah, I mean, I distinctly remember when the set had just come out.
Estás a fazer live para ver. Estava a fazer live para ver tipo a cerimónia de encerramento e para ver tipo o jogo de VG. Videogame, acho que é assim que eles. Acho que é VGC. Mas ainda não é agora. Eu nem sei quem está nas semifinais. Eu acho que o Wolfie já perdeu.
How about you, Chip? Any fond memories of pack pool?
Well, I've been playing a little bit less time than you, but I mean, I do remember when I got top 8 at, I think it was like Athens Regionals one year. I got some XY Evolutions booster boxes, and that was a lot of fun to crack those open, and I had a moment, opening up that booster box where, I pulled that iconic base set artwork of the original Hollow Charizard. I mean, it's hard to beat.
É VGC. Eu sei que o United já foi, Pokémon Go foi há bocadinho e vou começar agora o Trading Card Game. Como é que é, João Afonso? Agora. Eu não sei quem é que ainda está, tipo. Não sei se o Wolfie é tipo o único jogador de VGC que eu ainda conheço. Ainda está em jogo ou não. Sabem que houve um Tuga que ganhou isto há 10 anos, acho eu. Houve um Tuga, não sei se foi VGC, mas acho que houve um Tuga que ganhou. Qualified content. Ok. Coreano e Taiwan, Jesus.
clearly Ogerpon is a very competitive card as well.
Yeah, and that has really been one of the most impactful cards on the weekend across all of our age divisions. We're not going to see it here in our juniors division finals, but I mean that really has been the story for the weekend, right?
Ok.
Yeah, it's either play Ogerpon or counter it, right? That's what a lot of players try to
Tipo,
do.
ele está aqui, mas eu não sei se ele vai à final. Eu quero saber quem é que vai à final.
I actually think that the only deck that's going to have Ogerpon in it is going to be in our seniors division finals. Is that right?
I do believe so. Yeah.
That's pretty interesting based on, you know, what the meta of the tournament
tem
has been
bracket.
thus far, right? That it's really only in the one finals. I don't think I would have predicted that based on what happened by the end of day one.
Yeah, for sure. We definitely had a big focus on Regidrago, but I think we've been quite surprised by all the finalist matches here today.
Well, like we've said, all the finalist matches, as you mentioned, we've got the juniors coming up, but it is not the only match. We will have our seniors division final match and our masters division
Agora
final match
isto.
all coming up as well. Some high-flying action sure to be had.
São estes dois.
Ancient Box versus Iron Thorns for the juniors finals. That's what we're gonna see first today, but then we have an exciting.
Yeah, o Wolf perdeu. O Wolf perdeu aqui.
Haruku versus Evan.
Otário.
Going at it in the seniors finals, and then we have our masters finals. Another Iron Thorns.
Japonês e italiano.
Fuentes versus Seinosuke's Roaring Moon EX. Is that the most surprising deck here in the finals, Chip?
Eu tenho.
It's got to be either that or the
Aí
Ancient
vão ser
Box
três
we're about to see from Sakuya. Very interesting as well. Both our juniors finals and our masters finals are ancient versus future matchups, you know, keeping with
Junior, Senior e Masters.
Scarlet and Violet era. We'll see which one is able to come away the victor.
This is going to take a while.
Only time will tell. Also, another interesting thing to note.
Assim, eu tipo, já não percebo muito disso, seja, quando era putinho eu jogava bocado, mas agora zero. Este gajo nem tem nada, tipo zero. Primeira vez que veio, tem nada. O italiano já vem pelo menos desde 2022. Mano, não tarda. Ah não, quer dizer que meteu o torneio de Valorant, mas Valorant é de manhã. Isto é o broadcast. Só do puto.
All right, Logan, I want to chat with you first. We just have time for one question.
Crocs.
So if people haven't seen you play before, what should they watch for? Your play style or something cool about your deck? What would you tell them to look out for?
I like a disruptive game plan where you disrupt your opponent and make them slow down, and then you can win.
That sounds good. We want to see a disruptive game plan. Thank you, Logan. And Sakya, same question. If someone hasn't watched you play before, what will they see in your play? What should we watch for?
今まで自分の試合を見たことがない人に注目してもらいたいこと、例えばプレイスタイルとかお気に入りのカードとかございますでしょうか。
Mas vai ganhar isso. Isso é garantido.
でも逆転できるようなプレイスタイルを見てほしいです。
I want them to see the play style where even if I'm losing, I can turn the tables.
Great! I want to see that too. Let's hear it one more time for your junior division competitors. All right, you two can walk to your play table.
Bate as palmas com o microfone na mão, rapariga. Yeah, isso foi no Pokémon Go, foi o japonês que ganhou.
All right, before we head into this match, I'm here.
Calmo,
mas
calmo.
Just want to ask you for a couple quick things before we get this match started. First thing, what emotions are you feeling seeing your son on the stage?
Ok, é o tradutor. Esquece. Still, não consigo ouvir nada.
So proud of Logan. He's done so amazing this weekend. I think he's been a really gracious player to everybody else in the community. And I think he really deserves to be here.
Eu vejo vídeos de TCG às vezes, mas tipo, zero. Eu coleciono as cartas, não jogo com eles.
or advice before your son went on stage?
Mano, fala mais perto do micro. Mano, japonês, que não se percebe nada. Fala mais perto com o micro com o tradutor.
We've also received a message from one of the top players in Japan, and we're looking forward to how this
Bro.
Incredible. And same question to you. Does he give any words of encouragement to Logan before he went on the stage?
Yeah, just remember, it's just another game. It's just on a bigger stage, and you know, once he sits down, he'll feel like he's playing, and everything will from there.
Great advice. All right, let's hear it for our competitors, Sakuya and Logan, and Chip and Pablo. Throw it to you.
Pablo.
Thanks a bunch.
Luca,
great to hear from the family members of our two competitors. You can see they've got great support systems already in place. And an amazing crowd out here ready to cheer on these two players as we look to crown a Juniors Trading Card Game champion.
Both players set
Vamos embora.
up already.
Tu, su, ju.
The emotion in the family, right? Both parents very
Mas eles devem anunciar qualquer coisa.
have their kids up in
Eles
the
fazem
biggest
sempre isto no torneio.
And from what we can see here, I can tell
Eles em
that
Scarlet
both
e
are already
Violet
locked in, right? It's sure it's
mostraram nem
another
que fosse
game
tipo
of
só um
Pokémon,
trailer
right?
pequenino. Agora
It's
para um jogo que nós não sabemos nada, não sei. Se vão mostrar tipo gameplay, que duvido, ou se vai ser um trailer tipo cinemático, ou só tipo a cover do jogo, tipo novos Pokémon, não sei o que é que vai ser. Uma coisa é certa, tipo o TCG Pocket, que é aquele jogo das cartas, vai ser este ano, tipo no final, tipo, devem mostrar de certeza. Tem aquela carta, acho eu. Não sei. Não, se calhar não. Acho que tenho, sou do Paradox Rift, tenho. Da expansão.
The active spot. That Flutter Main's ability can shut down the initialization, which is Logan's main and only.
Mano, imagina teres decorado o que é que as cartas fazem. Bem, está lá escrito, mas tipo, estás a meio a jogar as cartas e tipo, o teu oponente, o que é que isso faz? E tu tens que perder tempo a explicar o que é que a carta faz.
Well, for Logan Bailey, he's only got 4 Pokemon in his deck, and they're all the same Pokemon.
E os bacanas não fazem tipo sa com a carta.
That is it. And the Crushing Hammer combination there just adds into that disruptive play style that he told us he really does like to play towards. And those coin flips I think are going to be a really big
Isto se fosse realmente bem feito, era hoje tipo cada baralhava o deck do outro.
Of course, Sakuya here with 6 basic darkness energy in his deck. That is something we're going to be needing to keep track of. Does have ways to recover them. A couple copies of the brand new Night Stretcher card. Does have superior energy retrieval to work with.
Para ver pontos? Siga.
We'll see.
Claramente vai ser o puto japonês. Aí está bué da malta. Japonês ou americano? Não sei. Qual? E agora subiu bué para o puto. Sukuya. Sukuya, vai siga. 50 pontos. Não, vamos apostar mais. Give me coins. Tal. 200 deve ser bom. Não, vamos ter mais. Gambling. Fuck, queria pegar nos 300. Agora vamos aos 350. Não, agora aos 400. Ok, 400. Vamos embora. Gambling. Oops. Falar nisso, deixa eu ver se já recebi a resposta da faculdade.
This is a 2-prize matchup on one side versus a single prize deck on the other. Logan's Iron Thorns EX can pretty easily knock out those Roaring Moons.
Classificação final, nada. Ok.
I'm really not sure what's going to happen here. Will Logan's
Rico, sabes quanto é que eu tive pagado de inscrição? 95 paus. Só para a inscrição. Isso para saber se entra ou não entra. Ainda tenho que depois fazer a candidatura, mas a inscrição. A matrícula, é isso.
A lot of things to consider as well for Sakuya in terms of
Tirar daqui a minha Switch. Quando um dia quiser já consegues ver. Tá para repantes. Está ali o Violet. Espera aí. Já-me baixar o brilho. Se baixar o brilho dá para ver. Está ali o Violet, se quiseres um dia destes. Ah, ok. E nem vejo o canal. Só vou ganhando. Só estás a ver se ganha-se. E é podre, mano. Até a minha é melhor. Ok, isto foi tipo... Eu não sei como é que funcionam as pontuações. Sei que foram 3 vagas, tipo eu ganho 8. I don't know, não sei. Se tivesse Pocket Monsters é melhor. Não, de fato, tipo, é horrível, tipo, a cadeira é da fina. E aqueles assentos nem se mexem. Os meus mexem-se. A única coisa que eles devem ter bons são mesmo tipo os escutadores. Mesmo de esportes. Mas está bué da podre agora. Podiam ter feito tipo uma costura melhor. Mano, metam a câmara, eu quero ver o jogo. Eu não consigo ver o jogo daqui. O que é que eles estão a fazer?
Sakuya here taking a moment to look at the hand, debate what to start with. No, it looks like actually Sakuya will be the one giving up a mulligan here.
By the way, isto está muito alto, está muito baixo, querem que meta um bocadinho mais alto?
Usually you expect to get mulligans, not give mulligans when you're playing against the Iron Thorns deck. So, I mean, obviously Logan's gonna appreciate those extra cards, get those energy going. I think the coin flip also could be pretty impactful as well. Whoever ends up going first has the chance to attack on turn 2, right? Depending on Sakuya's Professor Size Vitality.
Ok, eles baralham os decks um do outro.
On turn 1, going second, but Logan has no way to get that first attack going.
Aí, não me lembro do meu deck. O meu deck é que tinha várias cartas traficadas, aquelas compradas nos chineses. É que eram tipo cartas bem feitas. Fiquei bem da triste há uns tempos quando eu fui revê-las. Tinha tipo um palque holográfico do Cyrus traficado. A maior parte dos Jarkias que eu tenho do Pokémon Platinum, tipo, uma expansão que é bué da cara agora. Acho que é 2013. Pokémon Platinum TCG. É tipo isto. Tipo só. Tipo eram estes, tipo tinha isto traficado, tinha este traficado, tinha este traficado, também tinha este traficado. O único que eu tenho que é a mesma original, acho que é só tipo o de fogo. Tinha este, tinha o de água, tinha o elétrico, o de lutador. E depois tinha tipo o normal, só que é tipo o Level X, que era este. Não te esquece. Ei, mano, eu adorava este set de cartas. Incrível. Eu comprei o deck de fogo. Foi este. A nostalgia. A nostalgia. Está em português, é pena. Se tivesse em inglês gostava mais. Mas também tinha este Charizard. Adivinha? Traficado. Enfim. Mano, tipo, isto é que é grande problema. Eu tenho que jogar com o deck em japonês, não está? O deck dele está em japonês. Imagina o que é que ele perguntar. O que que é que faz essa carta? E tipo, tem japa, tipo, ele não percebe. E vice-versa. Ok, price card. Já sei que o objetivo, que continua tipo, já há bué tempo, é sempre que derrotares um Pokémon tipo, do teu adversário, podes reclamar um prémio. E o jogo acaba quando reclamares os teus prémios todos, basicamente. O V-Stars eu não sei o que é que faz, que eu não joguei com isto. Isto foi do Sword Engine, eu nem sei o que é que está aqui a fazer. Eu joguei no Platinum. Diamond and Pearl foi quando eu estive a jogar TCG.
Either Logan wins in 6 turns or you need to at some point overcome that. So we do see the Roaring Moon hit the field to start us off, and I did notice Sakuya checking all the Roaring Moons, all the Professor Stardust Vitalities, all the energy recovery options, and the Professor Stardust. So being very aware of what options he has now for the rest of the game.
Sakuya may be young, but he is very well prepped and very well
Pokéstop, que é uma carta de campo, tem aquela. Só tem holográficas. Once during each player's turns, that player may discard 3 cards from the top of their deck. If the player discarded any item, não me deixam ler.
Logan is playing a more aggressive version of Iron Thorns without Legacy Energy, but with Prime Catcher as his ace pick of choice. So that means Sakuya will only need to take a knockout on
As cartas são maiores que o
Logan
puto.
could try to play around with all 4 Iron Thorns, as you mentioned.
E a Mais Pack.
Can't disrupt the price trade with that Legacy Energy. Now, interestingly enough, Sakuya did discard a Dark Patch, which would seem like
Por acaso sempre joguei melhor tipo Yu-Gi-Oh! Do que Pokémon em cartas.
Through knockouts or through crushing hammers.
Eu gostava bem tipo virar as cartas da armadilha, que era incrível. Mano, TCG, é o que eu estava a dizer, joguei um bocado tipo na altura do Platinum, tipo 2010, mas nessa altura. Depois disso parei. E as que eu tenho agora são tipo colecionáveis, só. Não jogo com elas. Jogava-se bué, quando estava tipo na primária, mas era puto. A gente até inventava as regras. Mas Yu-Gi-Oh! Eu jogava bué. Eu jogava Yu-Gi-Oh! Pokémon, tipo, misturadamente. Depois, quando comecei mesmo para o terceiro ciclo, tipo, 8º, 9º ano, é que comecei a jogar Magic. E depois caguei completamente em Magic. Tipo. Ei, mano, quando esse jogo apareceu, Clash Royale, bro. Instalei logo quando saiu. Eu estava no terceiro ciclo, na altura eu lembro. Tipo 8º ou 9º ano, acho que estava no 8º. E eu com cara agudado fui para o
Hands flip. The dice was actually stopped by Sakuya from falling from the table, so that was crucial, right? Immediate energy gone, Dark Patch also gone, and we're gonna see Logan try to establish more Iron Thorns through this.
Eu vou cantar o deck cheio de Iron Thorns EX.
Just to make sure that no surprise happens and you're able to make sure that Sakuya has to work the hardest to get this.
Imagina a quantidade de packs que os putos têm que abrir, ou seja, gastar dinheiro para calharem as cartas. Olha, esta carta de energia é da expansão de Sun and Moon. Este padrão de energia. Que são feias, mas feias.
Yeah, 4 cards is not a lot of cards, right? And Logan does have a lot of supporters left or whatnot, but this judge is just as likely to cause him to potentially have to slow down a little bit as it is for Sakuya. So big 4 cards for both players coming here, Chip.
If you're Sakuya, I think finding a supporter card on the end of this is really the main thing you're hoping for, be it the Professor Sada's Vitality or even an Explorer Guidance. I think either of those would be acceptable. And Logan Bailey with the attachment of the basic lightning energy to the active spot is certainly going to be
a malta ali de máscara? Já não estamos assim no pico do Covid.
Now, one thing
Come on.
that's interesting, Logan did use that Techno Radar, found himself a pair of Iron Thorns EX, but chose only to bench the one. Why is that?
I mean, trying to make sure that Sakuya doesn't have an option to stall him out with boss's orders is pretty
Ele tem as cartas todas
tactical, and
dobradas.
therefore, if you only have one, you only have to worry
Olha lá que o
about
bending da
transferring
carta
in.
não
That
desvaloriza o
one is
valor.
difficult for
Mas,
the opponent to
damn.
stall you out. Now, we do
A mim, as
see
minhas estavam
Boost
piores.
up, hitting
Nem
a
tinham
couple
tipo
more
sleeves.
ancient cards
Era só
into
tipo
the
mandar para
discard
dentro da
pile,
mochila.
and Sakuya did find a few pieces to work with.
Quando estão dentro, não deviam estar ali, estão doentes.
I think Sakuya knows that
Eles são só tipo os árbitros. Vão buscar outro. Os únicos precisam estar ali é tipo os jogadores e o outro que é o trator.
Of course, Explorer's Guidance being an ancient card is a great way to fuel the Midnight, the Vengeance Fletching attack. Sakuya will be able to look at the top 6 cards here, choose 2 of them, put them in the hand, throw 4 of them to the discard pile. We see a few more ancient cards going down as well. Damage building up for the Vengeance Fletching and a pair of ancient cards
claramente não estou a perceber piscista. Se fosse tipo VGC, e nem compreendi um bocado. Apesar de não jogar, tipo, competitivamente, perceberia. Agora aqui, eu vou meter aqui no meio, que eu sou o rei desta merda. Vamos embora.
More options if a Serendipity X just hit the discard pile as well, so that's not going to see any use at this point in time. There's an extra Roaring Moon, but we could see a situation where Sakuya runs out of bench Pokemon.
Já tenho 2 Running Moons.
Finding those without abilities could be a little tricky if your hand keeps getting attacked every single turn.
Yeah, I think a big thing is going to be when does Logan Bailey find those lost cities and when does he choose to put them
Eles têm coaches. Será que eles têm tipo treinadores? Ou simplesmente vão para lá tipo a jogar o que sabem e o que aprenderam?
Could be a really strong strategy. I think we are back over now to Logan's turn. Logan is starting off with the Colress Tenacity, a brand new card from Shrouded Fable. Not the Shrouded Fable card I expected to be seeing in the finals match, but it is a strong one, very specifically in this deck, as Logan will be able to search the deck for any energy card, not basic energy, energy card, and a stadium card and put them directly into the hand. We could see Lost City and Double Turbo Energy.
Yeah, I could not have chosen a better card for this situation, right? You deny your opponent's Pokestop, you get that Double Turbo to start getting prizes, and you also send the Flutter Mane to the Lost Zone instead of the discard pile. Therefore, you're not helping your opponent build up that very crucial damage for the Vengeance Fletching to get to a 1 KO. Now, interestingly enough, Logan had a Lost City turn before he chose not to play, so he's being very careful with the timing.
Estamos a tentar aprender TCG aqui.
To check his prices right now with this search, and yeah, I mean, he must know that at this point he has 1 Lost City prize, so timing the Lost City is very, very crucial.
Yeah, and I almost wonder if Logan does not want to put it in play just to knock out a Flutter Mane. Does he want to hold off on the Lost City to make sure that it's a Roaring Moon that is sent to the Lost Zone? That's an interesting thought process to go through.
Yeah, Roaring Moon is, of course, the main attacker for Sakuya. Does play 2 Great Tusk, which are fighting-type Pokemon, but also require so much energy. And actually, never mind. There's no fighting energy, so there's no way to attack with them. There could be a situation where Logan is very low in the deck, and therefore could end up
having duas energias no gás.
First knockout, Logan Bailey, the first on the board here at the final of the World Championship.
Não. Tipo, acabou há bocado o Pokémon Go, que é Mac. Estamos agora no TCG e a seguir vamos para o Pokémon Scarlet e Violet.
That is not too bad, and also this Hisuian Heavy Ball being played. He's going to actually shuffle these prize cards, so those energies are going to move around a little bit. We're talking about how there was one stuck up at the top of the prizes. We'll have to see how these are rearranged when Sakuya places them back out.
O Nesquete quase está a olhar para o jogo, ele está tipo a pensar na vida.
And yeah, this could actually prove crucial for Sakuya, allowing him to unlock some of those energies earlier than before.
Eu quero que eu tire o chat aqui. Só meti só porque sim. Se calhar está a incomodar-vos bem. Fica aqui.
You have to balance though, when do you want to go for the just basic energy attachment, and when do you want to go for the Professor Sada's Vitality? And it looks like Sakuya is digging for that supporter card with this Pokegear 3.0. 7 cards from the top. Is there a Sada? And yes, there is.
Sada very crucial allows Sakuya to establish 2 threats at once, I do believe, or maybe there's only 1 darkness energy in the discard pile for now, but still getting close to powering up 2 Roaring Moons. Sakuya needs that.
Vou ser sincero, não sei. Tipo, cada Pokéball faz uma cena diferente. Esta escolhe dos teus Pokémons ancestrais e ataques e coloca uma energia básica. Tipo, what? Ai, eu posso ver a carta. Bro. Nice. Está um bocado com delay, é que está com bad delay, tipo, a extensão está com bad delay. Molha para o topo das tuas 6 cartas do teu deck e mete 2 na tua mão. E tens de descartar as outras. Tipo, cada energia, tu precisas destas energias todas, tipo, agarradas à tua carta do Pokémon, para poderes fazer os ataques. E o objetivo de cada um é matar o máximo de Pokémons para depois poderes reclamar um prémio. São tipo cartas tipo, à parte. Quando reclamas os prémios todos ganhas.
That's a lot of ancient cards already in Sakuya's discard pile, honestly.
I don't know.
A little bit over 10, perhaps, and the Defiance Band could be huge.
It's a knockout. Sakuya with enough ancient cards
matou o outro agora. Vai buscar um prémio. Pera, matou os dois.
That is a massive swing in this match in Sakuya's favor.
Wow, on turn 2 you're not expecting to deal that much damage, but keeping the Pokestop in play, those good hits, those crucial Explorer's Guidance.
Olhando para as 7 cartas do topo do teu deck, podes revelar... Não me deixam ler tudo. Já para te ganhar, matou tipo 2, os 2 Iron Thorns do output. Portanto está na vantagem agora. Tipo, descarta a tua mão e tira 4, 7 cartas.
Tool card just yet, the Future Booster Energy Capsule.
I don't think he did.
Yeah, that's a big part of this here. Volt Cyclone deals 140 damage, but with the double turbo energy, it is reduced by 20. You can normally get around that with the Future Booster Energy Capsule. Attaching that does boost the damage by 20, effectively canceling
jogar poker é mais fácil que isto.
Damage reduction, but we do not see the tool card just yet.
Pokémon do futuro com esta carta deixam ver.
Because Sakuya is now ahead in the prize cards, but big 7 cards here. Can he find it? Yes, there it is.
Does find the Future Booster Energy Capsule. Also has that Lost City in play now. That will send this Roaring Moon to the Lost Zone as opposed to the discard pile.
Ok, o Pokémon do futuro com esta carta tipo agarrada. Senti more damage to your opponent, tipo dá mais 20 dano ao oponente, aumenta o ataque. Pumba, lá foi o Running Moon. Está igual.
Has both, has a Nest Ball to establish another Roaring Moon. Can he get 3 more cards, or perhaps doesn't need that many to get to the knockout? We know he dealt 230 damage last time around, right? So he's doing at least 200.
Nest Ball, a procura no teu deck por uma...
The Sada will be 210 perhaps. Can he get 2 more cards, or was he dealing 210? We'll find out very soon, but this could be another backup knockout for Sakuya.
A última carta na Lost Zone, tipo, Lost Zone, tipo, tu não podes, acho que de todo, ir buscar aquela carta novamente, tipo, fica de fora de jogo para sempre. Talvez, acho que é a melhor de 3, portanto, fazem este jogo, depois não vão, tipo, rematch.
Not a card Sakuya would like to see go down. Does have at least one PAL pad remaining to try to bring those back. And here we go. Speaking of bringing back, here come 2 energy cards, 3 cards now drawn from the top of
Está a
the
jogar
deck.
tipo com o deck de Violet. Eu vou estar a jogar com o deck de Scarlet, tipo futuro e passado. Passado e futuro.
Capsule, and it looks like there are a pair of ancient cards in the hand that can be discarded with the Ultra Ball. This will mean Sakuya will take 2 prize cards this turn.
Yep, has the energy
Can
now,
use this
certainly
card.
has enough.
Podes usar esta carta para descartar 2 outras cartas da tua mão, procura no teu deck, revela e não consigo o resto. É que tem que ler e traduzir. Tipo. Aqui um granizo. Shiny Blood.
And a lot of pressure over on Logan's side.
This is massive for Sakuya because not only will this lead to the KO, he also will take prize cards that will lead to a Night Stretcher being taken.
E a quantidade de holográficas que o puto tem.
He ends up needing it, but I guess at this point he really does only need these 2 Roaring Moons. Those are the only Pokémon
10 energias são holográficas.
Game, he just needs to make sure that he can get the necessary energy onto each of these Pokémon.
Yeah, 1 energy missing from the bench. Roaring Moon is all it will take, and putting these 2 Professor Vital in the deck with a second copy of Palpad, which I don't think is very common in the usual Ancient Box decks we are used to seeing, but coming in super crucial. There are not a lot of cards left in Sakuya's deck here.
Yeah, Sakuya was not messing around with Pokestop when it comes to this event. He knew that he was going to be using the Pokestop and probably discarding some supporter cards, so wanted to make sure that with the pair of Palpad, it would never be something that hindered him. And he is certainly not going to be hindered at this point. Sakuya is going to jump very far ahead in this game with this upcoming KO.
The icing on the cake here for Sakuya is the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule that you mentioned, Chip. I don't know if he has it in his hand or not, but that would put the Roaring Moon out of range and would force Logan to find a lost.
Here we go.
Ok, tem 2 energias. Já pode atacar. Atacou.
Iron Thorns hits the discard pile, and Logan Bailey needs to find a way to take 4 prizes before his opponent takes just 1 more knockout. What?
Então pera, aquela carta que ele tem, o Pokéstop, deixa tirar o dobro dos prizes. Não consigo ver a carta.
First of all, the capsule and a lightning to take down the active, but then he also needs a crushing hammer to take away this energy to really increase his chances of winning. Does have an Iono in
cara muito odiava. Punchable face.
Perhaps looking for an Arvin to try to secure this knockout or potentially a call resist
Deixa eu ver.
to get the stadium and guarantee the energy. Doesn't seem happy about the result here, so
Se espelha de player may discard 3 cartas, talvez isso também discard cartas. Não, não é isto. Como é que ele tipo só matar um Iron Thorns, tipo, conseguiu tirar 2 prémios? What?
It very often gets you the 2 cards you need. In this spot, it just would not be enough.
And the stadium, of course, crucial to get rid of this Pokestop, which has done so much for Sakuya. This game,
we're big flip right here on this crushing hammer heads, and that energy card from Sakuya will hit the discard pile tails, and this will be really difficult. Logan would need to find another crushing hammer and try again. Let's see the flip. What's the result?
E o gajo nem é loiro, é ruivo.
Gotta roll it one more time.
O que ainda tipo torna as coisas piores.
Tails are odds. Here's the flip, and it's a tails.
No energy denied so far. I think it's gonna come down to an Iono chip. This
Iono já atacar.
Huge. Needs to find at the very least a future energy capsule. If that's not found, the game.
E já agora, se o deck deles acabar, acho que perdem automaticamente também, se não me engano.
5 crucial cards, chip. 4 crucial cards.
Yeah, only 4 cards. And honestly, that 1 card, while it would keep you in the game, it may not be enough. That is at a minimum, though, what Logan needs. Let's see these 4 cards. Is there a future booster energy capsule? If not, this game is over, and I don't see it.
Puta da struggle.
Way to knock out this Roaring Moon, which we know is doing enough damage. I think we're heading to game 2, Chip.
Yep, and that is going to be the attack. And Sakuya, all he has to do is announce his attack on his turn. Sakuya Ota winning game 1 of our Junior Division Finals.
Isso eu não sei como é que o puto saca-me 2 prémios só com um ataque.
Everything flowed, right? Everything flowed well. I think a big thing that happened in this game was that Pokestop staying for a little bit too long. Logan had the chance to counter it immediately, combined with that dodge to hopefully slow down Sakuya, but he chose to conserve the resource, perhaps realizing that one of his lost CDs was in the prizes, so trying to time them perfectly. But in the end, all those extra resources from the Pokestop, plus building up the discard pile, proved to be too much for Logan's deck to handle.
It did prove to be too much. I mean, Logan had a solid start, got the first attack off, right? Taking that one prize KO on that Flutter main. But Sakuya, for his very first attack, was able to reach for a one-hit KO with the Defiance.
Pera. If you have more than prize remaining, opponent attacks... Não é isto.
Discard pile, the Crushing Hammer head flip didn't affect at all. Even the Dark Patch discard didn't come down to anything because we didn't get to a late game point where Sakuya was struggling to establish threats. It was pretty straightforward, establish my Roaring Moons, use my Pokestop a lot, and get going.
Sakuya's father in the crowd with the biggest smile on his face. So proud of his son in this spot, getting to this point, but can't get comfortable yet. It's not over, and your opponent's deck is the one that you have to make sure you are respecting the most at this point. You don't want to get in your own head and get too excited about being up a game. It's still anyone's set to take.
Yep, never know what can happen in the game of Pokemon. So much variance, so many things happening as we do see the first mulligan over on Logan's side. No mulligan for Sakuya this time around, ready to go with his basic Pokemon.
Imagina-me ser staff, tipo, e tens as regras todas, tipo, eles são os árbitros. Tipo, muita coisa, tipo, que as cartas fazem. Eles têm que dar contenção a tudo.
On average, I think that's what you can sort of expect with Iron Thorn. Sometimes it's a lot more, sometimes it's zero, right? As we saw in the previous game. But that is one of the risks, if you will, when you're choosing to play Iron Thorn CX. Sometimes you just give out too many mulligans because more basic Pokemon is
o Logan nota-se com uma cara tipo bué nervosismo enquanto o Sakuya está tipo fácil. Acredito.
Every once in a while, you know, if 6, 7, 8, 9 mulligans are taken, we will enact judge enforced progression where a judge will
não há comunicação entre os dois fazem. Um fala tipo coreano ou chinês e o outro fala tipo inglês. Os putos nem conseguem discutir entre eles.
What was the matchup at that point?
Stonejourner VMAX.
Oh, okay. I mean, that totally makes sense. Similar style to this current deck, right? But Logan finds the basic Pokemon, only one mulligan given away. I can see that both players are being very careful, right? I can tell that they're first time on stream, they're being very careful, being very clear with each other. There's also a potential language barrier between the two, but of course Pokemon is a perfect common language for both of them.
Yeah, they both speak
só contacto visual e gestos, tipo, o outro fez tipo
and it does look like Logan was able to find a basic Pokemon. No judge enforced progression today. Just an attachment of an energy and a pass. It might seem like an underwhelming turn, but honestly for Logan, he's totally fine with that. That's the bare minimum what he needs.
Yeah, no, we are
ele tem a spec. Ele tem a spec nas cenas de prémios. Look at your face, down price cards, you may reveal your basic Pokemon you find there. You put your hands and put these use you in heavy ball as a place face down. Tipo, nada disto faz com que ele consiga tirar 2 prémios de uma vez. Tipo, isso é que eu ainda não estou a conseguir perceber. Mano, agora é que eu estou a ver, tipo, este ataque dá, tipo, ele dá 70 por base, mas consegue dar 10 de dano a mais por cada carta Ancient, tipo, do passado, que ele tiver, tipo, no cemitério. Tipo, discard pile. Tipo, eu digo cemitério, Yu-Gi-Oh! Terms. Damn. E o deck dele é tudo à base disso.
And 120 is not enough to hit those Roaring Moon for 1 KO. So finding booster energy capsules for all his attackers will be very crucial for Logan. And one of them was prized along with his A-Spec.
We do see Professor Sada's Vitality being played. That will attach the Darkness energy from the discard pile to the active Ancient Roaring Moon EX. Looks like we are having another sleeve that was broken here. Need to have it replaced. And we'll get back into the game. The one thing that Sakuya is missing at this point, I will say, is another basic Pokemon. And his deck does not play that many basic Pokemon, and really not that many ways to find it, all things considered, right? Has the 4 Nest Ball.
O puto está bem nervoso.
A bunch of different basics.
Coitado.
12 different basic
Este está
Pokemon
descontraído.
in the deck, and one single copy of Ultra Ball. So Sakuya will need to find another basic Pokemon. Otherwise, that could open up Logan Bailey to take the only KO necessary to move this into a Game 3.
Yeah, that would be a harsh way to end Game 2, right? Getting benched out, but I mean, despite having a lot of outs, right? The 12 basic Pokemon you mentioned, the 4 Nest Ball, the single copy of Ultra Ball, maybe even Sakuya was hoping to have a Pokemon prize, right? So that Hisuian Heavy Ball could find him something. So if he doesn't have any other way, these 3 cards from Professor Sa's Vitality could be huge, Chip.
It looks like it is a sleeve being split. Maybe, you know, a little advice given to Sakuya here on, you know, shuffling the deck at this point, trying not to damage the sleeves any further, so we don't have any more delays.
Fudeu para o puto.
Table there, Bobby Clark speaking with the translator, making sure Sakuya understands the whole situation.
Levou uma chamada de atenção.
And we'll hopefully get back into this game very soon. Nothing wrong done by either of the players at this point, just kind of a more procedural thing.
Yeah, I mean, after, as you mentioned, grueling 3 days battling against the top players of the world.
O japonês levou uma chamada de atenção por causa tipo das sleeves, tipo as capinhas para as cartas. Tipo, acho que uma delas ficou danificada, ou estava danificada, e isso pode dar jeito para saberes qual carta é que pode calhar a seguir ou qual carta tirares. E tipo, não pode, isso não pode acontecer. É tipo, considerado batota. E o gajo tipo do hábito já estava-lhe a chamar a atenção por causa disso. Ou acho que era para trocar a sleeve. Acho que é isso que eu estava a fazer. Pode ter sido sem querer, sim. Ou pode ter danificado a sleeve ao baralhar as cartas, que acontece. Mas há quem faça isso mesmo de propósito. Portanto,
something Sakuya needed at this point. It wasn't guaranteed Logan would get the KO. He would have needed to find the future booster energy capsule, but that is a 4-of copy in his deck. Also would have needed to find a basic lightning energy, and I'm sure Sakuya would prefer this situation here of ensuring that he will not lose the game next turn.
Yeah, now both players on the edge, right? Because Logan right now, I couldn't see if there was an Arven in his hand. I don't believe so.
Pode perder a final só por causa de uma chamada de atenção, imagina.
Faster, but does come at a cost, and we're gonna see Sakuya get the first attack of 90 damage with Vengeance Fletching.
É que a malta que é desqualificada por causa disso.
Next turn, if he's able to find another Professor Sadas, or if the roaring one simply survives by the lack of the boost.
Já tem o Iron Thorns quase a metade de vida.
Already have an energy card in hand. Does just need that future booster energy capsule in order to get the KO. Does not have it in hand at the moment. Looks like a Pokegear will be the play. Perhaps looking for an Arven to guarantee that supporter card. Arven could also get the Techno Radar to establish another Pokemon on the bench.
Olha, pode abrir de cartas, podes revelar uma carta de suporte e voltar a metê-las tipo no teu deck. Procura no teu deck por uma carta de item e um Pokémon Tool Card, revelas e metes na tua mão e depois tipo baralha o teu deck. Os putos quando fazem os decks eles sabem o que estão a fazer. Eu não. Eu nem sei quantas cartas é que os decks têm que levar. São 64? 32? Não sei.
Is found. It may come down to an Iono play here, most likely.
Wow, and I mean now Logan at risk of the very same thing that Sakuya was in risk. Logan doesn't have any backup Iron Thorns right now. Only plays 4 Pokemon total. One of them is prized. 1 Techno Raider is prized. That only leaves 1 more Techno Raider and 2 Iron Thorns EX in the deck. Could try to use the Pokestop in order to help him find the Techno Raider, but there's not much else, right? Because it doesn't help him find the booster capsule. Big Crushing Hammerhead flips.
And it is a Tails, and that is really not the time Logan would even want to use the Crushing Hammer. He'd love to use it to get rid of an energy on a benched Pokemon, since he's hoping to knock this
tem energia
Pokemon
já.
out anyway. And it actually does look
Já
like
consegue
Logan is going to
atacar.
be able to go for the Professor's Research. That was hiding in the hand there. Thought
Ele
it was
tem
going to be an
140,
Ionic, but
portanto
no.
consegue
Research
roubar o
needs to
Running
start this
Moon.
hand. Draw 7 fresh new cards. Needs to find a basic Pokemon and that future booster energy capsule. Can dig with the Pokestop if necessary. I think he would like to hold off if he could. His deck plays tons of supporter cards, tons of energy that he would not really ideally like to mill. Here we go, 7 cards. Is there an out
Tá mexendo nas cartas do outro, estão a ver?
Pokemon? There is the Iron Thorns, but there is no future booster energy capsule.
Só que ele não sabe que deve ser se calhar pelas imagens.
Is it worth it for Logan to play that card?
That is a very good question, Chip. You can potentially slow down your opponent. You know they...
Oh, another Tails. That's 3 Tails.
E ele não consegue sacar uma coroa. Neste caso, uma Hetz.
Chooses not to use the Lost Vacuum to get rid of the Pokestop.
Ok, ele retrocedeu a energia para o outro Pokémon tipo do banco, que é para o caso dele. Não é assim. Não sei como é que a energia funciona. Ele atacou, mas não matou.
Does have darkness energies in hand,
Weird.
has another Explorer's Guidance here. Boosting things up, should be 3 in the discard pile now, 4 with the played Explorer's Guidance.
Beat me to it, Chip. And there's 3 in there, right?
And he's got that Earthen Vessel, so if there is 1 ancient card in the hand, I think Sakuya should be able to pull this off. It will mean discarding a Roaring Moon, but like we've mentioned earlier, Sakuya playing the 2 copies of the Night Stretcher has ways to get those Pokemon back and potentially will only need 2 more Roaring Moons to finish out the game outside of the one that he's attacking with at the moment.
Yeah, the only thing that would potentially stop that is a Lost City, which hasn't been played yet and is also not in the hand, so things are looking great for Sakuya. And I mean, on paper, this is a very tough matchup, right? Your whole idea of stopping rule box abilities, as they're so powerful. This is the one deck that generally does not rely at all on rule box abilities.
Fudeu.
We'll see an attachment for the turn to the bench. Roaring Moon preparing that to be an attacker in the future. Ancient Booster Energy Capsule being attached as well. How many ancient cards are there? Is it enough for the KO?
Is that 7 cards?
Puta, agora faz tipo 100, tipo 100 não, 10 mais de ataque por cada ancient card que ele tem no cemitério. Jesus.
Logan needs to make something happen here. He doesn't need the booster capsule anymore to get this KO.
Como é que ele saca 2 prémios? Não percebo isto. Ele sacou 2 cartas.
In order to guarantee the energy attachment, basic lightning energy can be found here, as well as the Lost City. That will be pretty strong. Send this Roaring Moon to the Lost Zone. Also, that future booster energy capsule on the bench could be gotten rid of with a Lost Vacuum at some point. Perhaps why we didn't see Lost Vacuum getting rid of Pokestop on the last turn, wanting to ensure that, hey, I need to make sure I'm taking out those Roaring Moons every single time one is attacking into me.
Now we know there's exactly 7 ancient cards in the discard pile. Getting 16 to get this next knockout could be a steep ask for Sakuya this next turn. So Logan might get 1 chill turn finally where he doesn't need to worry about finding too many things, but then the pressure is going to be on him once again.
And this is what Logan needs to do, send this Roaring Moon to the Lost Zone. It's going to do a few things right. It limits the number of ancient cards in the discard pile.
Ok, o Raymond foi. Estás a ver?
Logan
Porque é que o Logan só tipo, deu knockout ao Running Moon? Só tirou prémio. E depois porque é que o puto japonês, quando deu knockout ao Iron Thorns do Logan, isto aqui, tirou 2 prémios? Porquê? Quem está o Sakuya a ganhar por 1. Está aqui em cima. Aqui. Isto são os prémios que lhes faltam. Ou que ainda tem. Neste momento, tipo, o Sakuya tirou mais prémios que o Logan. Portanto, está a ganhar por 1. Segundo a meu entender.
There's the Sada, 2 energies attached, 3 cards now drawn. Looks like superior energy retrieval is in the hand. That's a way that you can discard a few ancient cards. Pokestop does bump the stadium and also will be used. There's the Defiance Band going down, Pal Pad and the Nest Ball added to the hand. What is there now? Maybe like 9 ancient cards in the discard pile.
Yeah, 9 or 10.
Don't think Sakuya is going to be able to get to 6.
Será que é aquela carta que ele tem?
Such a threatening board though. 2 Roaring Moons fully powered up. You really don't need much else. You're fine with a 2-hit KO. You've seen that Logan is struggling to get a knockout at this point in time. I think it's 9 I saw. I'm not 100% sure, but it's not going to be enough to 1 KO. It's going to be setting up the perfect 2-hit KO, and Logan will need to find Crushing Hammers and potentially more than his current lost vacuum if he wants to get back-to-back knockouts along with another Iron Thorn.
Doesn't know how to match.
That's a lot of cards he needs at this point in time.
And he needs to find them very, very soon. Lost vacuum in the hand is nice. That will get rid of the ancient booster energy capsule on the active and the future booster energy capsule is found on Logan's side to shore up the KO. Would like to find the replacement stadium if he could. Would love to find some Crushing Hammers at some point, but priority number 1 is finding another Iron Thorns EX.
Yeah. Oh, I think he took the one from the prize card.
Yeah, that's great.
He has that already in the hand. That's why we're seeing this Crushing Hammer, but Sakuya's hand is huge. You have to imagine there's another energy right there.
Indeed, the Iron Thorns was taken off of the prize cards. So Logan is able to use this Arven for the Crushing Hammer. Could be a pretty impactful flip here. It looks like it will just be the 1 Crushing Hammer. I don't see another one in the hand. And here we go. Logan would really like to see this in order to keep himself in this game. We've got dice flying all over the place. Here comes the next flip. And it is off the table again.
I mean, we do have enough die to
Caralho, o puto não sabe salvar em condições.
A problem, but yeah, it's funny. A lot of energy happening here. No!
And Sakuya stops it, and it does land on a tails.
We're having a reflip.
Man, faz só assim.
And it's a heads. Logan able to finally get a heads here in this second game.
Não precisa mais nada. Se mudar,
right. Energy removed, knockout taken through the use of Lost Vacuum. Logan waiting for the perfect timing on the judge as well. We're going to see the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule hit the Lost Zone instead of the discard pile, therefore not adding to the damage that Vengeance Fletching will do.
The attachment of the double turbo energy to the benched Iron Thorns is nice as well. Logan Bailey able to take another prize card, does tie up the race. Both players with 4 prizes remaining. Have the energy to respond here. And can he establish another Roaring Moon on the bench? Looks like it will be Pokestop discarding a Flutter Mane and also a Pokestop, adding an Earthen Vessel, I believe it was, to the hand. Now a Nest Ball being played. Is that last Roaring Moon in the deck? No.
No Roaring Moon right here. I think there might be, there's 2 in the discard and there's 1 in the Lost Zone. So 1 Roaring Moon left, which is really difficult to take down right now thanks to that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule.
And Sakuya has still prized 1 Night Stretcher. He is going to need to find another Night Stretcher. Does at least guarantee the attack this turn with this Sada's Vitality found from the Pokegear 3.0. I think the question is just going to be, can Sakuya draw into that 1 Night Stretcher that is left in the deck? Does he have it in his hand? He's got a lot of cards, that is for sure.
Yes, so many card chip. I mean, I think at this point, you could even consider benching a Flutter Mane to attach to it perhaps, but Sakuya just going for it, attaching the 3 energies. Does find the Night Stretcher off of the Sada's Vitality.
Wow, that is massive. Yeah, while you could bench a Flutter Mane if you needed to, Roaring Moon is definitely the better target. Sakuya able to find it, and even finds a Dark Patch to prep an energy on it. Can attach an energy, I believe, for turn as well to fully power this Pokemon up. Looks like there's none left in the deck. Is there one in the hand?
There likely is. There aren't any prize. There should be perhaps 1 left over or a few more in the hand. This is probably also adding to the Ancient card count in the discard pile to make sure that you are able to 1KO the next and final Iron Thorn.
Superior energy retrieval puts a few more ancient cards in the discard pile, also gets back the energy card, thins out some cards that Sakuya would not want to draw off of something like a Judge. That could be one of Logan's few paths back into this game. Sakuya certainly in the driver's seat right now, but it is far from over. Still could be anyone's game to take. Sakuya has set up the end game. Can Logan find the response? It may come down to that final crushing hammer. 2 prizes left for Sakuya. What will Logan Bailey do?
I just counted 14 ancient cards in Sakuya's discard pile. So Lost City top deck for Logan. Pretty good card to find. Crucial Lost Vacuum to make sure that these 2 cards, well, that he gets a knockout and
Going
also
for the Pokestop here. Gets rid of a future booster capsule and an energy and an Arven.
No resource found to help him. It's gonna come down to this Judge at this point in time. 4 crucial cards. Needs 2 very specific ones. Ancient Booster Energy Capsule and the last copy of Lost Vacuum to even try to stay in this game.
4 cards and 2 specific ones needed. There is also a future booster energy capsule in the prize cards still. I think 1 was milled from an earlier Pokestop, so there may only be 1 future booster energy capsule left in the deck.
Not great odds here for Logan. Big 4 cards. Not out of it yet, right? But then off of 4 cards, Sakuya would only need to find 2 ancient cards in the discard pile to then get the clean KO with Vengeance Fletching. Let's see what these 4 cards are, Chip.
Lost Vacuum and the Future Booster Energy Capsule. What does he have? There's the Future Booster Energy Capsule, but no Lost Vacuum.
No Lost Vacuum. 3 supporters, which are great cards, but not very useful right now. No, there's no KO.
It doesn't even get the knockout, yeah.
140, yep.
140 damage will be placed on this Roaring Moon. Sakuya was ready to start playing quickly, so
Fica a 60.
He's got it. We may have to get a count of the ancient cards in the discard pile. Like we mentioned earlier, we'll need 16. You said you counted 14 at the end of last turn.
14, so...
Can he discard 2 more ancient cards? There's a Future Booster Energy Capsule.
I don't think he can. I think I saw energies,
Já another
capsule and a Greninja, so... Might just see Logan survive
Ei,
for
mano,
one
isto,
more turn.
que é isto que isto faz? The ancient Pokémon discard is attached, gets plus 60 HP, recovers from all special conditions, it can't affect any... Não é, mano, não. Eu não percebo como é que tira dos prémios, mano. Não consigo perceber.
Knock out the active Pokemon by sending that tool card to the Lost Zone. Sakuya would be forced to send up his only Pokemon in play, which cannot withstand a hit from the Iron Thorns EX. This is a massive opening. Logan Bailey given a second chance here.
That would be crazy, Chip. I think I saw an Arven in Logan's hand. This could be possible.
If he's got an Arven, it's just the game.
I think so. I think it was 2 Ionos and 1 Arven.
If he's got Arven, that can find the Lost Vacuum. That would win Logan Bailey this game. Let's see the draw for turn.
Yeah, there's the
Ionos. There is the Arven.
And
the top deck is the Lost Vacuum. That gets rid of the tool card. That Roaring Moon goes down. The other one is promoted.
Wow.
Logan Bailey takes the KO. We're going to game 3.
And Sakuya had an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule in his hand. I think he
What?
got a little bit ahead of himself. Did not KO.
O que aconteceu?
Perhaps got him a little confused. And
Não sei.
Logan Bailey gets
Eu sei que o gajo estava à
this
procura
against
daquele tipo
all
cara está há bué
odds.
tempo e acho que era tipo a última do deck dele.
Look at that smile.
Acho que era mesmo tipo a última. E depois, por vistos, ganhou o jogo com aquilo.
Able to claw back. Catches quite a break there. Wow, Sakuya, like you said, had that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. Could have placed it on the bench. Roaring Moon thought that it was not necessary. And Logan Bailey finds a way to send us to a game 3.
And the top deck, the Lost Vacuum top deck, right? The deck saying, hey, here you go. You don't need to search for this card. You
Just in
got
case
this.
Logan didn't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Arven is there. Nope, yep, we'll just top deck the Lost Vacuum. Wow, what a play. What an exciting moment. This is what the World Championships are all about. Let's see a replay of that exciting game number 2.
Saw Sakuya start off
Ok,
very
vou aqui
strong,
contar
getting
quantas
a lot
ancient
of
cards é que tem no
damage,
cemitério.
taking down Logan's Pokemon since the third turn after 2 attacks, building up that ancient card in the discard pile, but not quite getting enough. Logan missing a knockout the previous turn, finally getting rid of that Roaring Moon, and then crucial.
Espera, não é
actually
este.
finding the ancient booster energy capsule, getting the follow-up knockout, and
Não é esta a carta. Não é esta a carta. Qual é que foi a carta que ele sacou?
Sakuya had set up an unbeatable board, to be honest.
Yeah.
There was just that 1 small % chance, and Logan Bailey pulls it off. Wow, I mean, with these 2 Roaring Moons in play, Logan probably had already lost the game in his mind. When he didn't find the lost vacuum off of the judge, in his mind, he just probably had in second place in the World Championships.
Yeah,
but it was not true.
And
Eu não consigo
it
ver.
might have been a blessing in disguise, right?
Lost Vacuum,
No,
assim que a carta se
both
chama.
cards would have gone to the lost zone. Maybe Sakuya would have slowed down to think about what he needed to do during that turn. Yeah, Logan's dad, of course, very pleased with that outcome. And we are
You can use this card only if you put another card from your hand in the lost zone. Choose a Pokemon to attach to any Pokemon or stadium in play and put it in the lost zone. Continua na mesma.
Logan didn't take 6 prizes. It's just Sakuya didn't have any Pokemon left over to battle with.
And speaking of the
How?
that is something that is very much going to be on the table here in Game 3.
Mas escreve o nome dele.
Sakuya will be choosing to go
Sakuya.
first, have a turn to try to get multiple Pokemon in play. You know, try to set Logan Bailey back a little bit, but it is a little bit of an opening here. Logan with 3 copies of Judge in the deck. Can he find one on turn 1 to play on that first turn of the game? In order to limit Sakuya to just
Eu não preciso esperar Sakuya. Está mal escrito. Sakuya.
One mulligan total.
É preciso que alguém me explique. Eu não percebo como é que o puto consegue sacar 2 prémios.
I was not expecting it at all. I don't think the crowd was expecting it. I don't think Logan was expecting it, but it is happening regardless. One more game to determine who will be the Trading Card Game Juniors Division World Champion. The tension is high. Let's get down to the table. It's time for Game 3.
Ok, EX Pokemons knocking gives 2 prizes.
The only rule box Pokemon, its ability will definitely not work, will not provide extra cards unless there's a Flutter Mane in the active, but those 2 prize cards could be crucial to help Logan close out the
Some
game.
cards like VMAX cards count for multiple prizes. Ok.
Treating the Pokemon itself could be trouble, and now as we take a look at the prizes, 1 Professor Styles Vitality once again priced, Ancient Booster Capsule priced as well, and over on Logan's side, 1 Iron Thorns crucially priced.
Oh, já percebi.
3 total.
Yeah, tipo, literalmente o deck do Logan é só com Iron Thorns e X. Já percebi, ok.
In those prize cards. That could really limit Sakuya's reach in order to get to 1-hit KO numbers.
Yeah, and we saw last game he was 2 cards short of 1-hit KOing the follow-up Iron Thorns, right? And that's not something you expect to happen in the late game, but Sakuya missed that crucial KO, and that allowed Logan to be able to run away with the game now. Sakuya will have guaranteed 2 turns to set up without any sort of pressure from Logan, as Logan attaches 1 energy per turn. We talked about this yesterday, right? Iron Thorns being very strict about playing by the
rules. É bocado estúpido então tipo do Logan jogar só com EXs.
After the nest ball brings down a Roaring Moon to the bench, it will be the use of
não sei as regras. É isto que acontece.
That's not super strong because that means that Sakuya will have 2 less answers to Lost City, right? With the 1 Pokestop being put in play already, and the other one hitting the discard pile. But a pretty welcome sight will be that Earthen Vessel.
Fazenda PT. Fazenda PT. Pokémon horrível.
And will also guarantee the attachment this turn.
Yeah, only 1 Pokestop left for Sakuya. Could spell trouble later down the line. We see the Dark Patch be utilized immediately. We're going to see an attachment perhaps to the active. Have that ready to retreat. And we see the pass over onto Logan.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much I like the Dark Patch use, to be honest, because if your opponent uses Judge, you may not be able to use Sada on the other end of your Judge. I guess it works out okay with the Fezandipity being attached to in the active spot because you can always retreat that energy, but what if your opponent plays some Crushing Hammers, right?
Yeah, Crushing Hammers, obviously very, very important Dark Patch use, as you mentioned. A little preemptive, perhaps. Logan asking how many cards were in Sakuya's hand, and because of the language barrier a little bit, Sakuya almost interpreted that as if he was passing the turn.
Yeah, not going to be the case, but Logan finds perhaps the best supporter to play on turn 1 of the game, Judge. Both players will shuffle their hand into the deck, and they each will only get 4 cards. I think the main thing Logan Bailey will be looking for on the other end of this is a way to get rid of Sakuya's Stadium, because that's the big thing. You're trying to shut down your opponent's ability to have access to their resources, have access to the rest of their deck, and Pokestop is a pretty vital way for Sakuya to find new cards to work with.
Yeah, new cards to work with, more
Será que o puto vai ser chamado outra vez a atenção?
Flutter mains and Rayquaza that are not very useful at this point in time. So yeah, Pokestop, such a crucial card, and especially you see your opponent lost another one. If you counter this one, they likely only have 1 left total.
Pretty solid draw there for Logan Bailey. Finds that Energy Lotto, a card that we've seen come up a few times in the history of competitive Pokemon. And also another
Ainda faltam mais 2 jogos TCG, tipo, cada pode tipo 3 partidas, ou neste caso rondas, melhor 3, e só depois é que vamos para o VCT, you know, Video game, VGT, VGC. Fuck it. Não durmo há muito tempo.
Another Earthen Vessel, discarding Flutter Mane, establishing another Roaring Moon. So Sakuya off to the races, getting a really good start here to start applying pressure.
Now with no benched Pokemon in play, Sakuya could technically win this turn, but getting 16 ancient cards in the discard pile would be pretty difficult from this point. He's already played a supporter, so there's no Explorer's Guidance. He's already used an Earthen Vessel, but off of that 5-card draw after the Judge, he's found a way to stabilize extremely nicely. Let's see how much damage is done here.
Yeah, 3-6, so 130 damage total, setting up the 2-hit KO perfectly. And now it's on Logan to try to knock this Roaring Moon out and have another Iron Thorns, which I do believe he already has in his hand.
Iron Thorns is found. There's the Energy Lotto in the hand in order to dig for a basic energy. Top 7 cards will be shown here to Logan, and he'll be able to take any energy card he finds there, not just basic energy. Can also find those double turbo energies, but in this spot, just needs a basic lightning and has a couple to choose from. We'll grab that copy, and now only needing a future booster energy capsule in order to get this knockout.
Plenty of energy to choose from. Of course, the lightning is the priority, and then I don't think Logan had an Arven in his hand. Did have a Pokegear though, and Arven is the most common supporter in his deck, so you have to imagine he's going to try and utilize or find that in order to guarantee this knockout and ask more from his opponent in terms of responding.
So much damage already on this first Iron Thorns. Logan going for the Pokegear 3.0. What would be the best supporter here for Logan to play?
Queres ver que o Logan ainda ganha
Gotta
isto?
be the Arven. Gotta find that future booster energy capsule. Does find the Arven and the future booster energy capsule in there as well. So great find here. Now the item could crucially be a Crushing Hammer. Try to attack your opponent's single energy. Force them to have a Professor Sawdust to even consider attacking next turn.
Could definitely be huge. That Crushing Hammer is being grabbed immediately. Lost City is something, looks like, yeah, Logan doing just a little prize checking. Yeah, is this actually his first deck search? I didn't even realize. He's making sure he knows exactly what he has access to.
Yeah, will likely quickly realize he only has 2 Iron Thorns, or 1 Iron Thorns EX left in the deck, has 1 in his hand, 1 in play, and probably checking the future booster energy capsules as well, just to make sure he can boost that damage just a tiny little bit, 20 crucial damage, in order to get those knockouts on the Roaring Moons.
We do see the cards being grabbed. 1 item card, 1 tool card, of course, future booster energy capsule of the choice, and the Crushing Hammer. This is going to be a massive flip. These type of flips for this deck can be all the difference in winning or losing games. You really just want to slow down your opponent as much as possible, and a big part of it will be the use of this Crushing Hammer. Here we go. Let's see that roll of the dice.
Doesn't get any more crucial than at the Game 3 of the final of the World Championships, Chip.
maybe a highest stake roll that Logan has ever seen. Here is the flip, and it is off screen slightly. It is a tails.
It is tails. One hitting there. Logan will be able to take this knockout, will be able to transfer the double turbo to the benched Iron Thorns EX very well. Will add a little bit of damage to the next incoming Roaring Moon, but able to stabilize so far.
Sakuya's all but got this knockout locked up. I think the only thing he would really like to prioritize here is finding another Roaring Moon to start getting ready on the bench, something he's sure he'll be able to promote. Perhaps an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule would be really strong here. Looks like, oh, can't use Pheasantipity.
Nope.
Nope, can't use Pheasantipity. We almost saw that flip the script. That would have been a really bad thing to do here in the final match. It will be Ultra Ball, though. This can find the other Roaring Moon still in the deck.
I love how Logan has been very on top of all of his opponent's actions as well, right? Preventing anything wrong from going at the final of the World Championships, and it's really great to see all this clean play from both players.
Absolutely, must respect the sportsmanship from both of these players. They're here to just enjoy the game and just happen to find themselves in the highest stake match of their young lives. We do see Sada attaching the 2 Darkness Energy from the discard pile to each of those Ancient Pokemon 3 cards being drawn. There is already 2 energy on the active, a Night Stretcher as well. This can recover another Roaring Moon. Could even attach an energy to another Roaring Moon, so you have 2 options to close out the game.
Maluco nunca fica sem energias.
Run a risk of, you know, spreading yourself a little too thin. Sakuya recognizing that and will just take this KO with vengeance. Fletching, taking 2 prize cards, jumping ahead in this game.
Isto é que é boa deste.
But not benching it immediately does mean
ele tem deck cheio de EX. Isto não é tipo boa na desvantagem.
But of course, that's the decision that Sakuya has taken. He knows his risk, he knows what he wants to try to do, and now it's on Logan to find yet another Future Booster Energy Capsule, another Lightning Energy, and perhaps more Crushing Hammers to try to disrupt the flow of aggression that we're seeing from Sakuya right now.
Yeah, those Ancient cards are starting to build up very, very quickly. Draw for turn. Is that Colress does have a Crushing Hammer, also an Iono in hand, another huge flip. And we see a heads from Logan. His reaction says it all. It is a tails. No energy removed from Sakuya's side of the board.
Coitado, eu não só acertou uma vez o dado. O resto foi ao lado.
Hammers, 2 energies crucially not removed. And now 5 big cards here for Logan. Doesn't have a backup Iron Thorns. Doesn't even have the Lightning Energy at this point in time. And has 2 Future Booster Energy Capsules left over, as one is still hiding in the prize cards.
Needs to find that cool card, and no, that will mean Logan does not get this KO, and he doesn't have a way to get another Pokemon on the bench.
No way to attack even, unfortunately.
Yeah, no basic
Ele não consegue fazer nada. Não consegue atacar, não consegue meter tipo outro. Tipo no banco para defender nada, 0. Só tem tipo suporte cards. Não esquece de treinar cards.
Can he get to 16 Ancient cards in the discard pile?
Sakuya crucially top deck the A-Spec Secret Box.
Oh my goodness.
Advocated for Chip.
Secret Box, the A-Spec of choice. We have not seen it yet in this final match. You can only use it if you discard 3 other cards from your hand. We're going to start with that Pokestop. 2 Ancient cards going down. Sakuya keeping track of the count here. Needs to get to 16 total. He can win the World Championship
isto é na expansão Scarlet e Violet. Pois há várias regras que vão variando, tipo de expansão para expansão. Sword and Shield tinha outras regras, porque era com o Dynamax e com o Gigantamax. Sun and Moon tinha outra coisa, porque era com as Tag Teams. Mas, por exemplo, EX já existem tipo, em baralhos tipo há bué de anos. Eles já que trouxeram de volta. A-Specs acho que são de Black and White. Mas já, é chato. Por isso é que eu disse Yu-Gi-Oh! Era mais fácil. Se bem que agora o Yu-Gi-Oh! Agora é tipo horrível. Como assim tu podes meter tipo cartas na tua zona tipo de magias e de armadilhas? Tipo, what the fuck? Joguei até ao GX e depois disso foi horrível.
Hasn't played out to Porter yet. It could come down to the Explorer's Guidance, and
sei que agora limite-me apenas a colecionar.
14 cards in the discard pile, and if this Explorer's Guidance is played, That will be 15 down,
Mas o
meaning that
puto
Sakuya
tem
needs
tão
to
mau
find
estado, o Logan
just
vai
one
perder isto.
single ancient card from the top 6 cards of the deck
Ele não
in
tem
order to
nada,
become
não
the
consegue
world
atacar nem
champion.
consegue
Here we go, 6 cards,
defender-se.
no ancient card yet, but the pair will be
Ele
discarded
leva ataque
now.
direto e lixa-se.
Sakuya Ota will discard the ancient cards, wants to make sure one final count, as careful as possible in this highest of stakes moment. And this is what Sakuya needs in order to become the Pokemon TCG Juniors Division World Champion.
What a game, perfectly executed by Sakuya.
Não consegui fazer nada, puto.
Very crucial.
Levou ataque, perdeu logo 2 prize cards, depois ele voltava a atacar diretamente. GG.
That was the secret to becoming the world champion.
Secret box, ancient box.
Quer dizer, ganhei os meus pontos. Let's go!
Standing atop all of the other juniors who competed in this event from
Malta a dizer finally no chat.
What an exciting cap off to what has been an amazing tournament for all of our junior division competitors.
Extremely well played by both players in this extremely clean finals match. There could have been a few situations where we could have seen a few
não entregaram os pontos. Enfim. Eu postei quanto? 400? Tenho que receber 800, acho eu.
You could even see how he was like really nervous, even double checking. He stopped on the ancient box. I feel like if I had been there, I would have just thrown the cards in the discard pile, not caring about anything else.
Take you to
respect the ability to, keep calm and make sure that nothing went wrong. I mean, we've had so many exciting matches.
Ganhei 707 pontos.
Has barely been able to keep up. I could barely handle that final match. But Sakuya Ota is able to come away the victor, becoming the world champion with such a surprise choice for this tournament as well. We saw a little bit of it in the Masters Division. Diego Casiraga had a pretty decent run from Argentina with an Ancient Box deck. But Sakuya Ota standing atop the rest with his choice for this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, clearly playing this deck entails some sort of risk, right? There's a few
Portanto, agora vão ter o puto a falar ao microfone, mais enrola. Até os outros gajos séniores chegarem, ou lá o que é, começarem a jogar. E mais 2 ou 3 jogos. Depois volta a acontecer até os últimos 2 começarem a jogar. E depois sim, é que é só o Scarlet e Violet.
Stuck the opponent with a not as great hand. Sakuya maybe missing the attachment of that ancient booster energy capsule to the bench. Logan sends us to a game 3. I mean, that's all you can ask for, right? Give yourself a chance. We do have to give massive congratulations, of course, to Logan. Getting to this point, becoming a finalist at the World Championships, something he should be extremely proud of, with a unique choice for the tournament as well. A deck I know he has worked very, very hard on to get to this point.
Deixa eu sério meter para aqui alguma coisa.
Yeah, I mean, had a stellar season throughout as well.
Aqui só o código.
Multiple regional top 4s and top 8.
Mano, os troféus são bué da feios. Espera, tu recebes uma carta. Oh yeah, são cartas personalizadas, que top. Number 1 trainer, number 2, number 3. Ok, isso está fixe, as cartas estão fixe. E eu tenho tanto separador aberto. Lá que eu tenho PC para isto, mas é escusado.
Thanks to Defiance Band reaching for a KO on his very first attack.
Yeah, that's definitely not something you expect, especially when you're slowing them down, trying to deny those concealed cards. But Sakuya's aggression never stopped, and Logan was barely able to stabilize during the game, and unfortunately had to forfeit after missing a knockout by not getting that future booster energy capsule.
And in game number 2, Sakuya was jumping out pretty far ahead, and it really seemed like Sakuya was going to come away with this. Had perfect math to take that first Iron Thorns down. After Logan missed the one-hit knockout on it, not finding a booster energy capsule. Sakuya set up for the end game pretty nicely, but only had 2 Pokemon in play. Logan missed the Lost Vacuum. We thought that was what was going to cost him the game, but in the end, missing the Lost Vacuum won him game number 2.
Yeah, that was actually so clutch. Even the top deck was amazing of that lost vacuum. Had the argument to go for it, but set himself up perfectly. Perhaps like
fucking
getting a little bit of ahead of himself with not attaching
recomendados na minha conta principal, tá com a conta do Rayquaza.
It was all on Sakuya. Was able to take these KOs, building up to the eventual
bem podres.
one-hit knockout on these Iron Thorns EX. Logan tried his best to keep up, but the Explorer's Guidance, discarding just enough ancient cards, ends up being all Sakuya needed to punch his ticket to become the
Isto é o banner que eles tiveram há muito tempo.
What a game we saw. All the aggression. I think we're ready for an interview to hear about all that happened in this game 3 by Sakuya. Let's see what he has to say.
Já que está há muito tempo este banner no canal do Japão.
Thank you so much. I am here with our champion, Sakuya.
Vamos ao tradutor.
Sakuya, the casters were saying
Tratar em
you
idioma
seemed very
português de
calm and
Portugal.
were being very careful at the end of the game. Did you feel
Vou usar a
calm
câmera.
and why were you being so careful?
試合の最後の方ではかなり落ち着いているご様子で、すごく慎重にプレイされているご様子だったんですが、どうやってそんなに落ち着いていられたのでしょうか。
Ok, só diz. Não, mesma cena. Pokémon Launch dizia lançamento mundial em 2025. Ok, é a mesma coisa. Podia ser algo novo. Podiam-se ter antecipado.
相手の番狂わせがちょっと怖かったので。本当はドキドキしていました。
So I knew how to win and how to get there, so I knew I could do it. However, I was pretty scared of how my opponent may influence the board, so that had my heart racing a bit.
Wow, you did such a great job, and now, from now on, you will be called a world champion. How does that feel?
よくできました。これからは世界チャンピオンというタイトルになりますが、どういう気持ちでしょうか。
来年も世界チャンピオンを何としてでも死守したいなっていう気持ちです。
I want to make sure I keep the title next year as well, no matter what.
Let's do it. That's a good answer. Now, one last thing. There are lots of people out here cheering you on. Is there anyone you
Será
want
que
to
alguma
say
cena
hello or
tipo
thank you to in the
Nintendo
audience?
ここで
Switch?
たくさんの方々が応援してくださっているのですが、特別に挨拶したい
Huge
方
new
とかはいらっ
Nintendo
しゃい
Switch
ますでしょう
leaks
か。
and rumors. Bait.
連れてきてくれた父です。
My father who brought me here.
Thank you so much. Let's hear it one more time for your world champion.
The best Nintendo Switch news just...
And for all the family.
Este vídeo vai ser grande clickbait, mas vamos ver. Sai daqui, Rexona.
And today we are talking about the Nintendo Switch 2 because it appears some very exciting news places as well. And so that's what we're getting into today. But before going further, including the introduction and shipment of new models of PS5, Xbox, and Switch, and that's it. That's the big news. The introduction of shipment of new models of PS5, Xbox, and Switch in this upcoming quarter. This is huge. So we already know about the new Xbox, and everyone expects the PS5 Pro to be announced next month. But a introduction and new model of a Switch? What might that be? This report right here is essentially suggesting that Nintendo's going to go into the manufacturing for what we believe is the Nintendo Switch 2. But how is that a big deal?
Vais acabar. Eu não acabei ainda porque férias, não sei o que, outros compromissos, por isso é que eu não joguei ainda, mas se calhar esta semana, talvez. Vou tentar, mas sim, vou.
Well, recently, a lot of the conversation regarding Nintendo Switch 2 and when it's going to come out is after March 2025, after Nintendo's... We already know box and production.
Looking forward the market outlook.
But how is that the upcoming quarter? This is huge. So we already know about the new Xbox, and everyone expects the PS5 Pro to be announced next month. But a introduction and new model of a Switch? What might that be? This report right here is essentially suggesting that Nintendo's going to go into the
que é que ele diz?
This report right here is essentially suggesting that Nintendo's going
Que ele fala da Intel? Eu não consigo perceber a palavra.
going to go into the This report right here is essentially suggesting that Nintendo's going to go into the manufacturing for what we believe is the Nintendo Switch 2. But how is that a big deal? Well, recently I was going to go into the B. This report right here is essentially suggesting that Nintendo's going to go into the manufacturing for what we believe that Nintendo will be
O que é que a Intel tem a ver com a Nintendo? Tipo, teria que ser Nvidia. A Nvidia é que faz os chips.
providing some sort of announcement regarding the successor to the Switch before the end of the fiscal year. So before the end of
Ok, tu enrolas muito. Pode ter sido iniciada segundo o fornecedor de chips. Ok. Mas como é que tu fazes um vídeo de leaks de 20 minutos? What the actual fuck?
We might just have the nugget of news that we've been waiting for. We've talked speculatively, because when a thing enters production, which we have the news about today, you're going to have one company that contracts with Nintendo on the current Switch. Their semiconductors are in there, so we know that this is legit info. I'm going to break it all down for you, but let me know your take in the comments. This is, once you enter production, something's going to give. Somebody at the factory is going to take a picture, write down some data, sneak a piece home, do something to reveal the size, reveal the look, reveal the specs, reveal something. It's out there touching human hands. It's no longer safeguarded by Nintendo's ninjas. It's in all these different places.
Adoro a piada dos ninjas da Nintendo, adoro.
And one of the places it would be is the Well-Trend Semiconductor Company, because as I mentioned, they're contracted by Nintendo to supply the power delivery controller IC component, which is an integrated chip designed to manage communication and power control in systems that use the USB power delivery standard and is used by the current Nintendo Switch. So, things enter production, things either get announced or they get leaked, and it really sounds like things are entering production.
Ok, para quem não percebeu, ele está a dizer que a Nintendo Switch 2, entre aspas, pode estar a entrar agora em produção. E, com isso, como é fora tipo, do alcance da Nintendo, podem começar a haver tipo leaks com fotos tipo, do aspecto, ou até mesmo dos componentes. Quem sabe?
Because in their financial results, the CEO of the Well-Trend Semiconductor Company said that they will be bumping their plans because orders involving video game consoles will recover in the third quarter, including initial shipments of the new PlayStation 5, Xbox, and Nintendo Switch models. Boom. That's 3 platform holders, 3 new models at least, all entering production soon. And he's talking about Q3, third quarter, which is October to December. October is like 6 weeks away or less. Now that's Q3 fiscal, not Q3 calendar, because Q3 calendar is the 6 through 9 months, which we're currently in Q3. So it's not talking about right now, it's talking about the Q3 that kicks off Q4 calendar. That makes sense? Q3 fiscal, which is October to December, and we knew they were working on some revised model, but this is like as factual of information as we are going to get. Now, I suppose that this report could be mistaken, could be misunderstood, but I really don't think that's the case. I think that the CEO of Well-Trend Semiconductor, who we know work with Nintendo factually, knows what he's talking about. And the fact that he's saying this is for his investors. He cares more about making sure that his factories and his company can stay afloat and that they know there is a big rush coming than I guess he does about Nintendo. But Nintendo's already said they're working on the next console, so saying new Nintendo Switch model, that's not spoiling anything. There's nothing really going on here that is like super sneaky, except that it's going to start production soon, which we kind of knew was inevitable. It kind of would have to enter production soon if they're going to release it anytime in the first half of 2025. And that's the second piece of news here. which is an analyst from Toyo Securities named Hideki Yasuda, says Nintendo...
Tá bem, enrolam muito. De que é isto? Isto é capaz de ser o trailer mais falso que alguma vez vi na vida. Mano, o tipo de outro não tem nada a ver.
Down here for their championship match. And Haruku did seem a little bit nervous going into this matchup, but was very excited to be on our stream, on our stage here to perform for you all. So we'll definitely have to make sure to cheer on both of our players. Evan, on the other hand, was seeming calm, cool, collected. I was like, is there anything you want me to mention, anything you want me to talk about? And he was like, nah, I'm good.
Well, let's see how our players were able to reach this final table. We'll check out the bracket. Maybe that'll tell the story. Is there a reason to be nervous? Doesn't look like it.
Ooh,
He's undefeated through this whole thing.
Oh my goodness, Haruku bringing Gardevoir
Bro
here
hasn't lost
going
a
undefeated throughout our top 8. Now in the finals, one step away in this match before becoming a world...
I mean, o Japa ganhou e eu estive a ver tipo supostos leaks da Switch 2, entre aspas. E entretanto vai começar as finais de séniores. What the fuck is this, bro? À partida, a produção da Nintendo Switch 2 vai começar, entretanto, tipo, por volta de outubro, acho eu. Segundo os leaks. E com isso, como vai ser numa empresa que vai estar fora do alcance da Nintendo, podem haver tipo leaks das fotos tipo, da aparência da consola. Ou até dos componentes. Esperar para ver.
Stage from Japan, Haruku Umehara. And from the United States, Evan Pavelski.
Ah, ok, estão só atrasados. Caraca, ficou putado de máscara. Bro. Mano, sandálias com meias não, mano. Que é isto? Que é isto? Que horror. Sandálias com meias não, bro.
Same simple question, how confident are you feeling up here on stage?
Nah.
Just a little bit. A little bit confident. All right, we can work with that. Let's hear it for both of our competitors. Oh, that's all right. We'll do one more question since we have a microphone now. All right, Evan, you're bringing that Regidrago V-Star deck. Tell us a little bit about it. Why is it so good?
There's no really deck that
Fala para o micro.
There's no deck that fully counters it is the answer, yeah? Huh? All right, sounds good.
Só do nada.
All right, guys, it sounds like we're having a little bit of technical difficulty, so let's just get the match started. How about that? All right, everyone, please take your seats. We can't wait to watch you play. Back to you, Caster.
Thank you so much, Anna. Nice to hear just a couple of words from both of our competitors here in our Senior Division Championship. Let's get one more round of applause, get these players hyped up before they get into this match. I'm sure there's some nerves here sitting down on the stage, but both these players are ready to go. Haruku saying just a little bit confident going into this matchup, but has already taken down Evan in a previous match. So I'm excited to see both the established strategies from these players heading into this matchup. Really, anything could happen here, right, Kyle?
Tropa Evans ou o outro não sei o nome. O Japão.
To overcome this insurmountable accomplishment, take down this player who's already taken you down before, but also Reggie Drago feels like it has this chance. It has a deck list that works so well, has so many different unique attacks that it can copy, and maybe we can see one of those wild turns with that Kyurem just taking down Pokemon left and right.
Exactly.
Este gajo está a baralhar, bro.
The accomplishments for both of these players. Haruku in last season, a world top 8 in the junior division. So now sitting here as a finalist, potentially a world champion. I'm sure this matters a lot. Evan, on the other hand, 2019, 2022, and 2023, all top 16 placements. So now stretching that even further here. On our stage, a finalist and potentially a world champion. You'll have to let us know who you're rooting for, which deck you're cheering on in the crowd. We have United States up against Japan.
And both of these players already earning one of those trophies that they're so coveted. They're looking for the entirety of the year, but which will hold the gold.
Estou a sentir a aura deste puto.
Will it be Gardevoir or will it be the deck that we saw in the Masters division taking over
Reggie Draco com o Agripon, Gardevoir e X com o outro não sei o nome. Scarlet e Violet.
It sure is. Yeah, this is going to be an exciting game coming up for you all. Both of these players going to bring their all, but so are their decks. I mean, these decks have been curated for this event specifically into this meta game, and you're having a very popular deck that had a ton of usage in our Masters division and our Seniors division as well versus Gardevoir that dominated at the North American International Championship, but then sort of fell off because of some other decks that it was going to go against. But here, not for Haruku. He's bringing it to our stage saying, nope, maybe I've been playing Gardevoir for a while. I'm comfortable in it, I'm comfortable in the strategies, and we're going to get things cracking here in our...
Olha, morreu.
NFE was not really an inclusion that you needed in the deck, but now it's guaranteed, has to be here. Shrouded Fable is around, and you have to worry about the fact that this Kyurem can just knock out Pokemon left and right. So we see that inclusion. It also means that you have limited bench space. So when you're trying to include these Monkey Dory drawing cards with Kirlia, you have to think about every single bench slot, and that just makes it a little trickier to come up with that perfect strategy.
Yeah, you got to be thinking. It's a good point, Kyle. We're actually playing the trading card game in a brand new format here. We have a new set that came out, Shrouded Fable. It brought us a lot of new Pokemon and strategies, a lot of poison, a lot of dark type of Pokemon, and we're gonna see some of that action today. Specifically, as you mentioned, Kyle, that Kyurem that can hit for a lot of damage. It's 110 to 3 different Pokemon, and that could be brutal for these setup decks that have these smaller HP Pokemon, need to set up over time. But Haruku's gonna look to change the table here in this matchup, pour things into his favor, because once your engine is going, once you do get that set up, you can have these explosive turns, and you have the prize cards on your side as well, because a lot of your Pokemon are single prize Pokemon. So as long as we can avoid those triple knockouts, we should be okay, right?
Well, we will certainly see just that. There's also the Dragapult to worry about too. Spreading those damage counters can be so tricky. You incorporate a big knockout with that Drifloon. Beware, because boss's orders, prime catcher, whatever it may be,
waiting on the other
side, and that could be 2-3 prize cards falling pretty quickly.
Exactly, Kyle. It's going to be intense. Both our players are setting up here. We have to have a basic Pokemon to start here in the trading card game. So they're going to draw 7 cards, identify that basic Pokemon, and get things going. How the trading card game works
no outro por ser
here on our
400 e ganhei.
if you are not super tuned in,
Soft.
they're going to have 6
Mas
prize cards each for both our players. These are what are being laid out right now. These cards are locked up until you start taking some knockouts.
Pera, ele está a jogar com uma carta V? Eu posso jogar com isto? Isto é de Sword and Shield?
What? From time to time, you get those energies rolling, it can lead to some good times with the Teal Mask Ogrepon.
Yeah, that is true. This could be potentially a little bit damaging here, but at
Eu não
least
pensei
they
que ele
have
só
one on
pudesse
each
jogar com
side
cenas de
there
Scarlet
for
e
Evan,
Violet, ele vai
hopefully
jogar com
drawing them
cenas V.
throughout the match, taking these
The
early
fuck?
knockouts. It looks like we're getting started here. Let's get some hype in the crowd for this match kicking off here in our senior division World Championships. We're starting off strong
Here we go.
Haruku going to be going first. Ultra Ball to discard that
Tem
Drifloon
Drifloon.
nice and early on.
Shiny.
And that Dark Energy. Monkey Dory is going to be the active Pokemon.
Yeah, Monkey Dory, of course, with that Dark Energy, allows to move those damage counters from your side of the field to your opponents. Really start to cause some disruption, save some hit points on your side. Does not really help when that Dark Energy hits the discard pile. You're not bringing it back with the Gardevoir EX.
Yeah.
It's one of those few energies, and we already saw one in the prize card, so if Monkey Dory wants to get into the mix, there's just one final Dark Energy remaining.
Ooh, yeah, we're going to have to see if that can be drawn or somehow shuffled back in if that is an option. Tatsugiri is coming down off of this Ultra Ball. How pivotal do you think Tatsugiri is in this strategy for Haruku?
Yeah, Tatsugiri is a Pokemon that we typically have only seen from the Japanese list. And
Yeah.
Thank goodness we do, because you have that opportunity to find that perfect supporter card. As long as this Pokemon's in the active spot, you look at those top 6, and maybe you can attract some customers. We need to find any help here we can.
All right, let's look at these 6. We need a supporter in this hand to establish this initial turn here. We do not see anything. Of course, 2 supporters in the prize cards in that Iono as well as the Arvin for Haruku. So maybe limiting that Tatsugiri attract customers ability just a bit there. But did we get a look at the opening hand here for Haruku? Are we working with anything else to see here? Because the Dark Energy's gone, Monkey Dory's in play, but it can't use its ability without that Dark Energy.
Oh.
Tatsugiri not netting us anything. It's just going to
That's
be
not
a
what
pass
we like to see.
over to Evan Pavelski, and we've talked about this deck so much. It can absolutely pop off potentially, starting here with some Teal Dancing. We're getting groovy out here, Kyle. We're Teal Dancing into an additional card. Let's see what the starting hand is for Evan. Of course, going second does have access to a supporter, and that's going to be the Iono.
You saw your opponent did not have the hand, but you don't have the hand either. And it's just a play the Iono, give your opponent those free cards, and maybe you can establish that pivotal Pokemon. You need that Regidrago to start things off, and there is the Ultra Ball. You might as well throw away that Kyurem while you're at it.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice selection there, that Regidrago. I'm sure having to come out here, but another thing we need to see are these Dragon Pokemon hitting the discard pile. This is the entire strategy of the Regidrago deck. It copies the moves of these Dragon Pokemon that are in the discard pile. So not only is it a very easy choice for a discard to this
descarta
Ultra
tipo
Ball,
as energias todas que ele tem, tipo são 5, ele consegue fazer dano a 3 Pokémon do adversário.
Super Rod, a late game resource going down
That's
for Evan.
insane.
Not the best. We would love to see another Dragon Pokemon there, but Evan is working with what he's got at this point in time. He would have loved to see the capitalization there off of that absolutely brutal starting hand
That's
for Haruku.
insane.
But Evan, like you said, just has
Mas
to
ele vai
do what
conseguir
you
se
gotta
calhar uma vez
do.
usar
And,
aquilo,
I'm
mas
excited to see what this hand now looks like. A fresh 6 cards for Haruku
Might
on
be
the other
another
side.
fresh 6 cards, just depending on what is in the hand. Perhaps that Squawk Ability EX, a Pokemon that you could incorporate on that opening turn. Obviously, a great inclusion for the sole purpose of drawing more cards, seeing more resources, and potentially finding that setup that you're looking for. We'd love to see Regidrago V along with more Teal Mask Ogerpon to go with this basic setup, and we're not seeing it just yet.
Not just yet, but can we get there? Of course, Evan is going to take a moment here to identify all the resources that are in the deck. You see the notepad there on the side, jotting down what is in the prize cards. Every resource counts here, especially as we saw 3 energy in the prize cards for Evan as well. So making sure to keep track of all the finite resources you need to carry out these turns throughout the game.
Yeah, of course, the grass energies to continue to draw with the Teal Mask are so helpful, but the fire energy needed as a requirement of that attack for your V-Star Pokemon. So with only 2 remaining, yes, you have plenty of ways to search it with the Earthen Vessel, but earlier, sooner than later.
Yes, please. Yeah, there's only 3 fire energy. One of them caught up in the prize cards right now. Evan does get that Regidrago V, of course, for the turn here, which is great. We're going to see the energy switch off of that Teal Mask Ogerpon, moving that grass energy onto that Regidrago V, starting to build up to its attack here in the future. But we're over on the other side of the fields now for the second turn here for Haruku, and we're gonna see it's going a lot nicer than the last turn did.
This is delicious.
It is delicious indeed. We're about to feed a couple of Pokemon here. 70 HP or less are the Pokemon you're targeting down with a Buddy Poffin. So those rolls are what we're wanting to see from Haruku.
Ainda mesmo na altura em que nós evoluímos, tipo, os Pokémon no meio do combate. Eles agora já nem fazem isso. Agora podem simplesmente tipo, jogá-los.
Hopefully that energy is in the hand to go along with this. This could be quite a turn. See those evolutions. Kirlia, come on down.
Exactly. That is what you're seeing here. Look at this. This hand was fantastic. Here the Arven searching out that technical machine as well as that Buddy Poffin, getting that Manaphy out on the bench to protect here with that wave veil ability against damage on the bench. Another Ralts joining us. We are establishing everything. This is what I was talking about, everybody. It could get very dangerous once you let a Gardevoir player fully set up here, because then they're taking knockouts back to back. And not only do we have that, we also have attract some customers.
That's right. It's not working, but maybe we just gotta cook something new.
Oh, look at that, though. The Tatsugiri not only just attracting the customers or maybe not having a great business day there with the supporters, but that technical machine evolution is huge here. Going to attach that energy to be able to use it. It's going to discard at the end of the turn, but that is A-okay because we have the refinement ability now unlocked for the next turn here for Haruku from those Kirlia on the bench now.
Yeah, Tatsu did its job. Found the Kirlia. You have the opportunity to get aggressive with the Gardevoir next turn, but now it is all on Evan to find a response. That's a pink card, though. How risky do you get?
Ooh, we do like pink cards, but Evan seems to be going in a little bit of a pickle here.
Has the professor's research to follow this, but with the Prime Catcher, do you target down a Pokemon like that Manaphy? Do you target down a Kirlia and play it a little safer?
We'll have to see. It looks like debating that strategy here, Kyle. What does he want to do with this Prime Catcher? A-spec cards, those bright pink cards, you can only have one of any type in your deck here. The Prime Catcher is the A-spec here for Evan. Allows you to gust your opponent's Pokemon into the active as well as switch your own. But just looking through the resources first here on both ends of the discard piles before Evan makes that decision.
Yeah, the discard pile doesn't tell enough of the story just yet.
Exactly.
There's not that, I don't believe we've seen the Earthen Vessel, which is typically a card that you love to see in this mix, but this is the aggressive approach. If you go after the Manaphy, maybe you can find that Canceling Cologne and go crazy with this Professor's Research.
We'll have to see what happens. Fresh 7 cards off of this Professor's Research, getting us some help here. What can we see, Kyle?
Oh, that's Earthen Vessel. There's a little more help, but Ultra Ball can go into the Drago V-Star.
Eu tenho uma carta boa antiga de Platinum, que ela está lá com o Trico, que ela é uma carta antiga.
That is Kirim wiping out everything.
Yeah, that is so dangerous here. And these are the turns we were waiting to see if they would happen here from Evan. This could be huge potentially, but we need to put those pieces together. The Canceling Cologne, a key card. It's a 1 copy in this deck for Evan. It would allow him to shut down that Manaphy there and then wreak havoc on Haruku's board on the other side with that Kyurem that is already in the discard pile, copied by that Regidrago V-Star.
The Trifrost, wouldn't that be a way to start things off here in your first game at the World Championships finals here from the seniors division? You could knock out just about everything that Haruku is trying to establish on that side of the board, but we are a couple pieces short. Ultra Ball looking to find that Regidrago V-Star. Maybe Teal Mask Ogerpon with a Grass Energy could find a little more help too.
Maybe we'll have to see here. Not able to utilize that Pheasantipity because there's no knockout here. So that's what we're going to have to see, some Teal Mask action. Ultra Ball being used now. Going to be a discard of the boss's orders as well as that Earthen Vessel going into the discard. All of these resources being accounted for here by Evan.
Giddy up.
We need to get these evolutions out. We have the Regidrago V-Star now. That is one more piece of the puzzle, and that Legacy Star ability is huge here, Kyle.
Yep, this is a big moment now for Evan. Do you do you full send at this point? Legacy Star discards a lot of resources. This is your one ability to use for the entire game. Throw away 7 resources, but you get to look through that discard pile and find any 2 cards. And if you throw away that clone, you get it right back.
Exactly. It's a way, the Legacy Star being used as a way to recycle resources. It's a way to clutch those cards toward the end of the game. If you are able to save it up here, it is a key piece to the puzzle here for Evan, but we're going to have to see what this turn brings us here. All right, well, we have the energy now on that Regidrago. V-Star, it's fully charged up here for some Apex Dragon action.
Safety first is going to be the measure.
Nice and consistent.
Nice and calm there with the Suian Gudra laying down that rolling iron. Very safe play here to preserve those hit points. And your opponent hasn't shown you anything just yet. They can draw a few more cards, of course, with the Kirlia, but they have to reestablish that Manaphy, or else the Kyurem could go crazy with the Trifrost again.
Exactly. You're almost forcing your opponents to have to re-protect themselves here, or at least get into some evolutions. We do see the evolution into the Gardevoir EX, and that Night Stretcher, a brand new card from Shrouded Fable. And look how beautifully it plays into this deck, allowing you to get a Pokemon or a basic energy from your discard pile, go straight into your hands. So that is perfect here for Haruku.
Yeah, of course, with this setup, when you see a Pokemon like that, Tatsugiri, and you look at the rest of the board, you have to play it safe and have the Manaphy. Plenty of energies being thrown away. This is great for a Gardevoir EX, but what is your attacker in a spot like this? Do you confuse ever, or do you get aggressive with the Gardevoir EX, start to deal some relevant damage? But that is your main Pokemon to get your engine rolling.
Yeah, exactly. We are seeing the strategy be pulled together here from Haruku. I love the just how composed he is as well, going through all these actions, knowing exactly what needs to be done here on these turns, getting those psychic energy into the discard pile to be able to re-accelerate them out. There's going to be some damage counters going around, so it has to be very careful where all of these energies are placed in our future turns. Of course, this refinement ability, huge. You discard, you draw 2 cards. We're going to be drawing a ton of cards here on Haruku's side.
Bro,
Lots of resources
ain't
to work
no way.
with here, but like you said.
Sério, deixa-me parar aqui o coisa. Deixa-me abrir isto, que o Twitter é perigoso. Bro, what the fuck is this? Juntem-se a nós amanhã, 19 de agosto, para uma tour no Museu da Nintendo, que vai abrir durante o outono de 2024 em Kyoto, Japão. A live stream vai ser durante 10 minutos. E em baixo, por favor, tomem nota que não vai haver anúncios de jogos ou menção da Nintendo Switch Successor, a consola sucessora à Switch, durante a apresentação. Bruh. What the fuck, mano? Que dor. Eles querem mesmo vender muito as Switch, tipo, para passar a PlayStation. Eles querem mesmo esticar aquilo. Foda-se. Como é que é possível?
Confusion to the field. Going to start us off with a nest ball. It's going to get us this Mew EX. Does have free retreat there, which is a nice
Ainda falta, estamos ainda no primeiro jogo dos Seniors.
Prime catcher already in the discard pile. Legacy Star, if you choose to use that ability, you could find that Prime catcher and move around. There's one switch as well. This is a 3 retreat cost Pokemon, so flipping through this.
Mano, isto só vai acabar.
That's a big boy right
Oh.
there. 3 retreat, that is huge, and that is one obstacle that Haruku has identified to put in Evan's way here. And I'm excited to see how this turns out. I'm wondering how close this was to their previous matchup.
E eu não sei quem é que vai jogar.
and how Evan was
Preciso de
able
paciência
to
para
get around
chegar a
them
isso.
back
Yeah.
then. But Ultra Ball is going to be
Eu não
used
sei.
now.
Deixa-me tentar meter tipo
for
isto.
Evan, honestly, he may not have wanted to play the Prime Catcher, but he had Professor's research.
Split screen.
But when you know your opponent goes for a
Eu nem
confusion
sei se
strategy,
vai
you typically
haver.
hold those resources. You make sure that you can use the switch, use the Prime Catcher, then maybe Legacy start bringing those back. You can continue to just attack, and never worry about flipping the coin. Because we've seen the flips at the stage. Sometimes they don't go your way.
Yeah, they do not always go your way. That is very true, Kyle. So we'd like to avoid those as much as possible. Here we go,
que eu sei que eu quero saber quantos jogadores é que vão.
7 cards
Ou
here.
seja,
They're
só
all
tipo a
going to go
final.
into the discard pile, but then Evan is able to take 2 cards out of the discard, put them into the hands. But this is a bit awkward here, huh, Kyle?
One of them was the switch. And of course, the Prime Catcher is
Okay.
a great card to think about as well. But if we, after this is found, I'm assuming it's going to be the Prime
Será que é
Catcher.
só jogo?
There's no more ways to move this Pokemon from the active spot.
Eu acho que vai ser só jogo, portanto o
Yeah,
VGC vai tipo, ser rápido.
Resources here for Evan. We've talked so much
Eu acho que o
about
TC
having
jogo vai
to
demorar
take
mais
heavy
tempo.
counts of all your resources to make sure you can carry out these strategies in the later game. But this is where you start seeing things get a little bit dicey here. If you're just 1 card short on one of these turns, you could fall behind significantly. But Prime Catcher is going to be used here. That's going to bring up one of these Pokemon on Haruku's side of the board, as well as allowing Evan to get out of this state of confusion on that Regidrago V-Star. Going to the bench, nullifying that effect. The Mew EX already is able to hard retreat for the turn, thanks to that free retreat cost for Evan as well. And we are still getting into some cards.
Yeah,
Eu não queria do Pokémon
you
Go.
don't have the cologne. The turn where you bring up the curly, you do have the cologne.
Ooh.
It's just not all lining up here, but certainly Evan will feel comfortable with an attacking Regidrago V-Star in the active spot after the retreat from the Mew. Just continue to build on the board state that you have here. Find those
Mas acho que é.
energies.
Eu acho que
Accelerate them to your Pokemon. You've got the Teal Mask to draw an additional resource.
eu acho que o VGC é só tipo jogo. Tipo vai ser tipo, a melhor de 3 ou de 5, mas pelo menos são só 2 a jogar, enquanto aqui no TCG estão a demorar bué.
On the stream, it's always a bit hype, but
It's not me, yeah.
nerve-wracking. Yeah, it's not us. Definitely nerve-wracking to get through if you are the person flipping that coin, or I guess rolling that dice here. But Evan now back into the active position with that Regidrago V-Star. We're going to see an attack here from one of these Dragon Pokemon in the discard pile. It's going to be the Dragapult EX this time around.
Yeah, and missed opportunity, I suppose, if you wanted to get the prize cards, if Hawlucha were available, 6 to the Manaphy, and maybe taking it down with the 10 extra damage would have worked out well. And you can see already, Evan, he's considering using this attack from Dragapult many more times. All of these Pokemon now lined up to be knocked out from 6 damage counters.
Yeah, exactly. Phantom Dive. It is a huge move in this deck off that Dragapult EX. Not only are you hitting 200 damage in the active, which is a huge amount, but you get 6 damage counters to place onto your opponent's Pokemon in any way that you'd like. That's what we're seeing right now from Evan. So gonna get that knockout, gonna get these damage counters. First prize card has been taken here. Or sorry, second prize card for Evan. Only 4 more to go to close out this game. But like you said, Kyle, it could get pretty dicey here on both sides of the field, because we're seeing those damage counters be placed now on Haruku's side, as well as Evan might be worked into some of those dangerous situations with some confusion down the line.
Yeah, and of course, when you take a prize card, it leads to maybe some unfair activities on the other side. The unfair stamp waiting in the hand of Haruku. That is dangerous, as we've seen so many resources already used by Evan. No way to move the active Pokemon. You put them on a 2-card hand. I've already seen plenty of grass energies too. How do you draw out of this?
Yeah, exactly. Unfair stamp in the trading card game. Anytime unfair is in the title of a card, you know it's probably pretty good. So Haruku choosing that ace-spec for this Gardevoir list specifically. And we're churning out this turn here with the Ultra Ball, discarding a Psychic Energy, as well as one of those technical machines to draw another Pokemon out of the deck in that second Monkey Dory. 2 Monkey Dory lists. That's pretty consistent now with our Gardevoir players. This list has been heavily refined here no pun intended, Kyle, by a lot of our players. And yeah, 2 monkey is the way to go.
Yeah, the one piece that's missing now is those dark energy to go along with it.
I know.
Move these damage counters away. They're starting to stack up. It gets dangerous with the Dragapult attack on the other side. You can't let the Phantom dive.
Exactly. Phantom dive, so dangerous. You're almost put on a clock here by the Regidrago V-Star deck. As soon as those damage counters keep mounting and you have no way to move them off with that Monkey Dory, thanks to not having the Dark Energy, 1 has been discarded, 1 in the prize cards. Haruku could work himself into some dangerous situations here. The Refinement discarding another Psychic Energy into 2 more cards to the hand. The hand is pretty stacked here right now, but we're getting even more stacked up with this Arven here as well. Super Rod being drawn as the item card off of the Arven for the supporter for turn.
Yeah, Super Rod is a big help when you're thinking about the Dark Energy. We see the damage on the Kirlia. You need to move that as soon as you can. The draw engine of the deck needs to remain around as often as possible, and this is one way to do just that. If there's a way to search out that Dark Energy, that'd be great, but we'll also take this cool combo here with the Drifloon Artisan. Sign me up.
Yes, that Drifloon coming down onto the bench here thanks to that Artisan. That is our stadium in play from Haruku. Drifloon, the little balloon, it's out. It is ready here, Kyle.
We love alliteration. Time for a Balloon Blast,
Balloon
perhaps?
Blast, baby. Balloon Blast with the Bravery Charm. We're getting ready here on the bench for Haruku. Look at that.
The only time you want to damage your Pokemon almost to a knockout, and might as well protect it a little more here with the Bravery Charm. Oh, there's plenty to go here.
This is what we're gonna see.
We love
the nice
we love the stretcher for the dark.
Oh my goodness, we didn't even account for that there, Kyle. Look at this right now. Psychic Embrace, bringing all of these Psychic Energy onto this Drifloon in the active position. It has to take a ton of damage counters, 2 for each energy attached here. But you want that damage. It is 30 damage per damage counter on that Drifloon. It's got a little extra HP here, and that is a knockout on the Regidrago V-Star. It was fully loaded with energy. Now it's fully loaded into the discard pile for Haruku. That is the first 2 prize cards on the right side of our field, and Evan Pavelski is going to have to respond now, promoting that Mew EX with that free pivot into the active position. Where's this turn going to go from here, Kyle?
Well, 3 cards in hand, one of them being a Nest Ball, probably not your favorite. Artisan to look through the deck for basic Pokemon. You don't really need that, and you have 10 cards remaining in deck, so finding a solution here seems to be pretty difficult. Of course, you have the Regidrago V-Star to help out. You need 1 additional energy, but maybe a boss's orders, if that were there, you could take a pretty cool combo knockout and take 2 prize cards, maybe get a little closer.
Yeah, unfortunately for Evan, we've had a bit of awkward turns in a lot of these hands that we've seen. The boss's orders, at least one of them was in the discard pile. We see this one now in the deck here, that Nest Ball being activated to check out the resources that are still available in the deck.
Yeah, it looks like this guy right here might be helping us out here. The Mew, if you can play with the low hand size, restart might honestly be your best bet, finding some additional resources. You don't want to find research or anything at this point. You'll deck out, you'll lose. We'll move to game 2. Instead, maybe you can find the exact right cards to help out, and the awkwardness of holding Energy Switch when all your energies are already where you want them.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for sure. Halucha is going to come down onto the field, though, here for Evan. It's going to allow that ability to be activated to get 10 damage counters down onto the field of 2 different Pokemon with that flying entry.
It's sure I can't put them both on Kirlia? Just once?
Please.
Judge. Well, looks like the targets of choice are the Monkey Dory and the Manaphy. 2 cards to help out. 1 is boss's orders, but there's no energy to go along with this. Pheasantipity, help. There is energy to help.
Help! Can we flip some script? We got some energy here that can be accelerated down for Evan.
There's not much left. These are some pretty solid resources, of course. I believe the Ultra Ball is there in hand too, so you can search out the final Regidrago V-Star if it is there, but wants to preserve the resources and perhaps just draw right into them. If it's 4 cards in your deck, you know what you're drawing.
Exactly. Iono is going to be used here for both of our players. Shuffling up the hands, it's going to go at the bottom of that very slim deck on Evan's side.
Hey, look at that.
4 resources here. It's almost like we knew what was going to happen there, Kyle. All right, we have going through the discard pile here now, looking at all of the Pokemon that are in there that Evan is able to utilize so far in this matchup.
And you put your opponent on a lower hand size now. Maybe they're missing some resources. And there's a question, do you want to play a little more defense? You're running out of time. You could preserve some hit points. Maybe the reduction of 80 from Rolling Iron would help, but
true.
Dragapult could also just continue to draw more prize cards and target down a Manaphy. It looks like safety is the name of the game. 3 prize cards remaining, however, and there's a lot of time here for Haruku to establish a pretty big play.
Exactly. There's time, and time is dangerous when you give it over to a Gardevoir deck. 3 prize cards left to take for Evan to take this game away. After that, Rolling Iron, rolling up some biscuits in this matchup here. 80 reduction on the left side of the field, as well as that knockout. Haruku, on the other hand, taking some damage there on that Monkey Dory.
Oh, there's Screamtail hanging out in there. That's not great news if you're Evan.
It's a fancy one, too.
Yep.
That is a fancy-looking Screamtail indeed.
You have to think there's probably a way to get there at this point. If you want to take down a 2-prize knockout, you see plenty of damage on the other side. The Monkey Dory could spread a little bit. You could use Screamtail to attack and start taking a 2-prize knockout.
Yeah, at this
How do you want to go about this?
Exactly. At this point, it's up to Haruku to just decide the strategy here. First, going to draw in some cards. Refinement is going to be activated, getting one of those Kirlia into the discard pile. 2 additional cards. That Screamtail potentially coming down onto the bench here now. Roaring Scream is the name of the game for that attack there on that Screamtail. It's very cute, but it is dangerous. Don't be fooled here by that scream.
This one doesn't need a microphone. It's going to get you.
Yeah, it'll get you indeed 20 damage for each damage counter to any of your opponent's Pokemon. We saw that Iono being used 4 cards to the hands now for Haruku. What are you seeing, Kyle?
Yeah, there's a counter catcher in the hand, so maybe you could target down a different Pokemon if you so choose here. You could establish perhaps a checkmate situation if you attack with the Gardevoir, load up the damage onto the Screamtail, but then you start to get into situations with Dragapult you don't want to get into, so.
Yeah.
What is the right way?
What is the right way? We're going to have to see where this turn goes, what Haruku chooses to do. I'm trusting this right now. It's going to be the counter catcher because we're behind in prize cards on the right side, but counter catcher is a fantastic card to have here because it allows you to pivot one of your opponent's Pokemon into the active here. That Hawlucha coming up here, but that Screamtail damage can go wherever.
Yeah, I like this strategy. Your opponent is running very low on resources. Force an additional retreat once more from your opponent. Take the knockout on the Pheasant Dip.
Ooh.
It's less cards that they can draw. If they have the grass energy, they can't draw with it because they need to retreat with it. And Haruku is down to just 2 prize cards remaining here.
Yeah, this is huge. This is the bread and butter of the Gardevoir deck. Has these strategies enacted here in the later game. There's single prize Pokemon that are so dangerous. You have to take them out, but then you're almost walking your opponent into these future plays.
Okay, we got to think about this. Superior Energy Retrieval, boss's orders in hand. Is there a way to search to draw into the final canceling cologne? Is there enough hit points on the other side to take a triple knockout? See plenty of them here. Let's bring up Manaphy and figure it out.
This could be huge here. Boss's orders for the Manaphy here.
Energy switch leads to the retreat that you need.
Oh, look at that. The Artisan being used to look at these cards. It's only 4 cards left in the entire deck here for Evan. But if this strategy could be pulled off and there's enough damage on that side to take all of these prize cards, this could be huge here, Kyle.
Yeah, trying to line it up with the restart from the Mew. You can thin down the hand. You have to play out all the cards, and maybe it's down to a 50-50. We'll see. 4 cards remaining. Looking for maybe... We'll see the boss's orders. How low can you get this hand down? It's the superior energy retrieval for just 1, I presume. You draw 3. If it's the last card in the deck, you lose.
This is huge. Let's see what this is going to be here. Restart on that Mew EX.
He found
it. The canceling cologne here coming into play. It's going to shut that Vanity down here and allow Evan to take all of the prize cards needed to win this game in our Seniors Division Championship. Let's hear it from the crowd.
Wow. What a way to close things out in that opening game there for the Senior Division.
On the edge of my seat there, Kyle. I mean, that was a fantastic way to close things down. And you see how just that one copy of a card in that canceling cologne in a deck like this can make such a difference when you know how to use it. And Evan Pavelski did exactly that, playing everything smooth, steady. Even when it got dicey, we had the answers there. Let's take a look at what we just saw from this match.
Yeah, safety first. We saw immediately incorporating the Hisuian Gudra V-Star as a great attacker here with the Reggie Drago V-Star, and starting to spread a little bit of damage, but that is the power of Monkey Dory when you can move the damage around and start to build up these big knockouts. Drifloon was prepared to deal 300 damage, and it got scary here. Not a lot of resources remaining. How was Evan going to piece together the puzzle from this point? He was avoiding confusion at a lot of times, and for Haruku, it came down to one final play. Remove Pheasantipity. Hopefully your opponent can't draw through the rest of the deck and find all of the pieces that they need. It was boss's orders. It was drawn down to a 0-card hand and canceling Cologne to do everything that he needed to close out with a Trifrost and take game one.
Yeah, that is huge here. We see the shouting from the crowd after that win. That was an incredible game one between our seniors finalists here in the championship. But we're going into a game two. We'll see if those strategies can remain from both of these players. It was so close there. And we talk a lot, Kyle, about Legacy Star, how it can get you back these materials that you need in the later game. But that's not even what necessarily happens here for Evan. He was able to thin things down as much as possible, line up that percentage chance of just drawing into those cards that were needed at the end of that game, and everything lined up there, thankfully, for Evan to take down that game one.
Yeah, Evan didn't even draw cool stuff off the Legacy Star. He grabbed a Professor's Research and a Prime Catcher. As basic as it gets, but it was what he needed at the time, just to continue drawing and continue finding a way to promote a relevant attacker, put pressure on his opponent, and did just that. Haruku with a fantastic play throughout there, trying to stay afloat, found the Dark Energy, found the Monkey Dory, continued to put together some pressure, but it was just a little bit too late.
Little bit too late. Yeah, we saw everything handled nice and smoothly there for Haruku, but it was just not enough there in the end. What do you think about that strategy, and do you think we'll see sort of a similar strategy going into this game two from Haruku?
I think if Haruku saw that opening that he had in turn 2, if that was a turn 1, that would have been pretty sweet. That was basically the difference in the game, having that one additional turn. The double buddy poffin that led to a full board was perfect, but it was just a little late.
Yeah, to think that we got to that hand off of an Iono as well. We'll see what happens in this second game between these players. We had the fist bump. We're kicking things off here in our game two of the senior finals of our World Championships.
That was a turn.
That was a turn. We missed a whole turn here, Kyle. What are we doing here? An energy of being placed down onto this Ralts. There's another Ralts on the bench here, but that's going to be the entire turn. Not a single card in the discard pile here for Haruku. That Tatsugiri as well, and the Drifloon and a Curlia in the prize cards as well. The other side, a Reggie Drago V-Star, an Energy Switch, a Switch card, Nest Ball, and a couple of supporters on the bottom for Evan Pavelski.
Yeah, we've seen that the switch could be important at times, especially if your opponent already has a good setup and uses that Monkey Dory to confuse. But other than that, both players could work with these resources. The Curly is a little unfortunate, but at this point in time, it's all about establishing a board presence. And Evan, he's throwing away some Dragon-type Pokemon, finding the energies, but are the basic Pokemon there to go along with this? You love to see the Teal Mask early on.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna love to see if it can happen here, but hey, we at least have one piece of the puzzle in this Dragapult EX hitting the discard pile. So what your strategy is, get these energy out, hopefully you can accelerate them with some Teal Mask, Ogre Pond, draw into some additional cards, thin down your deck here, get these Dragon Pokemon in the discard, and Evan is trying to get there.
What a sneaky little nod there with the We've seen the Halucha just pop out at the last second. Says, you know what? Turn 2. I actually could knock out that Ralts if we work that in. Dragapult could take the 6 damage counter, just sneak in the 1 additional and knock that Pokemon out. So if your opponent doesn't have a great setup, this could get dangerous. Teal Mask helps out in that situation too.
Yeah, this is huge here. Drawing any more cards to the hand here could line up those pieces, especially if Haruku cannot have some answers in this next turn, not even having played a single card yet.
Why is it always Iono?
It's gonna be the Iono every time, Kyle, every time. So Haruku is gonna get a new hand here. Evan on the other side as well. Brand new hands for both players. We're steadying out the field.
Whoa, that's a good hand. A lot of searching in an earthen vessel along with a professor's research for next turn. I don't think it gets much better than that when you're trying to establish this board and start to flood the board with energies as well.
Yeah, this is dangerous here. If you're looking at this board state on Haruku's side of the field, first nest ball here played, Regidrago V out. Second nest ball is going to be here as well to get another basic Pokemon down, and that is pretty huge here for Evan. All right, still searching through the deck. I mean, you see these cards are flying here, looking at all the resources. We're going to have a second Teal Mask Ogerpon come on to the bench.
That is
already have the energy to match as well.
That's the worst thing to see from Haruku's side is, oh, he just throws away Professor's Research in his 2-card hand. Yeah, I'm probably in a little bit of trouble here.
A little bit of a pickle potentially here from Haruku looking at this match now, and we still have some dancing to do. Teal Mask Ogerpon going to draw into an additional nest ball here off of that Teal Dance ability.
Yeah, there's honestly not much else you need. You might preserve the resource and find a Pheasantipity at some point if you think your opponent will get a solid start off, but this is all on Haruku to show that he's got something going on.
My
So
goodness.
Heavy Ball looking for help.
Yeah, Hisuian Heavy Ball at least can get us a resource here, allowing Haruku to get a basic Pokemon out of the prize cards, exchange it with that Hisuian Heavy Ball, and that's shuffled back up, and it's going to be redisplayed on our clear prize card screen. Drifloon was the selection there. Buddy Poffin going down now. Let's get some more benched Pokemon here for Haruku.
Yeah, and that was a big nod to how the rest of this game could potentially go. If you search the Drifloon and you're comfortable with the fact that your hand might turn into something, if you need to find Tatsugiri, then you already know the hand is bad and we're going to be in some trouble. So it feels comfortable in this spot. What else is there? Is there a Curlia to draw some additional resources? Arvin, all right, we don't need to attract customers. We already got them.
Yeah, we got him now. The business has definitely picked up here, Kyle, for sure. Arvin is huge here, getting out that technical machine evolution for Haruku. It was pivotal in our game 1, and we're seeing it come down again. Thanks to that beautiful Arvin that selects these cards out of your deck and helps out so much. We're seeing the same thing as well with that Buddy Poffin once again. All of these Ralts are being established here. The Ultra Ball being played now as well. And to think this was all off of the Iono once again from Evan's side.
Every single time.
Every
so
time.
Just like this, you don't want to give your opponent that new hand. Honestly, Haruku could have already had it. Could have already been Arvin, Curlia's, everything ready to go. But he can't show that on the opening turn. Instead, now here we are. Yes, throw away these vital resources that you need, the Drifloon and the Gardevoir. You can find them at a later point. Right now, you have to continue to draw and build this board state.
Yeah, you can get them set up later on with some retrieval there. First refinement here, drawing into 2 additional cards after the discard of that Ultra Ball. We are going to see that TM Evolution come down. Energy is already attached to be able to utilize it here. And the Monkey Dory joining the field.
Yep. Typically, you'd see the double Curlia in a spot like this. We already saw one in the prize cards, but this will be the Gardevoir this time around. Understands that we might need to put a little pressure on this time because Evan is in a pretty great spot. Showed off all the energies to go along with it. Has basically flexed that there is a God hand on the other side.
Yes,
and this could get dangerous.
Oh, it could get so dangerous, Kyle. We could have an incredible match coming up here depending on what happens in these next couple of turns. We see those 2 evolutions come down here for Haruku. And now we're over to the other side on Evan's side of the playing field. Regidrago V with 2 energies attached in the active spot at this moment in time. We have another grass energy in the hand as well as some ball search here. It's going to be the Ultra Ball, discarding that Regidrago V and a Nest Ball.
Yeah, and if you have a Pokemon that you specifically want in the discard pile this time, now would be the chance. You're using the Professor's Research, but if it's already there, or you feel comfortable throwing it away with Legacy Star later on, just establish this Pokemon. Let's attack this turn.
Yeah, let's get some safety moves here. Regidrago V-Star is out on the field now, which means that Apex Dragon can be used down the line here for Evan. So, like you said, Kyle, getting that consistency out there, making sure to stabilize the board here before we draw into some more cards with this hand.
Another question, I suppose, is this grass energy. You could draw an additional resource, but if you throw it away, that's not great, so let's just attach it for the turn, maybe find another grass energy later on to draw with the Teal Mask, and add to this hand we already have.
And look at that, Kyle. It's like you predicted it here. Grass energy to the hand. Professor's Research netting us 7 more cards here. We're safe. We got the Regidrago V-Star. It has the fire energy attached, 2 additional grass energy. We're dancing on the bench here with this Teal Mask Ogerpon EX to draw into additional cards here as well. And we're looking much safer with this board state. Regidrago V as well on the bench here for Evan for future turns.
Yeah, the Ultra Ball to continue to search through. Maybe a second Regidrago V-Star could be incorporated. You could start to use the Hawlucha if you can target down that Ralts on the other side that was not evolved. That's occasionally something we see players go for.
Yeah, we're going to see what the strategy is here. The Ultra Ball being used. 2 more discards here for Evan to search out any Pokemon from the deck. We'll have to see which one it was that went to the hand. The energy switch as well. Starting to get that Regidrago V on the bench loaded up. The Pheasantipity is here as well as that Hawlucha. We're going to get those damage pings down. That flying entry, it's flying in. It's pecking these little Pokemon on the bench here for Haruku. And you know what that means, Kyle. This is huge here. Dragapult EX coming out of the woodwork. It's being played in the Regidrago V-Star deck, but it has so much utility as you see those 2 Pokemon going down here on Haruku's side of the field, and that is going to limit us so much in this game here for Haruku. That is so much of the strategy that has now been debilitated on the field.
This is what happens when you don't search out that other Kirlia there. You could have protected this Pokemon, maybe stuck around for a little bit longer, drawn additional resources. Instead, now 3-card hand, 1 Kirlia to helpfully draw out of this situation. Any supporter, something to help out here would be great. Oh no. It's just dark energies and Ultra Ball.
This is not helping right now. I mean, we do have the dark energy that can be placed on the Monkey Dory, but those Pokemon were wiped out here. There's only 1 damage counter on the field on that Manaphy here. We're going to see those 2 now, so that Elise is going to be able to shift these damage counters off of Haruka's field onto Evan's side with that Adrenabrain ability on the Monkey Dory.
Wise to protect the Manaphy in that spot. Just another Dragapult attack.
Hey, look at that.
Pokemon out.
What is
Where'd
happening? Flipped upside down the Mind Bend, coming back in as a part of the strategy here for Haruku to get past the obstacles in this game, throw some Evan's way. We see the confusion there on the Regidrago V-Star now, and Evan has a couple of cards in hand here, but now they're in the discard pile.
And, you'll see plenty of potential pop-off opportunities. If you find the pink card, and there it is, Prime Catcher canceling Cologne, oh my goodness.
Wow,
Hold up.
Those 2 in combination are so dangerous. Here, Evan, looking at this hand that was drawn off the Professor's Research. Gonna play it out here. Stay calm, stay cool, stay collected, and get through this turn. But Prime Catcher canceling Cologne is in the hands here. We're gonna see that Earthen Vessel discarding a card as well to get 2 more energy out. We have even more play for this turn from Evan.
Yeah, not only finding a way to move this Pokemon, but potentially to cash in on a debilitating attack. Removing a Kirlia just in general would be devastating to limit the hand size that Haruku will see.
Oh,
and
goodness.
boy.
Yeah, this is huge here. Prime Catcher bringing up that Kirlia here. Haruka was already behind, and now that vulnerable Kirlia is up in the active position here. That Regidrago V-Star no longer confused. This is a different one, of course, from that Prime Catcher also being brought up into the active position. Dragapult EX brought to the top of the discard pile here. That's Phantom Dive, taking out the Kirlia. Another prize card here for Evan, leaving Haruka with a bunch of damage on the field here now, and no refinement to be seen.
It's just more energy. This does not work. You have to continue to just confuse and hope, but you know that you're not going to get away from it. There's retreating that's possible. There's the Legacy Star that can search out the Prime Catcher again. We could see all these resources. He also doesn't know that the switch was the prize card taken here.
That is true. Oh, that is brutal on top of this. At least we're going to turn through this Adrena Brain here, get some more damage onto Evan's side, try to work something out from that ability being used, and then we just see the Mind Bend once again.
Evan doesn't even bother flipping the Pokemon around.
I'm getting out of it. I'm getting out of it here.
You're gonna see me again.
Yeah, it's flipping it now. Was confused for that Regidrago V-Star. It's upside down. It doesn't know what's going on here, but Evan knows what's going on. The Earthen Vessel, discarding that Giratina V-Star, searching out more energy. It's just going to be that grass here into the hands for Evan. Everything is going his way right now in this match. We're going to see an additional card draw off of this Teal Dance on the Ogre Pawn. Ooh. And a nice Legacy Star as well.
Giddy up. Here we go. Legacy Star.
Oof. Yeah, that is 7 cards hitting the discard pile. Evan is allowed to take 2 cards out of the discard now, go into the hand here, recycle some resources, anything he wants that has already been discarded. This is such a strong Legacy Star, V-Star ability, and that's why you can only use a V-Star once per game. They're pretty good sometimes.
I think this is the perfect strategy here. The Prime Catcher lines up so well. You need to move out of the active spot, but at this point, what else do you really need? Just guarantee that both of your Regidrago V-Star are ready to attack. I think if you have both of those ready to go, your opponent can't possibly knock out both in the same turn. It doesn't line up in a two-turn clock, so energy switch seems fine there.
Yeah, Evan probably feeling pretty comfortable here. Everything going his way. Prime Catcher being recycled now for this turn. We're going to see straight into the retreat off of that Teal Mask Ogre Pawn straight away.
V-Star in there?
It is.
That's some pretty good math then.
It sure is, Kyle. Good math indeed. We're seeing these energy fly around the board here right now.
It's pretty scary from here if you're Haruka. Down to just 1 prize card remaining for your opponents. You're alone, Gardevoir knocked out, no pieces of the entire line left.
Yeah.
Monkey Dory in a dream.
Monkey Dory and a Dream. Giratina V-Star, a pivotal card here in the Regidrago deck. Lost Impact. We're going to see 2 energy go to the Lost Zone here, but that's going to take the knockout on that Gardevoir EX, and that is everything that has been wiped off the board here in just a few swift turns by Evan Pavelski in this matchup. Monkey Dory, all it can do is continue out here, and that's the game. Evan Pavelski is your senior champion here in 2024 at our World Championships with Regidrago V-Star. It's the year of the Drago, Kyle.
2024, let it be known, Evan Pavelski gets the job done. 2-0 victory, lined up beautifully, used just about every attack he needed there to get the job done, and I guess those nerves, he didn't have them for a reason.
Yeah, didn't have them for a reason. Was feeling comfortable going into this matchup despite losing it before in the tournament, but was able to take things down. Just had everything needed. I mean, played it effortlessly as well. Just knew exactly what cards to draw. We did see some turns where he was debating some different optimal solutions for some pickles that he was put in that matchup, but he carried it out flawlessly. All of the cards were there for Evan. He used his Legacy V-Star in the end there, recycling that powerful ace spec And we got there to the win. Evan Pavelski from the United
sim,
States
senhora.
taking down the world champion Pikachu in our senior division.
Agora mais
Kyle,
não sei quanto
you happy
tempo
with that match?
That worked out pretty great. That was an exciting match between.
que eles já conversam. Ainda falta mais um e depois se calhar é que vão ao TCG. TCG não, vou ver VCG.
It has been 6 long months since we've had any news about Pokemon Legends ZA. We know that it releases worldwide in 2025, but that's it. It's like Pokemon Legends ZA disappeared and we haven't even thought about it. Now at Pokemon 2024 Worlds, the Pokemon president, Mr. Ishihara, said that he has some special news to share about the Pokemon games at the closing ceremonies for Championship Sunday. Now last year at Worlds, we were introduced to the Stella Terra type at the end of Championship Sunday last Worlds, also Raging Bolt and Iron Crown. But this year, it has to be Pokemon Legends ZA. I mean, we haven't got anything from Legends ZA since February. We got the trailer, we saw all the Pokemon that's going to be a part of the game, but besides that, there's no information. There's been faulty leaks, maybe there's been speculation, there's been these Chan leaks. Listen, we need this. We need this. Like, it only makes sense that this is the biggest World Championships thus far. What better time to announce more updates about Pokemon Legends ZA now? I mean, again, there has to be a reason. This game has to be pretty good. They haven't given us anything. We have been kept in the dark for a reason. I think this is the time at Worlds, you tell us everything. You show us everything. It blows our mind. We get some new Mega Pokemon. We see Xerneas and Yveltal's new forms. We see a new form of Zygarde. I mean, come on. Give us some gameplay. Give us some structure, man. Listen, we have to.
Yeah, Evan was pretty good. That was a good game. It was a good game. It was a good masterclass of how to beat Gardevoir Drago. It was a good game. It was a good game.
Vou ver uns memes enquanto isto não começa. What the fuck? You. Давай.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, right, dude.
There's no way there's a f***ing cat. Is it a real cat? What's my dream car?
There's a car that you wanted to build from your own. I remember you telling me about it, and it was like...
Não caguei. Hoje é que estão tipo nas entrevistas, mas não sei o quê. Estou à espera que comece o outro jogo. Que gato gordo.
Hey, that way, sir. Sir.
Absolutely not.
E Avatar está completamente morto.
Don't allow people to get a reaction out of you. Because when they get a reaction out of you, they then have control over you.
Oh, que fofo. What the fuck? Eu trabalho. É a verdadeira moto d'água.
Lalo, you out with us tonight? Me and Mark going out. Ah, you're grounded. Your girl won't let you.
Só pouquinho louco, né? Na casa do vizinho, deitado.
Já consegui a skin de Fortnite. Jogar no smartphone. Já tenho. Yeah. Já posso fechar o jogo. Foi isso que eu estive a fazer tipo, no segundo jogo. Vou jogar Fortnite no telemóvel.
Comment faire cuire une pizza? Arrête.
Foda-se.
Escolher aí, vocês gritam, viu? Pode crer. Vou querer promoção, não é? When I tell you to pull out a little, pull out a little. 1, 2, 3. Ah, shit.
Looks like someone made a mess.
Медведь!
Aqui é um urso bebê, que fofo. E é um urso bebê. What? Fofo. Vai para a cara.
Сейчас, погоди. И теперь. Та-да-дам!
Isto era tipo eu ontem no Juncal. Aí, ó, não. Chapa. Quase.
Ai, papá.
Ai, a pizza não, puta. Ai, a pizza não. Eu já vi, esta manda para o lixo. Já viste no Twitter. E lixo. Calma, é agora. Era, não vai molhar, depois mete no lixo. Yeah. Já começou? Nope. Ainda estão a falar. Já tinha visto este na minha outra conta. Diga alguma coisa para ver, se tiverem. Eu não sei se posso trocar de conta. Se eu trocar de conta, tipo, isto acaba, não acaba a stream. Isto foi mal. Se verem alguma coisa. What the fuck is this? What?
Now this has to be the best way to experience DS games, but first you will need a hacked Switch. Boot into the melon.
Fuck that shit.
And then add like a thing where he can go to fusions, honestly.
Yeah, bro.
It is seriously embarrassing watching you miss creeps when there isn't an enemy around.
Show Speed is practicing to be a preschool teacher.
You mother! I swear to God!
Mano, eu sou o único que não acho de grande piada a este gajo. Genuinamente, tipo, este gajo é um boneco. Tem um ou outro clipe engraçado, mas tirando isso.
Just one!
It's over.
I'm done with this shit.
It's over.
I'm done with this shit.
It's over.
Okay, Net.
Dumb game, bro. Here, bro.
This guy lost it when Sketch intercepted his pass.
Come on. Angel! Oh my God.
Oh really? He doesn't know what to do! He doesn't know what to do, huh?
Eu tive. Isto é bem antigo.
Why is this area
Isto é Season 10 do Chapter 1 do Fortnite. Isto é bem antigo.
sucks? Oh no, not dualies. Dude?
Oh, he's cheating as well.
Eu com caras. Folgas.
This is what happens when your team and your mouse start throwing.
I'm shotgun only the rest of the game. Good luck, buddy.
You're what?
I'm gonna run shotgun only the rest of the game.
Is that a throw?
What is this mount? Look at this. Look at this. Look at.
Yo, Jeff, why you do that?
Caution here.
Wix reacted to this insane moment when Somerset wanted to get food.
Please,
Oh
go
my
get
God.
food. I'm hungry.
After this game.
Please, I'm actually hungry. Please.
Stop!
Please.
What are you doing? Stop! What are you doing? Why are you laughing? Oh my God! What the f?
Mas não é preciso. O que é? Lá vai o Dual Shock. Isto é grande exagero.
And this is what you call instant regret.
Boa bitrate, puto, não vejo nada.
This might be why Germany lost World War II.
Ja, perfekt, er ist schon wieder hier. Ich werde nochmal durch den Trieben. Ich werde gleich 0:3 gegen ihn stehen.
Nice save.
Weil ich ihn nicht treffe!
Mas tem um manequim ao lado.
You ever get so mad that you just start doing random things? Yeah, me neither. What?
O que é que este gajo parece um excuse e só queimam?
I'm dead, bro. I got prime gold.
Ah, pois, já de cotovelo lixado.
Echt jetzt? Oh mein Gott! Oh mein Gott! Wie kann man so Pech haben?
If this happened to you, subscribe.
Não, não jogo quase.
Shooting at one and you're still there. Why are you?
No, no, no!
Mano, eu tenho clipes de raids, mas nunca perdi nada. Mano, falhaste os tiros todos. A culpa é tua.
Cody, sitting on you! Oh my gosh, the code, sir! Cody, fuck!
Porque é que a malta de Fortnite nunca tem tipo bitrate boa? Fica tudo chocado.
I didn't even know that this was possible.
I'm about to break it. I'm actually about to break it. In-game gear. You are a dog company. Cable?
Last player standing. Flawless.
If this wouldn't hurt you, subscribe.
Only way up no Fortnite. Isto é
This clip sums up Call of Duty in 2024.
Got a guardian.
What the f am I stuck on? Dude! I just wanna f***ing peek and kill the f***er! Why is he f***ing not going back in the door?
Eu já não jogo Apex há tanto tempo.
When your mom is sleeping and you need to let some anger out.
Na almofada para não fazer barulho.
Mom must have been at work today.
Ich konnte nicht schießen. Ja, ich konnte.
E aí, puto. Ai, se eu te apanhasse.
Wieso kann ich da nicht schießen? Wieso kann ich...
Dá, vai. Suca. Oh! É o Micael? Já é Tuga?
You guys suck! You guys suck! You shut up to the smoke, man!
I'm not sure what's going on.
Este gajo é Tuga.
You guys suck! You guys suck! You shut up to the smoke, man!
Se vocês soubessem a quantidade de mesas que este gajo já partiu.
I'm not sure what's going on here, but it can't be good.
Porquê é que o gajo é pequeno? What? Acho que ele se enganou tipo na faixa etária.
Here it goes! Here goes nothing, boys! Fight it! I'm blocking the automatic attacks! He doesn't have flash! He doesn't have flash! He doesn't have flash!
Vai morrer para a torre.
Jag ber! Dale! Okay, my bad.
Weird.
This guy was setting up for batting practice.
Mir sind welche und die holen mich. Das war's!
Vale. Destiny, puto. Destiny.
Oh my teammate jumped in front of my fucking head, you!
Destiny. Destiny suga-vos a alma. Acreditem.
Tradition here, and I'm telling ya, seems to lend itself to an ancient victory. I'm thinking Snake here is going to be taking the victory of Roaring Moon, but I agree with you. I do not think it's going to be easy. I think both players are going to have a very interesting match. So here we've got
Cifuentes.
we've got the achievements here. So Yokohama, Champions League Champion in 22 and Champions League top 16 in 23, plus the top 16 in Aichi in the seniors division in 21 as well.
And then for
Acho que claramente este gajo vai ganhar. É o do Lock-in.
Santiago, regional finalist as a senior, Buenos Aires special event senior champion, the Santiago special event senior champion in 2018, and the Sao Paulo international top 16 there as well in
Roaring Moon.
2018. Worth noting, both players are currently
18, 22, 23, 24.
That doesn't matter. They're here to etch their name in the pantheon of Pokémon champions.
Well, I think it does matter in one way. There's one important point about both these, that you see all of their achievements being in the seniors division. They're fairly new masters.
Vou apostar neste.
They're only 17.
No Fernando.
They're going to be here for a long time.
Yeah.
If you're a Masters Division player in the Pokemon TCG, the gauntlet is being laid down here by two of the youngest competitors we've got in the Masters Division, and that means that the rest of Masters next year and beyond, they're going to have to up their game, Shay, because the younger generation are coming up, and they are phenomenal at this game.
They really are. But you know what? I think we have Kai already, and we get to have an interview with him.
São os mais velhos.
Him and hear what they have to say.
É, bro, mais... Que fala baratos de caralho, não se cansam.
What are some emotions you're feeling as you see your friend on stage, and any other thoughts you'd like to share?
À partida sim. Depois deve ser o Scarlet e Violet. E depois deve ser a cerimónia de encerramento e devem vir as novidades. Que é o que a gente quer.
I think we have a lot of fans in the audience as well. Same question for you, Marco. Seeing your brother on stage.
É, bro. Pimba, pimba.
I felt this one in my soul.
Ja, ich gehe hier ab. Weil ich höre nichts. Alles laut hier. Ja,
What happens when you
em defesa daquele gajo, o spray. Ok. Eu aqui falhei um bocado os tiros, mas naquele spray. Toda a gente que joga CS sabe que CS não registra os tiros.
What happens when you stare at an iPad for
É por isso que eu jogo Valorant. Ao menos registra os tiros.
way too long?
Hier, die noch mir.
Ah, no cantinho. Isso. O gajo a conter-se.
Let's go, bro! Trop fort! Qu'est-ce que je suis trop fort! La gueule qu'on a fait de jeu! Go!
Se final.
We're mulling off, we can't go on Thursday.
E não vai ser atingido pela feito, vai para a ulti do Brimstone.
A guy on me?
You're alone?
Isto é bué de mano, T-Few.
No, man, he stuffed me, dude!
I'm pretty sure this guy only missed because his hair got in his eyes.
Guys, delete this game. Eight! Useless cunts!
Well done. Falhaste o spray.
This sounds like a Mexican restaurant on May 5th.
Εδώ πέσαμε γιατί πέσανε δύο μπάσταρδα, μαλάκα.
Mano, tipo, imagina. Tu tens uma rifle. E estás tipo dos quintos a disparar de shotgun.
Εδώ πέσαμε γιατί πέσανε δύο μπάσταρδα, μαλάκα.
Bro, olha para isto. Ele tem uma rifle tipo lendária e está à espera de disparar tipo. Não dispara, toma a disparar com uma shotgun, bro. Já começou.
Mooney X has two attacks. Frenzied gouging just says I'm going to KO what is ever in your active
não fiz a minha aposta.
and then you take prize
Não consigo.
as well. However, it does have to do
Acho que eu não consigo. Fuck. Mas eu acho que ganha o japonês. Não, não. O espanhol. Argentino. Não. Chile. CL é Chile. Yeah, é Chile. Ganhou o chileno. Ganhou o chileno. Ganhou o chileno porque este gajo tem corte de cabelo horrível.
So that means it's not always doing enough. So it looks like Snosuke is just going to attach your basic engines, active Roaring Moon and pass. That is Fernando's first turn here, and he's going to kick off this final run with an Arvin.
Comentador é este? Que sotaque horrível.
And an item, and it looks like he was ironing up that technical machine, turbo energize.
Que sotaque horrível, bro. Não consigo perceber nada.
Accelerates energy, and one of the things about Iron Thorns is takes free energy. It's not an automatic thing where you can just get it going really quickly, and there's no other great energy acceleration we're playing here, so we're really relying on turbo energize and then using double turbo as we go, and also going for that item card there. It's going to go and get, you know, Techno Radar gets more Iron Thorns. Yeah, Techno Radar lets you discard one card from your hand to search for any 2 future Pokemon, put them in your hand. That is going to search out 50% of Fernando's Pokemon, as we do see 2 Iron Thorns there being taken. One's going to hit the bench as well. Let's have a quick talk, as we do see that technical machine turbo energize getting attached. We see a basic energy attached as well, and I imagine we'll see that turbo energize attack layer, and you search your deck for 2 basic energy and attach them to one of your bench Pokemon in any way you like. Fernando is going to really try and stick that Iron Thorns there in the active and make use of that initialization ability, which turns off all Wallbox Pokemon ability from your opponent while it's in that active. Yeah, it's not one of these decks, you know, these Roaring Moon decks don't rely on abilities like something like a Roaring Moon does, or a Charizard does, for instance, but it's going to turn off enough of the deck. It's going to turn off Squawkabilly, for instance, which is so important, so HK actually plays 2 of them. It's going to turn off Radiant Greninja. It's going to turn off Petulant, and its switching ability, it doesn't shut down the deck, but it's annoying enough. Here comes a Pokestop. All going to get 1 copy of Trekking Shoes, but did discard a Boss's Orders and a basic Dark Energy. That's actually not too bad, though. We are going to see the Trekking Shoes, that you look at the top card of your deck. If you like it, pop it in your hand. If not, you can discard it and draw the next one. It is an Ultra Ball, and here we go. Shinosuke is off to the race. He's going to discard a Pokemon Catcher and a Judge, search his deck for any Pokemon and pop it in his hand. One important point to note, Snosuke here is playing Dark Patch. It accelerates Darkness Energy from the discard to a benched Darkness Pokemon. Now, there's Darkness Energy in the discard. Wonderful. You can accelerate it. But you need to have a bench Darkness Pokemon as a target for that card. It won't go to the active. So we do get a non-EX Roaring Moon. Just a little one there. And that's going to go down onto the bench. And if you want to start accelerating energy, you can. Energy is going to be really important here. And Shinosuke has 2 ways to accelerate that. As you said, whilst we do have Dark Patch, we also have Professor Cider's Vitality that lets you attach 1 basic energy to 2 of your ancient Pokemon. As we do see it being played there, so we are going to see 1 energy to the active and 1 to the bench. And here we go, we're going to see 1 there, and get to draw 3 as well. There is a chance we see a KO here from a Frenzy Gouging. There is a basic energy in hand. Shinosuke can attack this turn and has a Dark Patch in hand as well. Shinosuke off to the races. And that is the thing about Frenzy Gouging. It says, what do you got in the active? Only joking, don't care. It's not out. But it looks like, I think we're going to see a Calamity Storm there. And it not discarding the stadium. I don't mind this, because every 20 doesn't get a KO. Clearly wants Pokestop for the following turn. So saying, look, 100 damage, I'll KO you next turn. Oh, we do see a heads-on crossing hammer there, though. Ross, that's going to discard an energy from the active Roaring Moon EX for Shinosuke. Now, we did mention that energy is going to be really important for Shinosuke. Fernando's going to be playing the mini-game of, can I remove these energies just as fast as you attach them? Fernando is going to play a Pokegear, going to grab that Colress's Tenacity, fantastic support, letting you search your deck for an energy card and the stadium. And you've already mentioned, Ross, that Shinosuke really likes having that Pokestop. Well, Fernando might just say, well, you can't have it anymore as I put my Lost City down. I mean, that is a real telegraph, right? I don't want to do extra damage. Who wants to do an extra 120 damage? No, no, no. You only do that if you really want to keep the stadium in play, which telegraphs to Fernando you want the stadium, which says to Fernando, you know, try not to replace my stadium, would you? And Fernando's like, yeah, I'm definitely getting rid of it. But I'm going to use it first. Gets a Lost Vacuum, but does lose a Judge and a Lost City. And we know there's a Lost City in hand, which is gonna come down the
Júniores.
place. That's
É a mesma
stop,
técnica.
which is
É uma
fun.
bodeca.
And
Fucking
we can
Era
attack
Thorns
here
EX.
and attack. We can do Volt Cyclone for 120, because remember, double turbo will
Se
reduce
tiver a tomar
the
sorte com o
damage
meu puto
done
perde.
by 20.
Worth noting as well that the text on Volt Cyclone means you have to remove an energy from your active and put it on one of your bench Pokemon. So we do see that lightning energy cycloning to the bench, 120 damage onto Shinosuke's active Roaring Moon EX. Now, does have an easy KO via Calamity Storm if he likes. Does have Pokemon Catcher in hand, but we do see Dark Patch being played, going to power up that bench Roaring Moon, who can now attack with Vengeance Fletchling, which does 70 plus 10 for each ancient card in your discard pile.
Really trying to figure out which the best one to try and KO
Isto
is
se calhar
here.
para
The one on the
vocês,
bench
mas
that's got free energy
uma
on is a
curiosidade.
very enticing target.
Eu sinto
But
tipo
it looks
Pokémon
like
em
we are
brasileiro.
playing Pokemon Catcher here. We're going to see the flip. It is
It's
a
a tail.
Does not
Correct.
get the Iron Thorns into the active. Clearly trying to go after the energy. The KO is not the issue. The issue is, which one would you rather KO?
No,
And here comes a judge. This is the favourite toy of Fernando. But Shinosuke is going, yeah, you know what, mate? I think that looks
Tá
like
não,
fun.
cuzão.
Let's do this. And betting on the fact that his board is good enough to be able to survive this judge.
This is really interesting because Judge isn't a
Why
card that
not?
we traditionally see in a standard format too often, but both players opting to play it here, reducing both players' hand size down to 4. Judge can quite honestly decide these games if players don't draw particularly well. Let's see what Shinosuke has. Are there many options in that hand? I saw Pokegear at the very least, so we'll have some options to try and grab some supporters at a later date.
And has a fully powered Roaring Moon on the bench.
Yes.
So has an attacker built up for next turn. So it seems like a good shout. Now here we go with the Calamity Storm for 220, getting a KO without having to self-damage, which is quite important. And then we get a fresh Iron Thorns in the active. So Neisuke gets the first KO. Can Fernando respond? The answer is, well, yeah, actually pretty easily.
Yeah, so we do see our first prize cards taken here in our Masters final. We do see Fernando start off the turn there with a Pokegear 3.0. Look at the top 7 cards of your deck and grab any support that you find now.
Em vez de usar o relógio para dentro, em vez de
Maybe a judge
ser
as
por
well. Yeah,
cima,
we see a judge there.
usa tipo ao
And it looks
contrário,
like
mete
he
por
took the
aqui.
judge.
Yeah, he's basically saying, look, if you're going to judge me, I'm going to judge you right back. But right now we're getting an extra energy on. I don't mind this.
Oh,
We can
question
get a
hammer
quatro
power. It's
energias.
coming up.
It's a tail.
Which seems fair after the Pokemon Catcher. Here comes the judge. And what we see here, remember, you have to move an energy when you attack with your Iron Thorns. So what he's basically doing is going, right, put an extra energy on here, and I can just move one to the bench afterwards. And that way, I've still got free energy on my active if it doesn't get KO'd, while having an energy on my bench. Taking advantage of the fact that you're moving energy with the attack.
This judge could be really interesting here for Shinosuke because this Roaring Moon EX is going to get KO'd via this Volt Cyclone, and that bench Roaring Moon only has 140 HP. So if he hasn't got an attacker here in that hand, this could be a fairly quick game 1. As we do see Volt Cyclone going to KO that Roaring Moon EX. Fernando evens it up at 4 prize cards each. Shinosuke, what have you got in your hand? Can you respond?
Right, we've got 4 cards from the judge. We've got there's a nest ball in hand. That's perfect. We'll allow Shinosuke to go and search out any Pokemon. It is, of course, a Roaring Moon EX. That is the big threat here. The single prize Roaring Moon, it takes a while to get up, and this isn't a deck like we saw in the Juniors final, which is built to really accelerate into big KOs. This is a backup attacker, an extra attacker. It's a 1 of to 4 Roaring Moon EX. It's a nice little bonus. It's the EX you're going for. Professor Sada comes down. That attaches energy to each of those Pokemon if you wish, but no point attaching to the active. That would be a waste.
And worth noting, this Vengeance Fletchling is going to be really interesting, as he does have a basic energy to attach as well. Shinosuke is reloading his Roaring Moon. This Vengeance Fletchling is actually going to bring this Iron Thorns into range of a Calamity Storm, so this damage is super relevant, even though it won't be swinging for a KO. We have a Dark Patch as well. Shinosuke has 3 energy on that Roaring Moon EX on the bench, Ross. Oh my goodness.
And if you take a KO on the active here, you force a double turbo just for an attack. Right now, it seems like we're just content to do 100 with 110 with Vengeance Fletchling. But here's the deal, 2 turns time, so Neisuke's winning this game because you just use Calamity Storm and then use Frenzied Gouging on whatever, and that's the game.
Here we see a Crushing Hammer here, Ross. Let's see what it is. It's Tails. Energy is safe.
Now, not flipping heads on those Crushing Hammer is Fernando so far. Has got the attack, but it's not. It is going to get a KO. It's going to be a clean KO, actually, but it's a Prime Catcher onto the bench Roaring Moon EX. will need to retreat, which of course it can because of that future boost energy capsule. But that was, it basically means, you know, that's a 2-hit KO. You're not 1-hit KO in this. And I just told you it was going to reel off 2 KOs in a row. So you know what? Yes. Get this. Damage it now. It's not going to get 2 KOs. It's only going to get 1. Love this Prime Catcher.
Woo. Okay, right, let's take a second just to take a deep breath here. Oh, my goodness gracious. We do see Fernando going to play that Earthen Vessel. And discard 1 card from your hand to get any 2 basic energy. That Prime Catcher was super important. We do see an energy attachment to the axe. Now, bear in mind, or we do see a Professor's Research there as well for Fernando. Going to draw 7. That active Iron Thorns EX does have a free retreat cost thanks to that future booster energy capsule. We see some Pokemon catches, we see some double turbo energy, we see a cancelling clone.
Love that. Future boost on both of them means you get the extra damage and you get the free retreat. And of course, you've got potential Pokemon catcher for next turn, and I love this. Getting the first KO on this Roaring Moon is absolutely huge because it was such an easy map for Snesuke there to just hit with Vengeance Fletchling and then just hit twice in a row with the EX and win the game. You're now forcing a 3rd Roaring Moon EX to come out.
Here we go, Pokestop, Ultra Ball, Ultra Ball! And then the Pheasantipity EX. Worth noting that Flip the Script will not be able to be activated at any point during this game due to that initialization ability. We are going to see an Ultra Ball here though. Now, being very intrigued to see what Shinosuke opts to go for. The Petulant, while it can't use this ability, is actually a super relevant attacker in this matchup, dealing 60 for each prize card your opponent has taken with that irritated outburst attack, and Ross only does it for 2 basic energy. That right there could be an impactful attack.
It's the perfect Pokemon with which to take your final 2 prizes.
Yes.
When you're tied 4 prizes taken each, it does 240 for 2 energy. You can Frenzied Gouging for 3 energy, or you can Irritated Outburst for 2. I don't want to waste any energy. And of course, it's a Darkness Pokemon, so Dark Patch works absolutely perfectly. And you know what? Yeah, that sounds good to me. But instead, going for the Roaring Moon EX, which is, again, a perfectly valid attacker here. Frenzied Gouging will finish it off, choosing to go Roaring Moon. And here's the thing. Petulant is only good if you give up those next 2 prizes. Snesuke, I think, here is trying to not give up prizes. Can they get a KO with Vengeance Fletchling here?
Wouldn't have thought so. You have to consult the discard pile. That was a failed search there on that Pokegear 3.0. Going to shuffle those cards back into the deck, and it's real interesting here.
You don't need one more ancient. There was 110 last turn, so you only need to do 120 this turn. So you don't need one more ancient card in the discard. Now, if you can pull that off, that's why you don't go Petulant, because 3 prizes taken means Petulant's no good. Here we go with that Stretcher, and it's getting an energy. Roaring Moon comes down with the energy from the Night Stretcher.
Oh,
and now it is just a KO with the Roaring Moon EX.
That Calamity Storm going to put Shinosuke onto 2 prize cards. That did take the Prime Catcher out the prize cards. So let's keep an eye on that. Over to Fernando, going to promote that Iron Thorns into the active, just consulting the discard pile. And it seems to be Shinosuke, I think, is in the driver's seat here. Does have plenty of attackers with plenty of energy. That is Fernando. That is not what Fernando wants to have happen. Looks like going to be playing a Pokemon catcher, perhaps. And cancelling Cologne first into Ironer.
Yeah, that Cancelling Cologne's not really doing anything. No. It's just getting a card out of your hand, filling your deck a little bit, increasing your odds of drawing what you need in the future. 2 cards for Snesuke, 2 cards for Fernando. And Energy Lotto, we've got Double Turbo, and we've got is that a Giovanni?
There's a Giovanni's Charisma, letting you actually attack with an Iron Thorns in 1 turn if you like, because it lets you attach 1 energy to your active from your hand, and also remove an energy from your opponent's active and pop it back into their hand. Not going to be super relevant in this game, but we could see it in games 2 and 3. We do see a Techno Radar, going to discard that Energy Lotto, going to grab the Iron Thorns EX from the deck and pop it in the hand. And I would imagine we'll see it hit the bench as well.
Yeah, now of course at this point, Snesuke doesn't need to KO more than 1 Iron Thorns, but you still want to bench another one, so you've got an option to retreat into a fresh one, give your opponent a more difficult route to victory, so to speak. So we are going to see the Volt Cyclone coming in here doing 140 damage, which is enough to KO. We're even on 2 prizes each. Snesuke here, very simply, a Frenzied Gouging wins a game. or your
Este vai
Petulant
ser
will
rinhoso.
win the game. What are we looking
Estes
at,
dois
Jay?
sabem.
We are going to see the trekking shoes here. Just debating on what's in the discard pile. I do think a frenzy gouging would force sudden death. I think if that was in a game 3 scenario. Oh, we do see a earthen vessel, and we do see the Radiant Greninja in hand. Energy is what we really need to see right here.
Yeah, we do need to see him. Now, there is a fresh Roaring Moon on the bench.
Yes.
So if we can get the energy on that, then you will be able to KO without KOing yourself, and you would get the clean win there.
Oh, yeah, sorry, you are correct.
Petulant is absolutely fine. Your Roaring Moon is fine. I imagine Vengeance Fletchling is not that close. So we're looking for Petulant or we're looking for Roaring Moon. Those are the two cards we're looking for here to get an attack off and send Snake one game up in this Masters Division final. There's an energy, one Dark Patch will do it.
Doesn't have it though, so we're going to see the Vengeance Fletchling there. And it's fine. No, this is perfectly fine. Fernando doesn't have a way to KO a Roaring Moon in one turn, so this damage is super relevant. Basically saying that my Calamity Storm will KO you next turn, or I could Frenzy Gouging if you don't have a boss's orders. Over to Fernando though, Pokemon Catcher ×2, DTE, Giovanni's Charisma, and Crushing Hammer. All of these could be super relevant. Here we do see the Pokemon Catcher.
It's a head. Brings it into the active, but remember, we know Tenace K does have Prime Catcher in.
Aí é que se eu matar aquele EX, ganha o jogo.
That is a tail. That would have been absolutely huge as well.
Que azar.
What can we do here? We got Giovanni's Charisma is going to remove an energy. It is going to be relevant in this game. Shay will allow Fernando to attach an energy if he wishes. So we get a new Iron Swords into the active. We attach the double turbo.
Wow.
We hit for 120. And Tenace K here. Now Prime
Se eu matasse aquele Roaring Moon EX,
You
ganhava.
need a switch and you need Gusting. Will win the games at this stage. You can KO the benched Iron Thorns with your non-EX Roaring Moon. That is an option, but we know it's doing 130. We saw it last turn. It is not KOing the active. You're frankly miles away. You're not getting 2 energy onto your active Roaring Moon because you need Dark Patch, and that won't attach to the active. So, I know it's a lot to ask, but you know, Prime Catcher?
I don't think we have available. We see a basic energy, we have a Petulant. Basic energy attached to the active. We're just going to see maybe a Pay Retreat and Vengeance Fletchling again. Force the boss's orders or force any form of gust. We see a Petulant getting benched. We won't be able to use that ability, of course, so we are going to see a Pay Retreat by the looks of it. Going to promote the Vengeance Fletchling Roaring Moon, and we'll see a Vengeance Fletchling again.
And this worries me a tiny bit, Now, I don't like putting the Roaring Moon active.
Yeah.
Because if it gets KO'd, you lose all of your energy and you might not have an attacker next turn. So I kind of like putting the Petulant active. It's still a 2-hit
Rapaz está a ficar entalado.
Yeah, that is true. Oh no, we are going to...
It is a Roaring Moon. Again, I don't think there's really a right and wrong answer here. You're just playing the percentages.
Está empatado por enquanto. Tem os dois Rises ainda. E se fosse heads, ganhava.
And unfortunately has to attach double turbo to Pay Retreat. And this will be a KO. So all the energy is gone, and now this is getting awkward.
Falta Se ele tivesse matado o Roaring Moon EX no outro turno, tinha ganho. Assim como foi o normal, só consegue tirar um. Agora só precisa derrotar um Pokémon e está feito. Ah, então direct damage.
But Shinosuke does still have a route to victory here.
Has a route to victory, but it's not much fun when you're in game 1 of the Masters final and you're like, I can win next turn, so you know, would you mind taking a turn? Yeah. Don't win this turn, so I can win next turn. You're right, it is not over, but it's not a position I really want to put myself in if I can help it. But there is no option, not even an energy attachment.
Nada.
Oh, gosh, não consegue fazer nada. But they won't have the energy to attack, actually.
Nope, there's 2 energy. And this is the thing. We've talked about using Volt Cyclone
energy. Ele não consegue atacar, precisa de mais energia. Ele não consegue acabar este turno.
It spreads out your energy so much you don't have a valid attacker. And I hate to say it, this is one of those times where it spread the energy out a bit too thin.
Se aquele gastasse mais energia, tipo, ganha, acabava agora o jogo.
But it's a pass. Now Snake has one more turn. Trekking shoes. It's a Pokemon Catcher, but there's no attacker.
No, we don't need that. Oh, and a Squawker Billy. A bit of a Squawker silly here. We don't need that. And it looks like we are going to see a pass back.
Okay, GG.
Fernando takes game one of the Masters.
Ele só precisava de energia.
Top there the energy, and that is all she wrote for game one. We're just selling in here, Shay. We've still got 2 games to go.
Fernando proving to be a thorn in Shinosuke's side there as he wins game one. Only 1 game away from becoming a Masters champion. The first one in Chile, and get that $50,000 prize. Shinosuke still perfectly do well here, win 2 in a row, but now Fernando is in the driver's
Engraçado é que não ganhei aqueles que eu apostei.
They are loving it. And if you can all do me a favor right now, and oh, we've got a replay. I'll ask you a favor when we get out of the replay. Let's see how game 1 went down. So we did see that big KO early from Finais there, putting himself in a great position early in the game. But that was not the end of the story. We saw a return KO from Fernando here, but Finais, after 1 more KO, it started going less well.
Yeah, as we do see the dark patch there, the early to mid game for Shinosuke was exactly what he needed. Just getting energy in play and throwing out damage. Fernando was able to weather the storm though and grind this game back with some clutch Pokemon catcher and boss orders, and even the Giovanni's charisma of all things proving super relevant. There we do see a catcher's tails that would have been very impactful there, but the Vengeance Fletchling I think did get a lot of value here, Ross. Absolutely. But just not enough to where Shinosuke could win.
Shinosuke put himself in a position to win this game, but ran out of attackers, and that's what Iron Thorns does. Runs out of attackers, top decks and energy, wins game 1. Now, my request, the favor I've got to ask you guys, when you rewatch this stream, and you will, because it's been a phenomenal weekend, please skip over the bit where I said I wasn't taking Iron Thorns as a legitimate contender to win the World Championship, because I think at this stage it's fair to say I've been proven well and truly wrong. It is 1 game up in this Masters Division final, and I think we just saw a double mulligan from both players.
Yeah, worth noting that Fernando's deck only plays 4 basic Pokemon, so mulligans could be a real big impactful part of the game. I think there's another mini game here that we need to keep an eye on here for Shinosuke, is that those energy only plays 9 copies. So Castle Professor Sada and Dark Patch are going to be super impactful for getting them back into play. We do see another mulligan there for Fernando. But whew, let's just take a deep breath, everyone, and compose ourselves here in this game too. What do you think is going through Shinosuke's head, Ross?
Well, I'm thinking, you know what? That game was winnable. It just didn't go my way at the end. I know this deck can run me out of energy. It did run me out of energy, but I had a turn where Prime Catcher was the win, and it got Iono the turn before. This is a winnable game, and also I'm going second here. Yeah. I'm looking for a big, well, I assume going second, so I'm looking for a big KO as early as possible. I have had a quick little sneaky look at Snake's prizes here, and there's a Dark Patch and an Energy, but actually has managed to prize Pheasantipty and Squawkabilly, which are wonderful prizes. Yep. Those cards are terrible in this matchup.
Yeah, you'll never be able to get used to that subjugating changeability or that Squawk and See, so have them in the prize cards, that's perfectly fine by me. Fernando did get another mulligan there, so Shinosuke will at minimum be starting the game here with 2 extra cards to start. And yeah, there is actually a real easy route for Shinosuke to win here. It's because Volt Cyclone is so energy intensive. If you get a big early KO before Fernando has a chance to get energy in play, you could actually wrap up a quick game 2. It is a possibility. Let's see, does Fernando have a basic? The answer is he does not. Now this is actually really interesting here, Ross. Shinosuke wants to get a lot of energy into play. That will rely on cards like Professor Sada, Earthen Vessel, and Dark Patch. If you give Shinosuke extra cards to start this game, you give him extra opportunity and resources to flood the board with energy.
Yeah, and that's always fun when you can do that. Worth noting, Fernando only actually plays 1 copy of Turbo Energize. Now, when you combine that with the 4 copies of Arven, it becomes easier. But this is not a given that we're going to see a turn 1 Turbo Energize like we did last game. We're up to 4 mulligans here. Don't worry, we've got a lovely view here where we can see the die, which is just rolling over again and again. 4 extra cards is going to be big.
Now, you mentioned here all the way back in round 3 that there is such a thing as the Judge Ball here, Ross, that does come into play when there is a lot of mulligans. Why don't you tell the people about that?
basically, if you mulligan again and again and again and again and again, there comes a point where the judge goes, look, I love you guys, but we need to start this game. So they just reveal cards from the top of the deck until a basic is revealed, and that basic goes into play as your active Pokemon, and then you draw an opening hand of 6 cards with your active. That makes 7. It's actually sometimes a massive disadvantage, because the judge ball will reveal a bunch of cards from your deck, but of course we've just had game 1. Sanosuke at this point kind of knows what Fernando's playing. But right now, Sanosuke is starting with a minimum of 5 extra cards. And remember, you're looking for a big explosive turn 1 with lots of energy flooding the board. This will help.
Pois é.
It will be too
Ainda dá para virar o jogo. O japonês não pode ganhar. Mas até agora sim.
That both players have been studying and trying to work out exactly what both players are playing. I also would imagine, if this was me, if I was Sanosuke or Fernando, my last night would have been testing this matchup a lot. And it might have been friendly, it might have been quite hard for Fernando to try and get copies of Roaring Moon EX to test against, because I don't think it was on many people's radar.
Yeah, a bunch of people here would have brought multiple decks thinking, right, I can switch last minute, which is, for the record, generally a bad idea. But lots of people would have brought lots of decks here. Don't know how many people have brought a sleeved up Roaring Moon to the tournament here. Do we have... we're up to 7 mulligans here. There's a couple of dice now. I say dice, we're into plural on top of Sanosuke's deck here that we are tracking along for you. We're on to 7 mulligans. That is an opening hand of 14 cards, Shay.
Yeah, double what you normally would have. And
a lot of cards, man.
Yeah, that's a lot of cards. And I think if you are Sanosuke here, where you have to win these next 2 games to become a world champion, I would love the idea of having 7 extra cards to start the game. Fernando, do you have a basic? He does not.
Okay. Are we finally going to see a judge ball?
I think, off the top of my head, I think it's 8, right? When you get to 8, that is when the judge ball starts, but maybe not, actually.
I'll be honest with you, I've not looked it up. I don't know how strict it is, but look, we got 2 phenomenal table judges there.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's nothing we have to worry about. The judges are going to figure this one out for us, as we're going to have a minimum of 8 extra cards drawn by Sanosuke here, so that they can start their turn. And I'm just putting it out there. I think they're probably going to have a good turn, because most people would quite like a 15-card opening hand. So, and there is a discussion going on. I think
we are going to see the judge ball. I was right at 8, by the way. Thank you very much. No in the rule book here, Albert, but I think we might be seeing it. I think table judge there just describing exactly what the process is. Probably don't see it too often. I've actually never had this happen in a game that I've played in or a game that I've seen. This is exciting.
I did play a Quadrakian deck way back in the day, and I did have a judge ball. I don't think it was quite as strict back then, but I think I mulliganed something like 12 times, and a judge came and did a judge ball. It was some ridiculous number. But I've never casted a game of judge ball before, and I've casted a lot of games. But this is a downside, and this is actually, it's why we see Fernando playing a bunch of Ino and a bunch of judge, because actually, this is going to happen, and you don't want to give your opponent their entire deck for the first couple of turns. So it is quite important, right? And it does look like we have a table judge shuffling up. Is this the first ever World Championships judge ball?
I think it might be. And here we go. So the judge is going to keep revealing. Oh, now we get one at the third.
Wouldn't have even been a mulligan.
No, it wouldn't have even been a mulligan. So, yeah, there we go. That is the judge ball concluded. So now Fernando will start the game there with that Iron Thorn. Now, I wonder, since Iron Thorns was the 6th most popular deck at the World Championship, I wonder how often this happened. You know, throughout the course of the event. Well, honestly, when you play 4 basic Pokemon, you have to imagine that's quite a common occurrence.
So the math is, and this is super rough, alright, don't judge me too harshly. But if you play 4 copies of a card in a deck, you've got a roughly just under 50% chance of drawing it in your opening hand if you play a full 4. So you definitely should not mulligan 8 times very much at all. So there is Sanosuke going, look, I know how this matchup works. Because here's the deal, you don't have to take all the mulligans. You have to announce how many you're taking, but you don't have to take them all. And it does look like Turbo Energize is prize.
And it looks like Sanosuke is starting us off here in our game 2 in our Masters World final. But yes, Fernando has prized that one copy of Turbo Energize. We saw it get used a lot in game 1. Fernando will not have option to use that. And Shinosuke does have prized that Serendipity, Dark Patch, Pokestop, Squawkabilly, Trekking Shoes, and Basic Dark Energy. In all honesty, not the worst of prizes there for Shinosuke. Has so many cards to play here, just trying to work out how do I optimize this turn 1.
And prizing 2 judges after you gave your opponent an extra 8 cards with a mulligan. Frankly, not ideal. There's 3 judge and 1 Ino in the list. That's how you hand disrupt after something like a judge ball. It's going to be difficult for Fernando to pull that off next turn. So,
here we go.
We've got an Earthen Vessel discarding what I think might have been the only energy in the hand, actually. But then you go and search out a couple more. The goal here is simple. Attach an energy, try and get a couple of Dark Patch, get some Pokemon down. That is your goal before you start getting disrupted. If you can get a few Pokemon down, an energy and 1 or 2 Dark Patch, that's pretty much your ideal turn 1 here.
Yeah, and that seems perfectly fine to me, especially when we've got a big hand like that. Hopefully, it should be easier for Shinosuke to do that. Has got the Prime Catcher currently in hand as well. Look at, you see that flash of pink there from the Ace Spec. We see Ultra Ball, we see a Nest Ball being eyed up here. I imagine this would be for a big Roaring Moon EX.
Yeah, you got to think so at some point. That Roaring Moon is going to be pretty big. We've got energy in hand now. We do have Prime Catcher in hand.
Yeah.
Did I spy a Dark Patch at the back of the hand? Not entirely sure. Let's do a Nest Ball here and figure it out later.
So like that second Nest Ball, I think was getting failed there by the looks of it. It's going to shuffle up the deck. And yeah, it looks like shuffling up the deck. Shinosuke has a ton of resource there. And is there a dark? You'd like to imagine there'd be a Dark Patch. Doesn't we see an energy attached to the active Roaring Moon? No, and a pass.
Okay, not the best turn 1 after a 15-card opening hand. I'm going to be honest with you. We do see a Pokegear coming down, and really, Fernando's looking for a Judge or an Ino here, because that hand is absurd. I don't see one. I only see Colress's Tenacity and Professor's Research, and we really want a hand disruption. There's an Arven in hand and a Giovanni. I don't think Fernando's been able to find a Judge or an Ino here, and Shinosuke still has a 10-card hand.
Yeah.
You do not want them to have that big a hand. It's why you play these cards, but 2 judges in the prizes going to make it much more difficult to find it in the deck.
Yeah, 2 judges in the prize and that Turbo Energize. So if Fernando tries to grab that, will not be able to. Let's see what Fernando opts to do here. Let's go on to that Pokemon Catch. It's going to be really impactful. We'll turn off Dark Patch to the bench, and we do see a head. So now that Roaring Moon EX will not be able to be accelerated to via Dark Patch.
And here's why we probably saw the failed Nest Ball last turn. This is a deck that relies on Pecharunt switching your active. Too many bench Pokemon with no energy on means lots of good gusting targets, so you keep it small and you try and keep all of your Pokemon with energy on, so they're all valid attackers. You're not going to play much Switch if you're playing Pecharunt. So that Pokemon Catcher potentially very, very big.
We did see the Professor's Research there being played for Fernando. Going to draw 7 cards and a Techno Radar. Going to discard the basic Lightning Energy to search for 2 future Pokemon. Now we did see some Crushing Hammer in that hand, which might be seen played, unsure, but we do see that Techno Radar concluding for the 2 copies of Iron Thorns. And worth noting, this is actually Fernando's first time having a deck search, so we'll be trying to work out what is in those prize cards.
Yeah, and this is the game where with no Turbo Energize, the turn 1 KO or the turn 2 KO going first would have been absolutely huge. Your opponent doesn't have a way to accelerate energy. If you can get a big Frenzy Gouging KO turn 1 or turn 2 going first, that gets rid of all the energy, and Fernando has to double attach in order to attack. But now, with an active Roaring Moon with no energy, seems like even an opening hand of 15 cards has not gone Shinosuke where they want to be.
We are just going to see Future Booster Energy Capsule attached to both, a retreat and a pass. All right, Shinosuke, what can we do? Pokestop's going to end the field and be activated. Night Stretcher, Pokemon Catcher, Roaring Moon EX.
Not too bad. I also had a quick gander at the list. There is exactly 1 switching card in the list, and you know what that is?
I'm going to guess that is that A-Spec Prime Catcher.
Which you do not want to use as a switch. It's way better as gusting, but with Pecharunt turned off and will be turned off for the entire game, that is essentially your only option here. So this is an awkward situation. You've got a free energy attacker stuck in the active. It's not where you want to be by any stretch.
I think there's a world. I can see basic energy in hand. I can see Prime Catcher, and I think 2 copies of Dark Patch. We could see this Ultra Ball being played here. They're going to grab a Roaring Moon EX, attach Dark Patch, Prime Catcher, and then you could KO the bench Iron Thorns EX from Fernando, and removed energy as well. Let's see that's what happens. We're going to see an energy attached to the active.
That would be huge. If we could pull that
Here
off,
is Dark
Patch onto the Frenzy, gouging the... That's not Frenzy, gouging the...
Vengeance Fletchling.
Thank you. Vengeance Fletchling, Roaring Moon on the bench. So we're not going for that bigger...
But there is the Prime Catcher there, Ross.
You had to Prime Catcher. It's your only switching target.
Oy.
And now we're going to see Vengeance Fletchling for, frankly, not enough. Unless we see a manual retreat. There's a judge. I love this.
This is, yeah. This
Look at your opponent's board and you go, look, you don't have double turbo energy right now. You just don't have it.
Yep.
So I'm just going to judge you, and either you draw double turbo, or you literally can't attack next turn, and I get a cheeky 2-hit KO with this, and then you basically lose the game. Love it. Put your opponent in a situation where you don't think they're going to be able to attack. That sounds like fun to me.
Yeah, and it could be the disruption deck getting disrupted here from the judge. We do see energy. We see a Professor Sar. That's going to be really impactful later on. And we do see a Roaring Moon EX in the hand as well. If I'm Shinosuke, I'm thinking the judge shined favorably there on me. And it looks like we're going to see a Vengeance Fletching. I think there was 2 ancient cards in a discard pile. So that would have been 90 damage.
Yeah, it does actually mean you're going to need another 5 next turn to get the KO, which is going to be a little bit awkward. But I don't think it's going to be...
But worth noting there, Ross, Fernando did, off the judge draw into Chorus's Tenacity, letting you search your deck for an energy card and a stadium. The double turbo energy quickly getting taken there for Fernando. Now, normally that would reduce damage down from Volt Cyclone down to 120, but thanks to that future booster energy capsule, that Volt Cyclone will KO Shinosuke's active Roaring Moon.
And that was still, I think it was a good bet from Shinosuke there to play that judge.
Oh, the Pokestop there did get rid of an Iron Thorns and a basic energy.
Yeah, not ideal. Didn't really give him any value there at all. And, you know, your opponent's playing 1 of the Korra supporter, 4 double turbo. It was a decent shout with the judge. Didn't work out, unfortunately. And things are starting to look pretty bad for Shinosuke very quickly. Firstly, you're about to lose a Pokemon. Secondly, you're about to go down to 1 Pokemon. And you're not going to have much energy.
I don't know. Shinosuke did have a Professor Sada in hand, so there's a basic energy in the hand as well. We can Professor Sada attack and take a KO here. There is a Professor Sada in hand, and there is an Earthen Vessel here, Ross. Shinosuke can reload and take a KO.
It looked bad, and actually just drew a second Professor Sada's Vitality off of the first. Very good for next turn. And maybe it's not all over yet, because now we're going to see a 2-prize KO. You're going to go up by 1 prize. And it's all about the energy at this point. Shinosuke lost game 1 because they ran out of energy. That's how they lost. Here, can you keep the energy?
Now, there's actually something I want to keep an eye on. With that Iron Thorns getting discarded from the Pokestop, how many Iron Thorns does Fernando have access to? So obviously, we can see 2 there in the discard pile, 1 in the active, so only has 1 more available, I believe, if it is in hand. Or it could be in the deck. That's something to keep an eye on.
Has a Techno Radar to go and search for it, is playing the Techno Radar, and I kind of like this, because it means, you know your opponent's playing Pokestop, you don't want to risk this getting lost to Pokestop or something else. Get it out of the deck now, but you're right, that's it. That's all the Iron Thorns that are available, so it's going to make things more awkward in the late game, because we saw last turn, or last game, Fernando did take a damaged Iron Thorns to the bench to protect it.
We are going to see the basic energy getting attached there as the Techno Radar does conclude. Going to grab that Iron Thorns and attach a future booster energy capsule to it as well. We need a Pokemon Catcher in the hand there for Fernando. We are going to play it as well. Let's see what we get. It's a head!
And I like this because I'm just looking at this and I'm thinking frenzied gouging, frenzied gouging, frenzied gouging, frenzied gouging. Because there's only 3 oh, yeah, it does get moved, I suppose. I just want to get rid of all the energy, Shay. I want a frenzied gouging. And if I've got 2 Roaring Moon, I do not care if I self-KO.
Yes. I was about to say, we could just see an energy attachment from this Earthen Vessel. We could see Professor Sada, frenzied gouging, get rid of that Iron Thorn and say, right, I'm going to win next turn. What can you do about it? Earthen Vessel going to discard that Squawker Billy, going to grab 2 basic Dark Energy, Ultra Ball being eyed up here as well, discarding Pokemon Catcher and the Darkness Energy as well. Looks like eyeing up another Roaring Moon, or just going to consult how many Pokemon Shinosuke has available.
Yeah, not too bad here, trying to figure out exactly what's available. 2 frenzied gouging in a row would win this, and what would be kind of funny is you'd probably KO both your Roaring Moon to do your frenzied gouging. You'd give your opponent 4 prizes, but you'd win by 1 prize if you did it. So you're totally okay giving your opponent 4 prizes. 2 frenzied gouging will win this game. It is all about the energy at this stage. That is what is most important. Of course, Petron also a decent shout. Here comes your Professor Sada attaching an energy.
So there we go, one on the active. We're going to see trekking shoes. Going to get rid of the Squawkabilly. Love to see that. Going to grab the nest ball there by the looks of it. Energy in the hand there as well for Shinosuke. Nest ball, fail. We are now going to see a power pad. Now, I mentioned here, Ross, the power pad is going to be super important because Professor Sada last time didn't really get involved too much in game 1, and that's how Shinosuke managed to run out of resources. If we have Professor Sada drawn into for the rest of this game, Shinosuke will be able to continue attacking.
It's all about the energy. At this stage of the game, I'm pretty confident that if Shinosuke is able to just keep drawing energy, they will win this game. They're ahead on prizes. They're about to go up 4-1. Well, assuming they frenzy gouging, which I think they're gonna. It's all about keeping energy on the board. That is the absolutely crucial thing. You could manually retreat here in frenzied gouging with a fresh Roaring Moon. No, you do it, you KO yourself, you give up 2 prizes, and you don't care, because now you've got a Roaring Moon in the active. Fernando can't one-hit KO.
No.
Fernando cannot gust around it.
No.
So unless they can hit double Crushing Hammer, or basically, if Shinosuke gets free energy on that Roaring Moon next turn, he will win this game. So even if you hit double Crushing Hammer, you can still start an attachment per turn.
And this is the downside of this Iron Thorns EX deck. Sure, it is very disrupted via Crushing Hammer, Initialization, Giovanni's Charisma. There is a lot of disruption cards, but that all comes at the downside of your offensive output being stuck at 140 or 160 maximum. You do have no one-shot options available in your deck. Fernando is going to play that Professor's Research. Now, are we going to see some energy disruption here, Ross? Fernando needs to stay in this game.
There's a Crushing Hammer.
There is one Crushing Hammer. Here we go. This is to decide game 2.
It's ahead. So he's still in the game for now, forcing Shinosuke to have another energy next turn. If we see an energy, we will see game 2 for Shinosuke. And we know that we've got an energy in hand, and that is the game. Shinosuke goes up, well, evens it up, I should say. 1-1. We got a game 3, and Shay, I'm a selfish man. We are on the stage at the World Championship. We're casting World's Final. I don't want it over in 2 games. I want a 3rd game, and that's what we are going to get here.
Shinosuke cooking up an absolute calamity storm there to win game 2. We're going to get a game 3. Let's make some noise for game 3 here in the crowd. I cannot wait to get this started. Oh my goodness, we're going to put a show on here. Shinosuke doing his best to even it up. And you know what I love about this? Anything can happen in 1 game. Oh my goodness gracious me, Ross. We couldn't have painted a better story if we tried.
Yeah, let's go to the replay and paint that story of game 2 back one more time, because we saw some big KOs. We actually saw the first prize taken by Fernando here with that Iron Thorns EX, but it would be the only prize they took of their own attack. We saw a big KO with Roaring Moon without frenzied gouging, but then it was the frenzied gouging show. We saw frenzied gouging taking a KO and giving up 2 prizes, and this is what I asked for, Shay. I wanted double frenzied gouging. Give your opponent 4 prizes and still win the game, and that is what we got.
Exactly that, and Shinosuke just had the basic energy there to attack. And I said at the start of the game, this is Shinosuke's route to victory is to just keep attaching energy over and over and over again. In game 1, we didn't see Professor Sada and Dark Patch that much. In game 2, Professor Sada showed up in a massive way. Worth noting, I don't think Fernando mulliganed this game, so game 3 starting off, Shinosuke might not have any mulligans, so none of these extra resources. And here we go, our game 3 is getting decided and started here, but only an attachment and a pass for Fernando over to Shinosuke, who has led that basic Roaring Moon. Going to start the game off here with trekking shoes, discarding a basic Dark Energy, and taking the next card. Shinosuke, what have you got in your hand there?
I'm not saying it's going to happen, Shay, but it is possible that we can see a frenzied gouging turn 1 here and end the match. That is within the realms of possibility. 2 in combination of Dark Patch and Professor Sada, attachment for turn, switch into the active. We could see, I don't know how likely it is. Shinosuke keeps choosing to go first, so that tells us that their turn 1 KO is not that great, because if it was, they'd keep choosing to go second. But I'm telling you, there's a chance.
I mean, it's a chance. It'd be very, very hard, especially with that Prime Catcher currently in the prize cards there for Shiinosuke. That's the only switching card there. One Roaring Moon, Pokegear, Boss's Orders as well. Over, Fernando has prized Penny, Iron Thorns, Basic Lightning Energy, Pokegear, Energy Lotto, and a Professor's Research. Now, I'm really interested to see that since Fernando didn't mulligan at all there, if there's extra resources that Shiinosuke had to start game 2, if it's going to be super impactful here.
Well, we're going to grab a Roaring Moon first of all here, and that is the first part of the puzzle.
Yes.
There's a lot to ask, but here's the thing, you don't actually have to win the game turn 1. It would be fun to win the game turn 1. You don't actually have to do so.
No.
What you really need to do is what you did in the first 2 games. You need to get your basics down, you need to get some energy established on the board, and since Finais went second, that does mean that you can go for Professor Sada's Vitality, for instance.
Fantastic, and this 70 damage is super crucial. It means Calamity Storm can take a KO. We do have a basic energy in the hand there for Shiinosuke, so can attach that to the active and do a Vengeance Fletching there for that, what, I think it'd be 80 damage so far. Super relevant here, Ross. And this 1 prize KO for Fernando is essentially useless, as Shiinosuke only plays over 2 prize Pokemon, forcing Fernando to still force his way through 3 EX Pokemon.
This is what we saw in game 2, Shay. We saw a little bit of chip damage with the Calamity Storm, or the Vengeance Fletchling. And then we saw KO, and then we saw double Frenzy Gouging, and that was a route to victory. And the only thing stopping Finais was energy.
We see a Pokestop going to get rid of an Iron Note, a Professor's Research, but did get a Techno Radar. Now that might be super impactful. Fernando only has 1 Pokemon in play right now, might have needed. Let's consult that hand. Arven, Energy, Judge, Research, and a Catcher.
Have we mentioned that Prime Catcher is prized for Finais yet?
We have.
Okay, that's good. Because what's prized for Fernando is the 1 of Penny.
Yes.
Which is a way
we do see a Catcher heads there. Sorry, Ross. That's going to get the Roaring Moon EX into the active.
But yeah, okay, that's quite nice. That makes it less likely to get a KO next turn. It means Dark Patch isn't an option. Onto that Roaring Moon EX. I think we're probably too early in the game for a Penny here, because you need to kind of establish your board. You need to set up.
Yes.
However, Penny to heal after the damage with Vengeance Fletchling is a pretty good option.
Yep.
But not when the only copy of Penny is in your prizes. So we see a good look through here from Fernando, having a good look at his deck, figuring out what's prized. Obviously, we know we're getting 2 Iron Thorns. You play 4 in the deck. It makes the, it makes this a very predictable card, shall we say.
We do see the Chorus Tenacity being used as well. Going to grab that basic Lightning Energy and the Lost City as well. See if Fernando probably doesn't want to put Lost, or actually might want to put Lost City in play. I apologize, to get around that Pokestop, but that does give a Calamity Storm a way to get extra damage without using your own stadiums.
It does indeed. So we see the Iron Thorns hitting the bench here, having a little bit of backup. There goes Lost City to get rid of the Pokestop. Energy on the active, so that Volt Cyclone is now available. And we hit 120. Remember the 20 reduction from double turbo energy. Now, can Finais find a way to get free energy on that active Roaring Moon? It only really takes a Professor Sada and an attachment from turn.
It really does. Professor Sada is going to be super impactful here. That Catcher heads is going to be really awkward for Shiinosuke to sort of hurdle over, but if he can, could be in a very strong position. I think that was a Judge being eyed up, though. It was, so there will be no Professor Sada this turn.
No Professor Sada, and once again, this Judge really could end up determining this game free. If one player draws a lot better than the other off this Judge, and they both get 4 cards, if one plays better than draws better than the other, that could end up deciding this game. But I'll tell you, Finais draws, plays 2 Judge. Fernando plays 3. They're both preparing for this, but here's the big difference. Finais plays Squawkabilly, Raiding Greninja, and Pheasantipity. That's the draw engine. None of them work in this matchup. It makes Judge more scary.
So Fernando did get double turbo energy there. Didn't quite get to see what Shiinosuke had. I see Ultra Ball, I see a Dark Patch and a basic energy. Oh, really good cards to have in this scenario. Won't be able to move this Roaring Moon X out the active time. We do just see a pass over to Fernando. Let's see what he can do. Just need a Lightning Energy still to attack even. This Pokegear could be super impactful. Currently not in the hand, that Lightning Energy. Chorus or another supporter. I see a Judge.
Oh, Judge would be quite risky here. But the Judge is always risky.
It is.
So, Why not? Have a go. But we're looking for a Chorus, we're looking for a lightning energy. Of course, Chorus's tenacity can actually grab a basic or a special energy.
Yes.
We're going for Arven instead here. We've got a Future Boost energy capsule, and with double turbo in hand, you can retreat the active, attack double turbo, and attack with your benched Iron Thorns, which will be enough to KO.
It would be, but then that would mean that you'd have two Iron Thorns with damage on, could be impactful later on. But you're right, it's definitely a possibility. So we are going to see that Future Booster energy capsule being taken. Arven just deciding there, Fernando, on what to take off that item card is going to go for the Techno Radar.
And I think at some point, if we do see lots of damaged Iron Thorns, we're going to see this single prize Roaring Moon be weaved in here.
Yeah.
Because it's a way to take a prize and say to your opponents, if you KO this, you're not helping your prize map. It's as if you didn't really take a KO, because it's the only one prizer I'm ever going to play. So it's actually a way to kind of take a prize while saying to your opponent, you get nothing for KOing this in return.
Yeah, and you're right. Worth noting as well, with all those 3 Iron Thorns in play, with the 4th Iron Thorns currently prized, if Fernando doesn't liberate that, this is all the Iron Thorns we're going to see. We do see the Future Booster Energy Capsule attached to the active. We are going to see a free retreat thanks to that Future Booster Energy Capsule. And we are going to see a Volt Cyclone for a KO. Fernando takes the first prize card here in our Game 3 Masters Final. And that Roaring Moon has to go to the Lost Zone. Won't be powering up Vengeance Fletchling. Shiinosuke, what can you do? Can you respond here?
Yeah, well, you know you've got an attack, but the attack isn't quite enough. And if you're going to be damaging, you really want to be finishing off with this Roaring Moon, you know, that single prize, because then you're giving up that one prize for kind of nothing. But here comes Professor Sada, and we got a, Dark Patch onto your bench Roaring Moon.
Ooh,
there's an energy.
Here we go.
And we just do see Vengeance Fletchling. I like
that.
Because, well, I mean, essentially the route here is really simple. You just go Calamity Storm, Frenzy Gouging. Oh, look, 6 prizes. You've won. And there's no one-hit KO on Roaring Moon, the EX. KOing the single prizer doesn't really do anything for your prize map.
But we do see the penny to remove that damaged Iron Thorns EX from play. That's going to make it a lot harder for Shiinosuke to do that exact prize map with those attacks, as you mentioned. We see an energy attached to the active. The Future Booster energy capsule to make sure you actually get a KO there. So we are going to see a KO on that Roaring Moon in the active. And again, that will be getting sent to the Lost Zone, so that won't be getting any extra ancient cards there. Shiinosuke does promote the fresh Roaring Moon here, though. We'll be able to take some prize cards at the very least. Let's see if Shiinosuke can force his way back into this game.
And if Shiinosuke can just get 3 KOs on the bounce here, that should still give them the victory. That should still be enough to get them over. Because, unfortunately, Fernando now is going to be 2-hit KOing for the rest of the game.
Oh, I think we just saw a Calamity Storm there. We didn't see any bench Pokemon or any extra energy attachment. We'll take a Roaring Moon and a Bench Genji out the prize cards here, though. Has Fernando got a double turbo energy in hand? I think he should off that penny last turn, right? So we'll be able to attack.
He had 2 in hand when he attached the last one.
Okay.
So, yes, there is 1 in hand. We are good. So there goes the energy to the active. We're going to get an attack off here. And it looks like we're eyeing up an Arven. Go and grab yourself a tool and an item card.
Okay. Whew. Okay, it's getting very exciting here. We do see this Arven being played. Now, one we're going to grab here. Future Boost Energy Capsule is very nice. It's going to boost damage and give free retreat cost as well. Fernando, because, you know, if Shiinosuke opts to use Calamity Storm, can start to play musical chairs and just sort of avoid KOs. And let's see what the item card here is, though. Crushing. Could be eyeing up the Crushing Hammer. That would be a thorn in Shiinosuke's side. We've already established that Shiinosuke needs to get loads of energy in play to have attackers ready to go. Crushing Hammer could be a thorn in Shiinosuke's side there and stop him doing that.
Absolutely could. That generally is the right decision in this matchup. Yes, it's on a coin flip, but like we keep saying, Shiinosuke here, all the question is, can you keep the energy on the board?
Here we do see that Crushing Hammer being played there. Sorry, and it's ahead!
That is a big flip. Yes, Shiinosuke is going to be able to replace that energy, but it means that the next Roaring Moon is going to be 1 energy further away from coming out. It is not what you are looking for. So we're going to see an energy attachment to the bench.
No, you have to attach DG to the active. No, can't do that, Fernando, but we are going to move that double turbo energy to the bench. We do see that Volt Cyclone of 140. Now, Shiinosuke, Professor Sada here would be huge. Does he have it in hand? I can see a Roaring Moon. I can see an Ultra Ball at the very least. Going to consult the discard pile. We do need to see another attacker from Shiinosuke at some point if he wants to continue his run of becoming a world champion.
And the thing is, we're not like we were in Game 2. In Game 2, Shiinosuke could just go, well, Nah, it's alright, it's a frenzied gouging, I don't care if I KO myself. Well, now you're down by a prize. You actually do care if you KO yourself. So you need to be a little bit careful. Or maybe you force a sudden death game because you go, you know what?
Yeah.
I feel great in sudden death in this particular matchup. We're away from that yet, though.
Is a possibility. That would be incredible. Let's see what Shinosuke does. Does bench a Roaring Moon by the looks of it? We are, yep. That's good, but this is where that crushing hammer is going to be super impactful, because now you would love to bench that and attach your energy to it, but instead you have to just attach to the active just to keep up tempo, but that means you're not getting other attackers lined up. It doesn't look like Professor Sada is currently available. No, we do see a Pokemon catcher here, though.
And we
it's
see
ahead. Okay, so that's going to get that Iron Thorn EX into the active with the double turbo energy. We are going to see that Roaring Moon EX getting benched potentially.
Snake's hand is low-key kind of terrible.
Yeah.
We've got a couple of Ultra Ball. We've got ourselves a Roaring Moon. We've got an energy. Like, you're not playing a supporter card of any description here. You've got 2 Ultra Ball and a Pokemon which I think might be a Roaring Moon. And that's it. That's all you've got.
We are going to see a frenzy gouging here, though, Ross, as that's going to take Shinosuke down to 2 prize cards left. Going to take the Prime Catcher and the Trekking Shoes, it looks like, out of the prize cards. Fernando, what can we do here? Is there a double turbo energy in that? I don't think there is.
Well, basically, what Snake's done beautifully here is force Fernando to have a double
But did find the Corvus Tenacity there off the Poké Gear. Sorry there, Ross. That was a huge Poké Gear.
Absolutely, it was huge. Poké Gear finds a Chorus. Chorus will find the double turbo. That means that you will be able to get the attack off this turn with Iron Thorns, and that is what Snake was hoping to avoid. There is still a route to an attack here next turn for Snake. It's a little bit awkward. You kind of need Peturunt. Peturunt,
yes.
Next turn, I'm just saying, will win the World Championships. Putting that out there, Peturunt will be quite good.
We do see the Chorus Tenacity being played there as the Energy Lotto did grab a basic Lightning. There was not a DT, so it looks like we are going to see a DT and a Lost City being taken there off that Chorus Tenacity. So that means we will see a Volt Cyclone, which is going to be very impactful.
Going to be incredibly impactful. It's going to put Snake on a huge clock here of 1 turn. We see Canceling Cologne. That doesn't do anything. It's just getting it out of the hand. And then we're going to see, are we going to see a Volt Cyclone? Looks like we're going to. Is it time? We're going to wait a minute.
No, I think we are going to see a Volt Cyclone. Interesting, we decide to bench a Pokemon. We're not. That means there will be no Prime Catcher out. Okay, Shinosuke, what is that top deck? It's going to be super impactful. It's a Judge.
Oh, I don't mind Judge at all here. The thing is, I want a Dark Patch onto a Petron, and then I want to use Prime Catcher as a switch, but I don't have a Dark Patch, and I do have Prime Catcher, and then I'm going to play Judge.
Yeah, but you think, you can't play the Prime Catcher if your opponent hasn't got a bench Pokemon.
I mean, you know, that as well.
So that was a real heads-up play there for Fernando, opting, debated whether to bench that Iron Thorns, but didn't. So that means it's going to be very hard for Shinosuke to actually be able to remove that Roaring Moon. It is possible, but it's going to be quite hard, especially if Shinosuke has to play that Judge. I don't think there's Professor Sada in hand, so it might have to be a Judge and pray.
Yeah, and unfortunately here, there's no gusting targets on Fernando's bench. We do see the Peturunt being, I think, discarded with the Trekking Shoes. I don't know if Snake's got any way around this here.
Oh my goodness, it's going to be a Pokey stop. Here we go. Catcher, Earthen Vessel, Nest Ball. I don't think that's going to get Shinosuke out of this. I don't think there's a way of removing that Roaring Moon, Ross.
No, and if that Roaring Moon is in the active at the start of next turn, Fernando is going to be crowned the champion. We see an Earthen Vessel coming out here. One last look through the deck for Snake. You're in that situation here where you're thinking, I've probably lost. I'm going to look through my deck for every possible chance of an out here. Is there anything in the deck that can get it? There's 1, maybe 2 energy. Is there an attacker? Is there a switch? We are thinking. What are we thinking here, Shay?
I'm thinking that there might not be a way out of this for Shinosuke. Just going to conclude that Earthen Vessel.
Fernando Cifuentes is your 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion.
Fernando takes the World Championship trophy back to Chile for the first time ever in Pokemon history, and the first person to ever win a World Championship title with only 4 Pokemon in his deck. Congratulations to Fernando Cifuentes!
Well, look at you with a fact there already, Shay. As soon as he won the championship, You
já
have
disse
the
hoje,
back
vamos
out
ser
there, and
honestos.
Iron Thorns EX is your Masters Division champion, and it
Epá, eu vi
turns
o
out
corte de
that
cabelo do outro, do
juniors,
japonês,
it
e
was
vi que
all
era mau,
about the
tipo,
ancient,
vai
but in the
para
Masters
dentro.
Division, we are looking towards the future. That Iron Thorns was a deck that a lot of people started talking about as we got closer and closer to the World Championships. Our good friend Joe Bernard did mention a couple of times, I think this might be a bit of a play for World, you know, and I wasn't convinced, but I'm telling you right now, I'm watching a big crowd of people cheering. I'm starting to get convinced.
Well done to Fernando. Let's make some noise for our 2024 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
Explicativo e gigante.
Yeah, huge good scenes here. Big Chilean crowd of players congratulating Fernando coming all the way through with that Iron Thorns EX deck, being crowned the world champion. Only 4 Pokemon in the deck. You don't even need 4. We saw our first Judge Ball back in Game 2. 8 mulligans before the judge said, you know what, I think I probably need to jump in here, help you find a basic Pokemon, and then we get through 2 games to 1. That was a very fun series there, Shane.
Agora.
Honestly,
you
can feel my heartbeat right now. That was a ridiculous final, and we saw how the matchup plays out. We saw it from both sides. We saw it in Game 1. Fernando, with all that disruption, was able to just stop Shinosuke from doing anything. Then in Game 2, we saw Shinosuke say, hold up, wait a minute. I'm perfectly capable of winning this Game 2. Accelerated energy and won. And in Game 3, we saw a bit of both, right? We saw neither player really got off to a super hot start. So we saw suboptimal starts play out. But in the end, Fernando was able to close that one out, win $50,000 US, and become the first Pokemon trainer in Pokemon history to be a world champion from Chile. What a title to have.
What a title. And, you know, we need to say Omedetou Gozaimasu to Sanosuke.
Yes.
Huge, huge congratulations. Getting all the way to second place with a deck that nobody was giving a chance to coming into this tournament. Taking second place. And I tell you, we're still waiting for our first Japanese Masters Division champion since 2016. Shintaro Ito came second in 2019. Daiichi Shimada came second in 2022. We can now add Tsunesuke Shiokawa in 2024, but we're still waiting. It's not every 6 years, because unfortunately Fernando went, I'm afraid I'm going to initialize my own story here, and that does not include giving a Japanese champion every 6 years.
Wow, what a final. I mean, even just coming into this final, right, knowing it's going to be Iron Thorns versus Roy Moon, a matchup that no one really had in the final, and seeing it all play out from both sides, I think was just amazing. We got a Game 3 as well, like you said. I'm a bit selfish as well. I want as much Pokemon action as possible, and it made it very, very exciting, exhilarating, and wow, I'm just a bit starstruck, Ross, I'll be honest.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I've said a couple of times on stream this weekend, I like best of threes, where in one game we see one deck do its thing and win. In the second game we see the other deck do its thing and win, and then we get a nice Game 3 where both decks have already said, this is what I'm looking to do. And I mean, that Game 2, I think Game 1 actually, I'm back to Game 1. Tsunesuke was in a good position, could not get enough energy. Let's have a look at the replay, remind ourselves of exactly how it went down.
And it went down in a very exhilarating way there. This Game 1, we saw Shinosuke did actually get a lot of energy coming down and was able to sort of get off to the races, but Fernando was able to weather the storm there, as it were, pun intended, as we do see the Volt Cyclone there picking up big KOs. And I have to give maximum shout out there to Fernando. Played this Game 1 perfectly. It wasn't the easiest routes to victory. We do see the 4 energy retreat there, but was able to take those big KOs in Game 1 there, Ross, and close it all up. How did Game 2 pan out?
Wow, Game 2, we saw the first prize taken by Fernando, but that would be the only prize they would take from their own actions. We saw Frenzied Gouging taking a prize, given up, well, taking 2 prizes, given up 2. We then saw a second Frenzied Gouging taking 2 prizes, giving up 2, but Fernando still had 1 prize left to take, and Tsunesuke didn't.
And in this Game 3, this is where it got nitty-gritty for both players. No one really had the super optimal start. Shinosuke was able to use that Vengeance Fletchling to bring these Iron Thorn down to HP, but the penny was super impactful. And then Shinosuke just sort of ran out of steam, as it were, and And that was pretty much all she wrote, as Fernando was able to take the 2024 World Championship title there right at the end. Crushing hammer, just removing these energy.
Yeah, no energy, no attack, and a 2-hit KO from Fernando to KO the only Roaring Moon there, and that unfortunately was enough to go and get the KO. It all came down to, once again, a lack of energy, a Roaring Moon stuck in the active, and we have a new world champion. But Shay, what? If we have a new world champion, you know what we need?
What do we need?
We need to hear from our new world champion. Let's have a chat with Fernando, shall we?
Thank you so much. I am here with your new world champion. Before we get into the cheering, you're so loud. I love it so much. But one moment to talk about the game. Tell us about playing Iron Thorns EX. There are so many people at home who are going to be like, I want to play that right now. Tell them the advice you have for someone to play that deck.
Tu mazo tiene Iron Thorns EX. Mucha gente va a querer jugar con ese mazo ahora. ¿Qué consejo le darías a las personas que quieren jugar con ese mazo?
El único consejo que les daría es siempre, bueno, mantener la calma con ese mazo, porque es un mazo que en cualquier momento te puede salir mal tu estrategia, así que no, jugar tranquilo y esperar lo mejor siempre.
My advice is that you should always keep calm while playing with this deck, because there's a high chance that something could go wrong at all times. So you should always try to calm down and hope for the best.
You had to do that in Game 2. How did you keep your mental state healthy when you went into Game 3?
¿Cómo mantuviste tu fortaleza mental cuando el juego estaba 1-1?
No, o sea, nunca esperé ganar. O sea, como ese match es muy desfavorable. No es un partido muy bueno para Iron Thorns, así que nunca esperé ganar, pero se dio la situación en que gané, así que fue muy divertido.
I did not expect to win. That matchup is pretty bad for Iron Thorns EX, so I just had fun with it and hope for the best.
That's all we can ask for. Now you are the first world champion from Chile. How does that feel?
Eres el primer campeón mundial de Chile. ¿Cómo te sientes?
Me siento muy bien. ¡Viva Chile!
Oh, sorry.
I feel great, and viva Chile!
There are so many people here who have been cheering so loud for you. Is there anyone you want to say hello or thank you to very quickly, specifically?
Hay mucha gente aquí que te está apoyando. ¿Hay alguien en el público en específico a quien quieras agradecer?
Bueno, especialmente a mi hermano y a mi papá, que siempre me apoyan, y bueno, como no, a toda la gente de Iquique y toda la gente de Chile que no me puede ver. A todos.
I want to thank my brother and my father and all the people that came to see me and the people from Iquique.
All right, let's hear it one more time for your campeón del mundo!
Mas.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Don't go anywhere because our trophy ceremony is coming up next. So stay in those seats and we'll be right back.
Thanks a bunch, Anna. Great to hear from our newest.
Agora vem o talk show da treta. What the fuck? Olha uns memes.
Hace como el del gimnasio.
Shark, you hungry?
Damn.
If you walk with the Lord, you will never be out of step.
No.
actual packaging. Oh. Can you try and work out what it is?
What the fuck?
What's that? Brother.
Hey, bro.
Brother.
Esta vai.
Don't drop him if he shakes.
Okay.
You're doing it. Yay. I'm so proud of you.
I got it. Okay.
Just toss him back. Get closer. Holy shit. She said a lot.
Send it.
Gets it. Oye, no se debe sola.
Chapter 3 verse 55. Can I say? Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar!
Здорово, бандиты.
Shut. Capybara.
Whoa.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh! Is that a fucking bat? What the fuck is going on? Is that your
Morcego, what
bat?
the fuck?
Bro, I don't know who he is. What do you call cheese that's not yours? Nacho cheese.
Yeah, I saw it. Pew, pew, pew. Anyways. Where's the whale?
Gente doida.
No! Guys, no! Oh no! 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 No!
出来吧。
Bro.
Снова, бля.
Блядь.
Братан, это немножко не то. Вот здесь. Спасибо.
Спасибо. Adoro-vos a falar. Damn. Coca-Cola. Classic.
Little rat, look at little rat. Hello, little rat. You are so cute. What are you? Are you a rat? I don't know.
Hey, yo!
Oh, Jesus Christ, this is so unsafe. Oh my god. I fucked up.
Look what I have.
Alright, good workout.
Have you guys seen anyone make jam before? Like, literally, what is that? What?
Esta gente é bué weird.
Reggie Drago here, first place. You're the Drago, Chip.
Yes, absolutely. Something to
Turn up. We had no mulligans in that game 3, and it just there's not enough cards to work with. When you don't have those resources like the Pheasantipity, the Squawkabilly, all of those cards to help out, you're just not going to find a way to keep up with what Fernando's dealing.
Well, now it is time for my favorite part of the weekend. We get to crown our champions. We get to see them hoist their trophies high. Let's get down to the stage to our trophy ceremony. Anna, take it away.
Thank you so much. It has been a good day to win with another great showcase of amazing Pokemon action here at the 2024 Pokemon World Championship. I want to thank you all for being here, for competing and supporting. And if you're not here on this stage today, let this fuel your passion to meet us up here next time. Now, let's welcome our finalists and champions. First, congratulations to our trading card game junior finalist, Logan Bailey.
Ok, começam os putos, ficaram em segundo.
Now let's hear it for our trading card game junior champion, Sakya Ota.
Pikachu ali. What the fuck?
Our trading card game senior finalist, Haruku Umehara. Next, our trading card game senior champion, Evan Paleski.
É o Pikachu, não tem o que Deus. Eu não me importava estar naquele fato.
And now in our Masters division, our trading card game Masters finalist is Shinosuke Shirakawa.
Mano, ele tem os olhos debaixo do cabelo, tá? Ai, meu Deus. çok.
Now, one more big final cheer for all of our top players here at the 2024 Pokémon World Championship.
Skreč to.
Aloha, Pokemon trainers, or alola, as we would say here in the Alola region. I am Joe Brown, joined by Gabby Snyder, and what a weekend of action it has been at the Pokemon World Championships. Gabby, we have crowned Unite champions, we have crowned Go champions, trading card game champions. It's time for the video game to get in on the action.
It is finally time for the video game to get in on the action, but congratulations to all of our champions and finalists. It's just been so many exciting games this morning, back to back to back, and of course we ended last night with that explosive Unite's grand final. So I can only hope, actually I have confidence that we're going to top all that excitement and then some here with the video game.
Nothing better than blind confidence going into Championship Sunday, Gabby, for sure. But honestly, it's going to be an amazing day. You know, we've had a long road to get here. If you're looking at the schedule of the weekend, how we've started in day one with so many Masters, but Gabby and I are going to be covering the Junior World Championship match, which should, you know, these trainers, they're no slouch. We got to meet them backstage. Very impressive.
Very impressive indeed. But in case you're just tuning in and you want a little bit of a preview of what's to come, yes, we will be opening here with the Junior Finals in a few minutes.
Pensei que era só jogo.
We'll be featuring our Senior finalists, and then of course that Masters finalist showdown between Lucas Ceribelle and Yuta Ishigaki, Miraidon versus Calyrex Ice Rider. All of these games are going to be absolutely incredible. So I'm telling y'all right now, if you're not ready, just sit down and watch the stream for the next couple of hours. Go get your popcorn, go get your snacks, your drinks, whatever you need to enjoy the show, because it's going to be a fantastic time.
Yeah, whether you're watching here in the venue or watching around the globe, we appreciate you sitting here with us to crown 3 more world champions. Let's talk about what the champions will be taking home with them, along with the big, beautiful Pikachu trophy. There's a lot of prizes on the line in these matches.
$30,000 to the winner of the World Championships in the video game, $20,000 to second place, and the other prizes have already been rewarded, as there's only one battle left here. But hey, if you're just tuning in for the first time to the Video Game Championships, let's take a look at the format that these trainers competed in throughout the weekend.
The 2024 Pokemon World Championship event will be showcasing the best Pokemon VG players and matches all weekend. Trainers from around the world are here to compete for the title of World Champion, over $2 million in prizing, and return invitations for next year's Worlds. On Friday, our trainers faced off with Swiss rounds. Trainers who met the required match points advanced to Saturday. Trainers who advanced from Friday continued with Swiss rounds, playing until top cut was determined. Trainers then competed in a single elimination bracket until only the final 2 players remained. Today on Championship Sunday, we crown our champions in each division, and all matches are best of 3. Who will take the title of Pokemon World Champion this weekend? Watch to find out, and follow the action at Pokemon.com/play.
in just a few moments. We will crown our juniors division champion, but let's see the journey that they took to get to this matchup. And it looks like from looking at top 8 here to the finals, not too difficult in a bunch of 2-0 victories.
I was going to say, I mean, talk about a really interesting bracket here. Every single match leading into this finals here from the juniors division was a 2-0 defeat. Kevin Han taking down Hideo Uezu and Minato Kodama to find his path to the finals.
Right, and then Tatsuomi Shimanuki, Kevin's opponent, taking on Kapona Masuda and Kisuke Furusho in the semi-finals. So unfortunately, one of these two trainers is going to have to take their first and second losses of the top cut.
We will get to that match in a moment though, but this is the final reminder you'll hear from me probably. If you haven't already, make sure to...
Deram leak a release date. Deram leak. Leak com quem diz-nos? 31 de outubro. Dá falta. Não é bem isto. Não é bem isto.
At home, every single song has a musical motif that reminds you of the Alola region from Pokemon Sun and Moon or Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. So if you haven't picked up on those yet, you can hear the VG song in the background, something to remember. I'll give you a hint. You might want to look around.
Oh, I don't even know the answer on this.
It's all right. Listen to it later. I've been playing it nonstop all.
Bye. Pré-registrations. Já podem registrar-se. Feito. Manda para o Discord.
Time for once, and I got to walk around the Hilton Hawaiian Village where they're having many of the Pokemon activations. They had a stage there where you could actually watch the finals, so shout outs to anybody watching us over at the Hilton right now. Also, they had the Play Lab over there so you could learn how to play the video game, the trading card game, or Pokemon Unite. I think there was a line of people waiting to meet Bear Walker, which was kind of cool. And there was also like a stamp rally, a bunch of photo opportunities. It's really, really cool. So something you can still check out if you're in the area and you're looking for something to do after Championship Sunday.
Yeah, honestly, one of the things I love about the Pokemon World Championships and how our games and our communities and our events are growing every single year is the additional things. Obviously, we're here for the love of the game, whether it's any of the 4 Pokemon games broadcast this weekend, whichever one is your favorite and you want to see it here live in person, but all of those additional things that you mentioned, it feels like Pokemon's taken over Honolulu and everybody's really a part of the celebration no matter where you go.
Yeah, I mean, Pokemon has always felt like a family to me, so being able to see Pokemon really being embraced by the city of Honolulu, thank you to everybody, of course, for your hospitality, but also to see the Pokemon people give back. We had that Genki ball toss the other day, which are little mud balls that contain microorganisms that actually eat sludge. So we actually, there were a bunch of people who made them and then threw them into the river to help clean it up and, you know, make the world a little bit of a better place. So there's a lot going on here this weekend. It ain't all just video game battles.
No, yeah, honestly, there's a lot of really cool stuff. This is my first time coming to Hawaii. I know we've held, the Pokemon has held prior World Championships in different parts of Hawaii. The third time around, maybe it's third time's the charm that we finally get to be here and see the action live in person. But anytime you get to travel the world, it's always a blessing, Gabby, that we can go around the world and tell these stories of all the best trainers, playing in our game.
Indeed, indeed. So while we are waiting for our junior finals to get started, I do want to take a moment and maybe recap a little bit of what we've seen from this tournament so far for anybody at home who's just watching for the first time. So as y'all may know, we are playing in a single restricted format. I think a lot of people were expecting Calyrex Shadow Rider to do very well this weekend, but in the juniors finals at least, there is going to be no Calyrex Shadow Rider to be seen. So quite an interesting development.
Yeah, definitely. The matchup should be pretty fun with Calyrex Ice Rider versus Miraidon, and I think Miraidon has been the clear-cut big story development here in Honolulu. It might be only the third most popular used, at least in the Masters Division, restricted, but I feel like we in all the rounds of Swiss and Top Cut that we had this weekend, Gabby, I feel like Miraidon was on there at least half the time. It was so popular, which means that the top players were performing well with that restricted.
I agree, and I think that it was a very natural metagame development, as well as it felt like while things were getting a little bit more bulkier in preparation for the World Championships, Miraidon just has so much power, you can offset all of that additional bulk by just dealing more damage. It's funny, usually when I leave the World Championships, I always try out the teams that do well so I can get some experience and try out new things. But with Regulation H on the horizon, part of me wants to try out a Miraidon team, but then at the same time, it's like, well, I need to learn Regulation H, though.
But it'll give you preparation for next season. True. When, the formats rotate. That's so far down the road. We don't have to worry about that. But I think I might throw my hat in the ring for a couple of Iron Treads matches just to appreciate. Think about all of the Iron Pokemon that have kind of just been in the shadows of the past Paradox Pokemon that we've been using in Scarlet and Violet for the last 2 seasons, and they've come out in full force, pretty much with the help of their best buddy Miraidon activating their Quark Drive abilities. But Iron Treads, we've seen Iron Jugulus win regionals before, we've seen Iron Valiant is a Pokemon in the Masters Finals, has the potential to become a world champion. The future Paradox Pokemon have showed up big.
I think that was exactly in response to the rise of Miraidon, the magnetic rise, if you will, though I don't think you actually use that move on that Pokemon. But it's really interesting to see people look at the metagame coming into this tournament and trying to build their teams around, okay, what do I expect to see, and how are cool ways that I can counter those Pokemon in ways that maybe aren't expected by everybody else if you're facing. At the end of the day, there's only 2 trainers remaining at this point in the competition for each of our age divisions, and if you want to be one of those 2 trainers, you need to give yourself an advantage in any way possible. And having that surprise factor, maybe training your Pokemon to take an attack that normally you wouldn't expect it to, is just so important when you're at this level of the competition.
Yeah, and I think from the perspective of our juniors division match specifically, Gabby, I can't imagine when I was 10 years old, if I was traveling around the world and competing to be the best trainer in my division, like our 2 finalists are, traveling with my family, with my my brothers and sisters and mom and dad, everybody supporting me at such a young age. I can't even imagine how proud the families of these juniors finalists are, but also how excited our finalists are to play on stage.
Well, let's go ahead and meet our 2 juniors finalists here and kick off the VG part of this competition.
Are you ready to watch some Pokemon video game? Good, because we have some great players for you. We are about to welcome them to the stage. Please put your hands together for your first competitor from the United States, Kevin Hahn. And from Japan, Tatsuomi Shimanuki. Come on.
O cap é maior que a cabeça dele.
All right, just one question for both of you first. Kevin, In order to come out on top in this match, what will be the most important thing for you to do in your play?
I think the most important thing for me to do is to stay calm, and even if I lose a game, I have to not get tilted because that will really distract me from playing well.
Yeah, staying calm, not getting tilted. Great advice for yourself. Good job, Kevin. All right, and same question for you. What do you need to do in order to win this match? Go ahead and use it.
そうですね。この試合で、優勝するために何が一番重要なんですか？
はい。EA とかのポケモンたちをうまく使いこなすことが重要だと思います。
The most important thing is that he uses his Pokemon well.
That's a great advice as well. All right, let's hear it for our two competitors. We cannot wait to watch you play. Thanks so much. Go ahead and take your seats. Casters, let's get this match started.
Thank you very much, Anna. This should be a really fun start to the VG section of Championship Sunday. Kevin and Tatsuomi are two very accomplished trainers in the juniors division. We're looking at the team matchups as well. I think this should be an explosive matchup between these two juniors.
And what's so exciting for me is that both these juniors are here with their families. Tatsunomi actually competed alongside of his brother yesterday in the juniors division. Kevin and his brother Chris prepared for the tournament together last night. Chris also a regional champion, so we might have an international champion. So really, we might have a bit of a new Pokemon family rising here from both sides of the field.
Yeah, it was really great getting to talk to both these trainers backstage before, seeing how confident they were, seeing how excited they were, and seeing how excited their family was backstage supporting them. But you know, the first thing I got to say out here, Gabby, with Kevin Hahn in particular. I mean, this is potentially the start of a huge run. We'll get into the accomplishments as we get prepared. But one of the big accomplishments is Kevin Hahn normally routinely takes down Masters Divisions players at our locals. He's not from Jersey technically, so I can't claim him, but he lives close enough to Jersey to participate at our NJ locals. I've definitely taken an L to him, not gonna lie. World's qualified players I was hanging out with this weekend from Tri-State, they're like, oh yeah, I've lost to Kevin too. So here at his young age in the juniors division, he's beating Masters players. It shows how impressive he is.
Let's take a look at the Pokemon matchup here between both of these trainers, as Kevin is running Calyrex Ice Rider, which is the same restricted he won the North American International Championships with, facing off against Tatsuomi's own Zamazenta. Now, you may look at this team and think it looks a little bit familiar to what we saw from Michael Kelsch the other day in the Masters division, but that Iron Treads, I know you mentioned it earlier, Joe, because you were so excited. What a crazy Pokemon to see on a unique team like this.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think even Michael Kelsch is going to be using Iron Treads. We actually saw it multiple times on stream this weekend, and it definitely makes sense for a metagame counter. That steel ground typing, also a really fast Pokemon, has a lot of utility. We'll see if it comes to this matchup. But looking at these accomplishments, Kevin Hahn, the reigning EUIC and NAIC champion this season. So that would be quite the trifecta if he can cap the season with a Worlds win.
Not only that, he is a 7-time regional champion. We could only fit one on the graphic, so he was asked to pick his favorite regional championship, and it was Fort Wayne in 2023 because that was the same one that his older brother won in the seniors division. So they had a nice family win there. Kevin looking to continue winning here on an incredible streak. I mean, winning the European and the North American International Championships back-to-back in a season is an incredible accomplishment. His opponent, though, Tatsuomi, was able to win a round 1 bye in this competition by placing top 4 at the Japan Championships earlier on this season, but will have to face down a very formidable opponent. Once again, Calyrex Ice Rider, pretty expected on this team. But with the other Pokemon, Kevin's giving himself a lot of options. He can respond to really any strategy thrown at him.
For sure, and if you're a viewer who only shows up for Championship Sunday, you should be familiar with some of Kevin Hahn's strategies, as he has pretty much been able to iterate upon his team over the last couple of months. Some of these similar Pokemon that he's used to win other international events like the Raging Bolt, the same Choice Scarf Urshifu with coaching doing as well. He's definitely using just really strong core Pokemon in the metagame. There is that fun fact, EUIC and NAIC champion ready to become world champ.
His opponent, Tatsuomi, is running a team that was inspired very directly by Michael Kelsch's win at the Stockholm Regional Championships earlier on this year. Iron Treads is certainly a very unique adaptation like we were talking about earlier, but his Tornadus has a couple of very unique tech moves in Sunny Day and Rain Dance, as you can see on the screen now. The Chi-Yu with the Choice Specs being able to deal a huge amount of damage, Rillaboom with Assault Vest. I think overall this team plays very similarly in this matchup compared to what we saw yesterday when we saw Calyrex Ice Rider facing off against the Zamazenta, but I'm sure the Tornadus and the Iron Treads were really standout Pokemon for Tatsuomi when he was playing Miraidons in Swiss.
And I do think on Tatsuomi's end, the Zamazenta is really in a premier position. This is what you do when you're only allowed one restricted Pokemon on the team. You allow the rest of the team to fill out the cores, making Zamazenta as well-rounded of a Pokemon as it can be. It's definitely going to be so important in this finals matchup. But here he has his brother, as you mentioned, also plays the game at 29th at the World Championships last year. So two family pedigrees here, championship pedigrees from both trainers.
And I do want to shout out, we asked Tatsuomi what his favorite Pokemon was, and he said Horsey, and there's actually a Horsey there on stage cheering him on, which is super exciting. But these trainers are getting into team preview, so let's go ahead and talk about some of the options here that both these trainers have. Like I just mentioned from Tatsuomi, I'm not personally anticipating seeing that Tornadus or the Iron Treads in turn 1, game 1 of this juniors finals, so I would not be surprised to see him go with a very safe lead of the Zamazenta and the Rillaboom to give himself options to respond to Kevin's team, which again, there's so many good Pokemon on their team, there's so many different ways he could approach that matchup. I think it's very difficult to say, this is the first game I'm playing against this opponent, I don't know how he's going to approach this, I should give myself options.
Right, for sure. And I think on Kevin's end, it's going to be so important to make sure that Tatsuomi's Zamazenta is not comfortable. We see so many times on stream, if a Zamazenta can sit on the stage, click Terra Dragon, click Body Press every turn, and really not be threatened whatsoever from getting knocked out, it just does too much damage over time. So Kevin is going to need to focus on Pokemon that will threaten the Zamazenta.
He will, and he has several options for that, but we'll just have to take a look for ourselves to see what both these trainers locked into as this game is ready to go.
All right, it is time to start the juniors finals here at the Pokemon World Championship in Honolulu. The crowd is hype. We're gonna have Calyrex Ice Rider Incineroar for the lead in game 1 on Kevin Hans and Tatsuomi Shimanuki with Zamazenta Rillaboom with the spectator mode too.
I know, it's always so exciting to see just how incredible the crowd looks in the game for these Worlds Finals. But let's go ahead and talk about the board state here, because this Incineroar is a great supporting option for the Calyrex, but is going to be a bit slower typically than the opposing Rillaboom. So you have to be very careful for fake out on both sides of the field. My big question for Kevin is he considering Trick Room in this matchup or not? Because Calyrex Ice Rider is going to be slower than both of the Pokemon on Tatsuomi's side of the field. Does seem like a great opportunity here to try and use it either this turn or next turn, as of right now, the Zamazenta does not have enough attack power to take it out in one hit.
Yeah, I think the Trick Room really does make a lot of sense, Gabby, because looking at Tatsuomi's team, Zamazenta, fastest thing out of all the Pokemon. Choice Scarf on the Chi-Yu as well. The Tornadus is also super fast. Iron Tread's an incredibly fast Pokemon that Kevin Han might be able to twist the dimensions and switch up the narrative. But for now, it will be Terra Ghost Incineroar on the first turn here. Kevin using Terra right away. Tatsuomi protecting the Zamazenta, doesn't want to take any damage. Kevin matching that energy with a protect of his own on the Ice Rider. Rillaboom goes to the fake out, but it's into the protect on Calyrex, so Kevin doesn't take any damage this turn, and now it's time for a parting shot, but it goes towards the protect, so really smart, safe play from Tatsuomi.
A lot of times when you see Terra Ghost on an Incineroar, you assume that it is there to stop fake out. Once you are a Ghost type Pokemon, normal type attacks don't work. But fighting type attacks don't work either. And in the Zamazenta matchup in particular, if you can afford to use the terrestrialization on your Incineroar, you essentially set up a Pokemon that cannot take damage from Zamazenta. And what's better than not taking damage? Reducing the damage it can do as well. And just as you pointed out, Joe Brown, this Incineroar knows Will-O-Wisp, and that would be such an amazing move for Kevin in this turn.
Right onto either of Tatsuomi's Pokemon here that are both physical attackers. Yes, Body Press uses the defense stat instead of your attack stat, but it would still work pretty well. Here's the double target with the grassy terrain boost from the Woodhammer. It's not enough to take out Calyrex Ice Rider, one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the format. Will-O-Wisp connecting onto Tatsuomi's Zamazenta. So now it is burned. It will be doing half of the damage from its attacks. Trick Room successfully going up. Now for the next 4 turns on Kevin's end with these Twisted Dimensions, these slower Pokemon will move first, and that's bad news for Tatsuomi.
It is bad news for Tatsuomi, but he does still have some plays he can make here. While the Rillaboom is at full health, there is a chance prior to any attack boost on that Calyrex that it can survive a Glacial Lance, assuming there's still a partner standing next to it to reduce the damage. So if Tatsuomi has trained his Rillaboom to survive that attack, he can fire off another Woodhammer into that Calyrex. We saw that it didn't do as much damage as one would assume thanks to the Intimidate from that Incineroar, but it's still going to put it within knockout range of another attack, which is exactly why Kevin decides to keep it safe and switch it out.
Yeah, that Calyrex will swap into Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt, one of the Pokemon that has taken competitive Pokemon by storm over the last half year, ever since it became legal through the DLC. A very offensive Pokemon. The Wide Guard from Zamazenta will be wasted since the Calyrex swapped off the field. Anyway, Parting Shot landing into this Rillaboom, lowering its attack and special attack.
Eu vou-me embora a seguir a isto. A seguir a este. Não aguento mais. Falta o Júnior, depois já o Senior, depois já os Masters.
It is, and it also gives him the opportunity to send that Calyrex right back out onto the field once the damage has been lowered even further. U-turn targeting down that Raging Bolt also means that Calyrex doesn't take any damage from that switch, essentially swapping spots so it could dodge the U-turn.
Right, and now Tatsuomi's gonna have to reveal his 3rd Pokemon in this game. What is one of those Pokemon in the back that are all generally speedy, say, except for Raging Bolt. The other 3 are pretty fast Pokemon that would not be working quickly under Trick Room.
Exactly, and I do want to take a moment to talk about the overall positioning of Kevin in this Trick Room right now as he sends in the Iron Treads. Joe, he brought it!
Iron Treads is essentially anti-Miraidon, anti-Raging Bolt. They're both electric dragon types. You're immune to electric as a ground type, and you resist dragon as a steel type. So Tatsuomi doesn't care if it's going to be moving slower under Trick Room. He knows he's hardly going to take any damage from either Glacial Lance or a Draco Meteor.
And unfortunately for Kevin, I think he has to make a very defensive play here, either by switching out one of these Pokemon or by letting them get KO'd this turn, most likely from an attack from that Iron Treads, and then send in your Incineroar the next turn to threaten it with Intimidate, to threaten it with a Will-O-Wisp. It's a very unique Pokemon that I don't think he's encountered throughout his run here at the World Championships. So let's see how he's going to plan a strategy around the huge threat that it brings.
And you have to wonder what Tatsuomi's strategy is on which Pokemon to terrestrialize here in game 1. As Zamazenta's had some damage mitigation from the burn, might not be as valuable. You turn into a dragon type and you'll be very weak to both of Kevin's Pokemon, so maybe it's up to this Iron Treads or Rillaboom later on in this game 1 to terrestrialize and change the dynamic. It will be just a protect though on Kevin's end, as well as Iron Treads protecting, so if Zamazenta went for the protect, it wouldn't work, but of course goes for a body press, not doing any damage.
Good information all around for these trainers. In addition, by double protecting there, Kevin ensures that he can target down attacks into that Iron Treads when it doesn't have protect available to it. A little bit strange to be double protecting throughout your own Trick Room, but I think given the Pokemon on the field, more information is better. You can see how your opponent wants to use that Iron Treads, and then you can, again, adjust to the game plan at hand.
It is 2 steel types on the other end facing down Kevin's Raging Bolt. So these Draco Meteors, even if they are boosted from the booster energy increasing its special attack stat, would still be resisted. Tatsuomi making a big call on this turn to swap that Iron Treads back out into the Rillaboom. High horsepower into the grass type is now resisted, so a really smart call. But the Draco connects, it hits Rillaboom, hangs on in the red. The double target does not get the KO, and now Body Press will hit into the Calyrex, bringing it a little bit lower.
There is one more turn of Trick Room remaining now, and the Rillaboom has access to fake out once again to flinch either of the Pokemon on Kevin's side of the field. So even though Tatsuomi's own Zamazenta fell short of doing any significant damage that turn, it is in such a prime position here. You can wide guard any attempts at Glacial Lance to deny Calyrex the Chilling Neigh boost from knocking out the Rillaboom. You can go ahead and target down another attack to either of the Pokemon on the opposing side of the field if Rillaboom opts to go for Fake Out. Tatsuomi is almost guaranteed to make it through this Trick Room relatively unharmed.
Calyrex will swap out in this position, so a little bit worried about a Fake Out going into that slot, and now that Incineroar with the Terra Ghost, it would be immune to the Fake Out if that's what Rillaboom wants to go for. But Tatsuomi had a really smart play the previous turn. Can he get another advantage here on the last turn of Trick Room? Kevin revealing Urshifu Rapid Strike, so he's shown off all 4 Pokemon he brought in game 1, and smartly does not click the Fake Out, instead uses that momentum to U-turn out.
One strategy that has been popular in Pokemon for almost an eternity at this point is this idea that as long as you can keep switching your Pokemon in and out on the field, you can reposition, you can respond to whatever threats your opponent brings. And with the reveal of that Chi-Yu from Tatsuomi, there is so much damage potential from him on the field right now. Kevin is almost forced to target down that Pokemon with his own Urshifu, because if you leave it unchecked, it can now do super effective damage to the Incineroar and can also threaten huge damage onto the opposing Calyrex Ice Rider with a fire attack.
Right, and the Urshifu is so crucial right now for Kevin, because the Choice Scarf is allowing it to outspeed Chi-Yu on the other end, who's holding the Choice Specs item. So that would be one thing that definitely threatens Tatsuomi's Chi-Yu from trying to click and attack this turn. Kevin instead will swap out.
Raging Bolt will take the field once again, and we do get a Terastallization from Tatsuomi. It is the Chi-Yu Terastallizing into the Ghost type.
So 2 Ghost Terras here in game 1. A very spooky start to our Juniors finals. Surging Strikes now means it is just a neutral hit, no longer super effective. So these 3 critical hits are not going to be enough to take out the Chi-Yu on this turn. Tatsuomi really playing smartly in game 1. Body Press follow-up into the Urshifu, not enough.
And a Dark Pulse now from that Chi-Yu into the Raging Bolt. Almost takes it out in a single hit, and that is the power of the combination of Choice Specs and the Beads of Ruin ability. It means your special attacks do so much damage. Even though Chi-Yu locked into a single target attack, this Chi-Yu, if given the opportunity to attack, could easily KO the Urshifu or this Raging Bolt. Now, Kevin does have options to get around the Chi-Yu. The Urshifu is still naturally faster, and we did see that another Surging Strikes would be enough to lock in that KO. But the Raging Bolt also has access to a priority attack in Thunderclap. So if Kevin assumes the Chi-Yu will be attacking again this turn, you can KO it first.
Incineroar swaps into the Urshifu slot. Urshifu was hit by a Body Press the last 2 consecutive turns. So now Kevin anticipating if Body Press goes into that slot, now you will be immune to it as a Ghost type. Tatsuomi being on the advantage instead of clicking a Dark Pulse yet again, will swap into the Rillaboom, resetting up the grassy terrain, helping his Zamazenta recover just a little bit of HP, every single turn. But the body press goes towards Raging Bolt for the knockout. He knew that it was too risky to target the Urshifu slot and gets rewarded KOing Raging Bolt.
Even if Raging Bolt opted to thunderclap that Zamazenta so it could attack before being knocked out, Zamazenta has so much health it wouldn't have mattered. Tatsuomi said this when we were talking to him before the game. He loves bulky Pokemon. He loves having the ability to stay on the field and take all of these hits. And even though this Zamazenta was weakened by an Intimidate, was weakened by a burn, it is still doing enough damage thanks to the time it has to make a huge difference in his game plan.
Now this Calyrex is already down to about a third of its HP. Sure, the Incineroar has effectively full HP, but there's no Trick Room up. Your Restricted is very close to being knocked out. Losing Raging Bolt, who does so much damage on Kevin's end. It's such a difficult position here in game one.
It is. That all being said, though, with the combination of Urshifu and Calyrex still available at this moment in time, I think Kevin has a little bit of options here. This Urshifu has the Choice Scarf, like we were talking about earlier, but it also has Coaching, which means there's a way to power up this Calyrex. One thing he could consider doing here after a turn of Fake Out and maybe even setting up Trick Room again is to try to power up this Calyrex so it can make a bigger difference in this matchup.
Rillaboom just clicking U-turn almost as if it's choice locked into it, but it's not. Consistently, Rillaboom swaps onto the field as a defensive pivot, and then he'll U-turn into something else in the back, revealing the Iron Treads yet again. It's been a while, but it looks pretty poised right now until Calyrex twists the dimensions. That means Kevin got to bring his Calyrex on the field and set Trick Room up for a second time in game one.
It is a second time, but again, there's so much damage on the field, and I'm not sure if Kevin can match that damage from Tatsuomi. Calyrex Ice Rider did manage to twist the dimensions in its favor, which means it will be able to attack first. But like you were saying, Joe, this Iron Treads will be able to take a hit from it quite comfortably. It's most likely going to need 2 hits from High Horsepower or Glacial Lance to secure that KO. Meanwhile, Zamazenta is still free to try and wide guard if you want to stop this Calyrex from attacking, or you can continue to use those body pressures to just wear down the HP of your opponent.
Well, Kevin has protected his Calyrex Ice Rider on the turn. Knockoff goes into that protect. Tatsuomi is just making so many great decisions turn after turn in game one. The body press will hit Calyrex's protect, so no damage really from anybody. Just a little bit of HP recovery thanks to the grassy terrain.
While the HP recovery is nice, though, it's not necessarily going to help even out the Pokemon count here. You have to start looking at how Kevin can go on the offense in this matchup. Iron Treads is certainly the bigger enemy here, as with grassy terrain active on the field, you can utilize Steel Roller. It's a steel type attack. It has a very high base power, but it only works when there's terrain on the field. It'll also remove the terrain by using that move. Now, you might look at that Zamazenta and think, well, he could appreciate some healing. You know, you're going to be taking damage over time thanks to the burn. However, I think in this scenario, you don't necessarily mind losing your terrain because it's going to stop your opponent's Pokemon from recovering as well. But it looks like Iron Treads is just content to keep waiting out this Trick Room.
Iron Treads really just being a more of a warning on Tatsuomi's end, like, hey, eventually I'm going to click a hit here. Rillaboom hangs on with 1 HP, forcing the knockoff to go into that slot. Double target, finally Rillaboom goes down with what will be 1 turn of grassy terrain remaining, but what a crucial survival from the Rillaboom there. The hit from body press will bring Calyrex down low, but just because of that burn from so many turns ago, Gabby, it's really not doing enough damage.
That's a very common strategy when facing off against Zamazenta as well. You lock in the Ghost-type Terrestrialization on your Incineroar, so it'll really struggle to deal damage. You put a burn onto that Zamazenta, so it will struggle to deal damage to everything else on your team, and you kind of wait it out. That being said, though, with the juxtaposition of the Iron Treads right next to it, all you have to do this turn is double protect, Trick Room ends, and now you're able to go on the offense and really threaten some huge damage.
Tatsuomi doing exactly what you mentioned, the double protect, so he doesn't take any damage from Kevin's super powerful Pokemon on his side. That high horsepower goes into Iron Head to protect, as well as Incineroar's knockoff there. So you can see that's multiple turns in a row, or of the last times that Iron Treads has been on the field, that he has been double targeting that slot because it is such a massive threat.
It is, and now that the Twisted Dimensions have returned to normal as well, the Iron Treads is going to be one of the fastest Pokemon on the field. So if Kevin wants to avoid damage this turn, you can certainly protect for a turn, but that's not going to necessarily help you navigate the situation any better. I think you have to go on the offense. Just try and land as much damage into that Iron Treads as possible, and then also start setting things up so that your Choice Scarf Rillaboom in the back, or excuse me, Choice Scarf Urshifu in the back of your party can deal some big damage.
There's the high horsepower. It's super effective, but it's not enough. He hangs on. Incineroar going first because of Trick Room. Double target means Iron Treads. All of those turns of positioning meant it didn't get any attacks off. The Life 4 being knocked off as well. Here's the body press, but because of the prior health recovery from the grassy terrain turns, Calyrex hangs through the hit.
And now Trick Room has ended. And now it's just the Zamazenta and the Chi-Yu standing on the field for Kevin. Or for Tatsuomi. Kevin still has a full health Incineroar, but it is going to be taking super effective damage from the Chi-Yu's dark type attacks. And there, of course, is that Zamazenta as well still for Tatsuomi. That being said, though, the victory conditions for Kevin are starting to look good. All you have to do is take out that Chi-Yu, and the Zamazenta is just going to struggle to deal damage.
There's 3 minutes left here in this game one. That is how long and back and forth this battle between these juniors has gone. Dark Pulse, though, into the Ghost Incineroar.
It's a one-hit!
For the one-hit KO! Choice Specs, Beads of Ruin, boosted damage from this Pokemon is just so difficult. The Terra Ghost that helped Kevin on turn one is costing him late in the game.
That Terra Ghost is not as safe to make if there is a Pokemon like Chi-Yu in the back. So that is an adjustment that Kevin will have to make going into game 2 of this matchup. For now, you certainly can utilize your Urshifu to outspeed and knock out that Chi-Yu before it uses something like Dark Pulse to knock out your own Calyrex Ice Rider. But it's at such low health, there is no more grassy terrain recovery around. Another body press honestly should do it.
There is the Surging Strikes from Urshifu knocking out this Terra Ghost Chi-Yu, who did so much work for Tatsuomi here in game one, getting that huge one-hit KO into the Incineroar. 2 minutes left, but I don't know if it's going to last long enough with these 3 Pokemon remaining. Body press into the Calyrex, takes it down. Finally, it felt like he's been clicking body press for literally 18 minutes, and he finally gets rewarded.
Well, technically with 3 minutes remaining, your math is not far off there, Joe. But yes, we are down to the final 2 Pokemon here. Urshifu will continue to move first, and we will continue to see these Surging Strikes connect 3 times with the Zamazenta. It looks like it's going to take 1 more Surging Strikes to lock in that KO here. Let's see how it does.
Will Incineroar be able to help give Kevin the win? No! Urshifu can't take the body press, and Tatsuomi Shimanuki is going to win a long drawn-out game 1.
Bulky Pokemon indeed.
Absolutely.
That Zamazenta was incredible. It showed up on the field turn 1 and it didn't leave, even though it was burned, even though it was intimidated. That Pokemon just was not afraid of anything that Kevin had to bring into that battle. And the way that Tatsuomi almost tricked Kevin into terastallizing that Incineroar to handle the Zamazenta matchup better, only to bring the Chi-Yu was such an amazing call in that game.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that Kevin is going to be prepared for here in game 2, to hold your horses a little bit with the Calyrex team on terastallizing. Don't Terra right away on turn 1, because you don't know what Tatsuomi's plan is going to be, especially after you have so much success of burning Zamazenta, really mitigating so much of the damage that Tatsuomi's restricted Pokemon can provide to your side of the field. I feel like maybe you saving your terastallization flexibility just like he did could be the key in game 2.
It could be the key in game 2 as well. I also think when we're talking about adjustments, you have to just look at how heavily board positioning came into play between both of these trainers. We saw that Rillaboom swap in twice for Tatsuomi to take a ground type attack for the Iron Treads. We also saw just how Kevin zoned in on that Iron Treads turn after turn in the Twisted Dimensions. I think that's something that Tatsuomi can continue to use to his advantage. Maybe showcase that Iron Treads early on, make sure that Kevin's thinking about it, and then use that to influence how the board is going to progress throughout game 2.
I'm also really wondering, I don't believe it would have mattered, but I think that Rillaboom hang-on was so crucial because that knockoff would have targeted Zamazenta. Yes, it is a resisted attack, so it wouldn't do too much damage, but it's not like Zamazenta ended the game with too much hit points remaining anyway. So just Rillaboom, even if it didn't get many attacks off, just that health recovery, the fake out pressure, the U-turn positioning is just so crucial for Tatsuomi in game 1.
It was, and I really love how Rillaboom has become this support titan in the Regulation G. Honestly, it seems like Rillaboom is more useful than Incineroar in a format, which is something I never thought I would say coming into this weekend. Just because being able to provide flinch support, being able to pivot and deal some damage, and also to be able to heal up your partners is so huge. You see it mattering a lot more in matchups against Pokemon like Miraidon, where the terrain adds another level of strategy you need to manage throughout everything, but still, overall, a very powerful Pokemon, giving Zamazenta that support and really taking all those hits for the Iron Treads.
What a back and forth game 1 that was, really going down to the wire and down to the timer almost because of how long the decisions took every turn. You had so many U-turn swaps and many other decisions that they made on, like so many double protects as well. Remember, we went through 2 full Twisted Dimensions. That hardly ever happens in VGC.
It does, and I also noticed as well that Kevin was doing a fantastic job throughout that matchup of managing when he needed to use Trick Room to the advantage of the Calyrex Ice Rider, and when he needed to double protect to stall out his own Trick Room so that he can enable the other Pokemon on his team. It just shows how comfortable he is with this restricted Pokemon, which makes sense. He was on the stage at New Orleans, and he was able to win thanks to the help of Calyrex Ice Rider.
And this is not the first time Kevin Hahn has had his back against the wall here in Honolulu. Kevin started Swiss 1 and 2 and was very stressed, but his brother Chris gave him the confidence he needed to continue on through the day, winning those next 5 rounds, winning his top cut matches 2-0 as we mentioned earlier. So if Kevin is of any of the juniors trainers here in Honolulu, Kevin's certainly one of them that can make a comeback.
For sure, and also all of that experience as well, winning multiple regionals titles, multiple international titles. Tatsuomi, this is really his breakout performance at a competition. He got top 4 at the Japan Championship Series this year, but really prior to that, he had no other accomplishments, just because I think there's really only a couple of opportunities that people from that region have. But still, this could be his opportunity to write his name in the stars along with all of our other world champions this weekend, as we're gonna go ahead and jump into game number 2.
Tatsuomi 1 game away from becoming the juniors division world champion here in Honolulu, but Kevin Hahn, of course, might have something to say about that. It will be Incineroar and Calyrex Ice Rider as the lead for Kevin in game 2, compared to Zamazenta Chiyu for Tatsuomi.
A big adjustment here from Tatsuomi as the presence of the Chi-Yu threatens away the Ghost-type Terastallization on that Incineroar, and it also threatens huge damage onto the Calyrex Ice Rider. A lot of times, Calyrex Ice Rider will Terastallize into a Fire-type in this position just so you don't take super effective damage from this Pokemon, or you even get resisted damage depending on what attack the opponent picks. I would not be surprised to see Kevin go for that this turn here. You could try and set up Trick Room again early, but I think you have to prioritize getting another burn down onto that Zamazenta, and then you need to start doing damage a bit more aggressively.
And it's a tough decision for Tatsuomi, as you mentioned, the fake out potential into Zamazenta or the Will-O-Wisp, which landed very early on in game 1 and just hurt so much damage. But he's gonna listen here and adjusting. Instead of Incineroar terastallizing in game 1, we're gonna go with the horse who brung us, and Calyrex Terra Fire on this turn would resist a potential heat wave going into that slot. Fake out from Incineroar stopped Zamazenta's attack on the turn thanks to that flinch, but it's a Dark Pulse into the still Dark type Incineroar, gonna take that way better here in game 2. Now Trick Room is up, Calyrex fully healthy, and Incineroar still with a lot of HP.
With a lot of HP and a lot of time on the field to land another burn against that Zamazenta, to parting shot out to weaken the attack or the special attack of Tatsuomi's Pokemon. There are plenty of options that he did not have in the previous game thanks to the Fire-type Terastallization, and again, just how these Pokemon are going to struggle to do damage as a result.
Chi-Yu, because of that choice specs held item, is forced essentially to swap out on this turn to reset the attack it wants to click later. And of course, Rillaboom is one of the best Pokemon you could choose to swap in. Besides the Glitch, there's no wide guard. Zamazenta didn't click the wide guard, and Rillaboom takes the whole brunt of that hit. That's going to be a one-hit KO and an attack boost for Calyrex.
Learning from game 1 where that Rillaboom swapped in to take high horsepower, that Chi-Yu got off the field, Rillaboom knocked out, and now Zamazenta burned alongside of it.
Insult to injury or burn as well. 2 games in a row that Willis has connected. The body press is still super effective into the dark type Incineroar, so it's more than enough for the KO. They do trade 2 very strong Pokemon, but I would definitely say Kevin Hahn comes out on top. 1, Zamazenta's its damage hurt because of the burn, and Calyrex got the attack boost.
Calyrex got the attack boost. Zamazenta is going to be the slowest Pokemon on the field, but hey, that Iron Treads is still here. Tatsuomi opting to bring the same 4 Pokemon into this matchup that we saw from him in game number 1. Going back to game number 1, we saw this Iron Treads go for Protect in this situation just to see what Kevin will lock into. Again, we saw Kevin very consistently target down that slot with a high horsepower. Rillaboom's no longer there to take those attacks, so even if your opponent protects this turn, you're eventually going to land it.
Right, there's essentially no need to worry about the wide guard mind games for Glacial Lance when you have 2 steel types on the field that don't want to take a high horsepower, and a fire type Chi-Yu in the back that wouldn't want to swap into it either. So Kevin smartly clicking the glacial or the high horsepower, excuse me. Thunderbolt will go into the protect and wouldn't hit Iron Treads anyway in case he hit that slot. But there are 2 turns of Trick Room left for Kevin.
There are 2 turns of Trick Room and 3 turns of Grassy Terrain, which means that Zamazenta will have a couple more turns to not necessarily keep that burn damage around. That all being said, though, Kevin is in the driver's seat for this matchup as he can go on the offense. One thing I do want to call out here is the fact that getting that Glacial Lance to connect with that Rillaboom a couple turns ago was so important for him because of the risk of wide guard on that Zamazenta.
It's Terra Bug Iron Treads. We are not making it up, everybody. One of the bug typing, one of the most underrepresented types in all of Pokemon, will help the Iron Treads take that high horsepower, resisting it. But the critical hit Thunderbolt means Iron Treads can't survive the turn, and Zamazenta's all by himself on the battlefield right now. That could have been an amazing Terra for Tatsuomi, but instead, it's going to result in a KO.
Zamazenta doing its best to get a little bit of damage thanks to body press down onto the opposing Calyrex Ice Rider. Tatsuomi is now down to his final 2 Pokemon. Chi-Yu, who cannot protect thanks to the choice specs item that it's holding, and that Zamazenta. This is also going to be the final turn of Trick Room. So while this Calyrex Ice Rider still needs to click high horsepower to be safe, it is able to land that against the Chi-Yu and pick up that KO.
There's the one-hit KO into Chi-Yu, so it's Calyrex's 2nd knockout of the game, getting another attack boost. And here's the booster energy, aided, I should say, Thunderbolt into Zamazenta, doing over half. That's the other important thing from that turn before, Gabby, is that the boost energy onto Raging Bolt's special attack meant that Thunderbolt does even more damage, meaning the critical hit is even stronger.
It is, and with just Zamazenta remaining on the field for Tatsuomi, I think it's time we turn our eyes towards a game number 3 here in the Juniors Finals at the World Championships.
Kevin Hahn has forced a final and decisive game 3 against his junior opponent, Tatsuomi Shimanuki. The winner of this match is going to leave Honolulu as the Junior Division World Champion. And I think, Tatsuomi, I think we would agree, Gabby, those 4 Pokemon seem to be the core 4 to bring, but that turn 1 was just so great from Kevin.
It was an incredible adjustment from Kevin. Again, recognizing that the Ghost-type Terastallization on that Incineroar was punished by the presence of the Chi-Yu. And when your opponent leads Chi-Yu Chi-Yu, and you know that it's there. That gives you all the confidence you need to lock in the fire-type terrestrialization on that Calyrex Ice Rider. That was also an amazing play from Kevin here, where he did go for Glacial Lance despite the presence of a wide guard on the Zamazenta, correctly predicting that his opponent wouldn't go for it.
I love to see the emotion. I love to see the passion. These are the trainers that are the future of the competitive Pokemon circuit. Seeing how passionate they are now makes us so happy to see how much they're going to grow as trainers. This is one of the toughest matches they'll face in their short lives so far, but it's going to help them progress to even better players once they make it to the Masters Division.
That being said, though, there's still only one battle separating both of these trainers from the title of Junior World Champion, and we spent a little bit there talking about how Kevin adjusted his game plan between games 1 and 2. Let's take a moment to talk about how Tatsuomi could potentially adjust his game plan going into this game number 3. When you think about how that first game played out, it was really the positioning between the Rillaboom and the Iron Treads that gave him the time he needed to get through Trick Room and ultimately win the game. We saw Kevin adapt to that in game number 2, but to me that means in game number 3 you can also make an adaptation. You know, maybe you assume that your opponent knows there's the Iron Treads on the field, there's a possibility for high horsepower, I'll make that switch, and then go ahead and turn that against it.
Yeah, I think Tatsuomi is in a really tough spot mentally. Let's not say for the Pokemon, obviously there's so many difficult decisions you have to make every single turn. Do I swap? Do I protect? Can I stop Trick Room from going up? Can I punish Terrafire Calyrex a little bit better than I did in game 2? But you only have access to these 6 Pokemon that brought you this far. So, you know, you're going to have to worry, what are those options to stop the Trick Room from Terrafire Calyrex?
There aren't that many options, unfortunately. You can try and make an incredible prediction and get damage down into that slot. If you're able to catch a fire-type terrestrialization with a high horsepower, that could be one out. But instead, we're seeing a very similar lead here from Tatsuomi in game number 3.
This is for all the marbles, everybody. Game 3, Kevin Han, Tatsuomi, Shimanuki. Tatsuomi with Chi-Yu, Zamazenta. They've swapped sides, but it's the same lead. And then Urshifu Rapid Strike next to Calyrex Ice Rider. That Urshifu has the Choice Scarf. It's faster than Chi-Yu.
It's faster than Chi-Yu, and while we know that Chi-Yu can terrestrialize to survive the hit from the Urshifu, that is a big commitment for Tatsuomi to make in turn 1 of game 3 here. If he has that Iron Tread still in the back of his party, he might want to save terrestrialization for that bug type. On the other side of the field, Kevin really can comfortably go for that fire-type terrestrialization once again on the Calyrex, knowing that the Chi-Yu has already been revealed.
But Zamazenta has to feel at least comfortable in some capacity this turn, since Incineroar is not here to ruin its day and burn it with Will-O-Wisp. It's potentially in the back, you have to be prepared for that, but it is not on the field on turn 1, so you can't burn these body presses into the other side. Kevin Hunt terrestrializing Urshifu Rapid Strike, getting additional damage from those water attacks, the surging strikes. They're already massive, and they're going to be even bigger in this game. There's no protects. You can't protect anyway in front of Chi-Yu, or with Chi-Yu. That's only a 2-hit KO. You don't even need the 3rd surging strike.
A huge momentum shift for Kevin as he's able to secure a knockout on the first move of the first turn of this game 3.
And there's the body press. That does some pretty solid damage into your Urshifu. Definitely cannot take another one. Here's the Glacial Lance that is ineffective thanks to Zamazenta's steel typing. So you do lose your Chi-Yu, but you do get a lot of damage onto the Urshifu, and Trick Room is not set up.
And you also cover for the potential Rillaboom switch in that turn. Instead, Chi-Yu was just knocked out, which means we do get the Rillaboom here now. Urshifu, very threatened by this Pokemon. It is more than within a Grassy Glide knockout range. So if Kevin wants to save that Urshifu for later on in this game, again, to put more pressure down onto the Zamazenta, which Tatsuomi has shown us time and time again is very comfortable staying on the field, you have to switch that Pokemon out. Without Chi-Yu around, though, this seems like a great opportunity for Incineroar to take the field.
Right, exactly. One, because Incineroar would love to just switch in general in front of the grass type on Rillaboom on the other end. But of course, because Rillaboom, or excuse me, Urshifu's locked into the Choice Scarf Surging Strikes, it would take a tough spot. But instead, he's going to use Surging Strikes with Urshifu. Knows that potentially this Rapid Strike Pokemon is not long for the rest of this match. So let me get some more critical hit damage off on the field. Bring Zamazenta down to under half of its HP remaining. So the body press will knock out Urshifu. He's done its job. He's done, essentially 1.5 times the HP bars of Tatsuomi's Pokemon. So Urshifu has put in so much work in Game 3. But it's the U-turn from Rillaboom. The real question is, did Calyrex go for the Stomping Tantrum into Zamazenta?
We'll have to wait just a little bit longer to get that information, but we do get the reveal of Tatsuomi's final Pokemon, and once again, it is the Iron Treads taking the field.
It's Trick Room instead of the attack, so now on the second turn of the game, Kevin is able to twist those dimensions, and you have a free switch into either the Incineroar or whatever the fourth Pokemon in the back will be for Kevin.
I love this positioning from Kevin there as well. One thing that Tatsuomi could have done in that previous turn is target down the Calyrex Ice Rider with both an attack from that Zamazenta and a Wood Hammer from that Rillaboom to get very close, if not knock it out outright. But because we saw Kevin commit to that Trick Room, recognizing that he might lose a Pokemon that turn, as long as Trick Room is there for a Raging Bolt, or a Raging Bolt can come in while the Urshifu is still around, that is still a very favorable board position for him, as the Calyrex will still be able to attack first, and the Raging Bolt should underspeed the Zamazenta as well.
Yeah, the Zamazenta already under half HP, so it's in a really critical position for Tatsuomi. You know you can get some recovery every turn with the Protect, as grassy terrain is here. It'll give you a little bit of HP at the end of each turn. Double Protect from Kevin here on the turn. We've actually seen that now multiple times, that as he sets up his own Trick Room, he will then protect the following turn. Iron Treads goes for the Protect as well to keep itself safe. Body Press doesn't hit into the Raging Bolt, so no damage from anybody, only health recovery.
And Kevin, again, anticipating the Protect on that Iron Treads to ensure that Zamazenta can't find a knockout in this turn. Now you can fairly safely target into the Iron Treads with your Pokemon. You do still have to worry about a Wide Guard, and you do have to worry about the Rillaboom switching in for that Iron Treads as well. So there's a bit of a mind game here as to what attack Kevin uses with that Calyrex. But still, none of these Pokemon are necessarily worried about being knocked out this turn. And as you can see, Calyrex actually switching out to keep itself safe. So Kevin just going on the offense with the Raging Bolt.
Kevin going to reveal his fourth and final Pokemon in Game 3, being the Incineroar. Let's see if Tatsuomi was prepared for this situation. These Trick Room turns are so tricky to get through when you're not the Pokemon or the trainer that takes advantage of it. Terra Bug Iron Treads yet again in Game 3. Last time it was double targeted, so that's why it wasn't able to hang on, but he did get crit by a Booster Energy Thunderbolt from Raging Bolt. This time it goes towards the Zamazenta, and Tatsuomi has lost his restricted Pokemon in Game 3. It's this, just the Iron Treads, Steel Roller with the grassy terrain into a Fire type. It does hardly anything.
It does hardly anything, and it will also tear up the grassy terrain on the field. Rillaboom will be back out shortly to reset that terrain and give Iron Treads access to Steel Roller once again. But you really wanted to land that attack into the Calyrex Ice Rider, which is why you terrestrialize, so you can take those hits. That all being said, though, with 2 turns of Trick Room remaining, Tatsuomi is on the back foot. You have access to Fake Out this turn. You can go ahead and maybe protect your Iron Treads for one of these turns, or Fake Out and protect to get through both turns. But you have to find your way through Trick Room in order to keep an advantage and keep yourself in the game for that World Champion title.
Incineroar does not have a fire attack. There is no Flare Blitz because of Will-O-Wisp being in that 4th slot. So both of these, the grass and bug types on the field right now, are not threatened by super effective damage. Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads. It's going to be more than enough for the KO, and Tatsuomi losing his terrestrialized Pokemon. It's just Rillaboom versus the world.
Rillaboom does have that grassy terrain to help keep its health higher and also boost the damage of its grass type attacks. But with a Calyrex Ice Rider waiting in the wings, will it have enough in the tank to take all 3 of these KOs?
That's the forfeit, and Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world, EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
With an excellent piloting of that Calyrex Ice Rider team, being able to anticipate his opponent's adjustments throughout all 3 of those incredibly long games. Kevin has shown us just why he is one of the most awarded junior champions in Pokemon video game history.
Games 2 and 3 arguably were shorter combined than Game 1 was. There was so much back and forth in Game 1. These 2 trainers playing at an elite level, trying to figure out their tendencies, trying to figure out their play styles on what type of risky decisions.
Eu não vou ver o resto. Amanhã vê-se. E se houver novidades, vemos amanhã. Portanto, tchau, Laura. Já é tarde, eu estou cheio de sono.